provide a guidance on how to balance priorities as we go forward. Energy trilemma could not be more relevant, especially in countries like Oman, for a national companies like Petroleum Development Oman. So what do we mean by energy trilemma? In simple terms, energy trilemma refers to the challenge of achieving three goals. They are all essential, but often in tension and in competition with each other. Number one, affordability and access. Energy must be available and priced fairly so that it supports household, it supports industries, and also it supports national development. Number two, energy security. Energy systems must be reliable, resilient, and capable of delivering supply consistently even during global or local disturbances. And the third dimension of the trilemma is environmental sustainability. We must produce and consume energy in a way that minimizes harm to the environment, reduce our emission, and support the global climate goals. None of these objectives can be sacrificed. We cannot choose one or two, but we must balance all three. The world demands and deserves all three to be achieved in a balanced manner. At PDO, we don't see energy trilemma as a dilemma or fear, but we see it as a challenge to embrace, and more importantly, an opportunity to lead. And let me take a moment to reflect and share a few examples on how do we embrace the energy trilemma as a framework to conduct business. On affordability and access. For us, affordability is not just about market price. It's about efficiency. If we are more efficient in our businesses, the energy source we produce becomes more affordable to our customers. It is about how efficiently we produce energy, how do we manage resources, and how do we use technology to reduce waste and optimize performance. We make significant strides in the area of leveraging advanced technologies across our operations, from predictive analytics to artificial intelligence, from remote monitoring of our wells to many others. By improving recovery rates, optimizing well placement, and automating routine processes, we lower the cost of production. And that isn't just good for our bottom line, it is also good for the nation because lower production cost means more competitive energy in the global market. The second dimension of the trilemma is energy security. On energy security, in a world that's marked by geopolitical uncertainties, supply chain vulnerabilities are one of the challenges that we all face. And climate risks, our abilities to maintain a reliable, uninterruptible supply of goods and energy sources become vital. At PDO, Operation Excellence is not just a KPI, it is a core value. Every day, across thousands of wells and facilities, we deliver energy to the nation with high uptime, safety, and integrity. Energy security today goes beyond simply maintaining production volumes. It's about diversifying the energy mix that we use ourselves. We do produce energy, indeed, but we also one of the biggest consumers of energy in the country. The way we consume energy will also underpin the way we conduct our business. This brings me to the third dimension of the energy trilemma, the environmental sustainability. We recognize sustainability is not an option, it's a necessity. It's not only about compliance. Yes, we do all take pride of the compliance certificates we have on sustainability. However, it's also about consciousness. Do we really believe in it and do we really have it at heart? So next time we design a project, we do the sustainability checks from our hearts rather than only from our brains. We are taking bold steps in this space, increasing the renewables that we consume in our operations. We have set up the first solar or utility solar plant in the country, and now we are in the construction stage or the design stage of 2 wind plants and 1 additional solar plant for our own consumption. We are investing heavily in emission reduction. Methane emission poses one of the risks for climate change, and oil and gas industry is one of the industries that has always pointed at when it comes to methane emission. PDO has achieved the gold standard in OGMP, which is one of the highest and toughest standards in monitoring methane and reducing methane emission. We are proud of that, but we're also continuing to maintain a high standard on tracking methane emission, reducing it and eliminating it where we can. In short, I would say sustainability is not a department in PDO, it is a direction. And that direction is important for the prosperity of the business, but also for the prosperity of this country. With that, I end my welcoming speech to you all, and I wish you fruitful and enjoyable Opes Talks to come. Thank you very much for listening, and very good morning to you all.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Please, let's welcome our second speaker, Ms. Thuraya Al-Ta'i, Head of Communication and External Affairs at PB Oman, who will be discussing women's entrepreneurs and their role in sustainability and environmental protection.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, now I think you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all here, and we will be talking today about women and entrepreneurship and sustainability, and how BP helps women entrepreneurs in the sustainability era. So let's first discuss and explain a little bit what is entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is the process of creating, developing, and managing a new business ventures with the aim of generating profits or creating value. And while women bring diverse perspective, leadership styles, and innovation to the table, they often face different challenges compared to male entrepreneurs. Such as access to funding and network. We would all go to the same event, but men would be able to network further and pitch their ideas, while women might be shy or worried about being misunderstood when they are networking. And I'm speaking after talking to a few women entrepreneurs in Oman. So what is the connection between entrepreneurship and sustainability? So if we think about sustainability, it's a method of operating businesses in a way that doesn't compromise natural resources or harm the environment. The UN has a different definition, which is put up there, but just in simple words, it's a process that businesses would practice not to harm the environment. Companies can have a huge role in environmental conservation through sustainable practices. And the key areas for that are energy efficiencies, waste reduction, responsible sourcing, and renewable energy. What are the benefits of women-led enterprises? Now, women bring a lot of benefits to the entrepreneurship process, such as empowering communities. Women-led businesses often prioritize local and social alongside financial profit. Driving innovation. Fresh ideas come to the table because women always bring different ideas to the table within eco-friendly products or implementing green businesses practices. Economic growth. Supporting women and investing in women entrepreneurship, you are supporting boost job creation and contribute to economic growth in local and global economics. Now you can see in the in my slides pictures of three female entrepreneurs. These are I've specifically put these 3 women because BP supports these women and work with them. Now, there is another female entrepreneur that I did not put on the slide, but it has been a very long-term relationship with, who is Shayma Lawati with Destination Sustainability. But I thought I'd introduce Maryam, Sumaya, and Zuena Al-Rashdi. So Maryam, we work with Maryam Al-Amri, who is the CEO and founder of Matters Sustainable Initiatives through our social investment programs. She manages 2 big programs for us. One is called Taqdar, which enables job seekers to do better interviews, to a program that helps them, and then they can actually pitch in front of organizations who are looking for fresh graduates, and they would get jobs with these people. The other program is BESA, and BESA has been now self-sustained. We've supported BESA for a number of years, which introduces or educates students, whether they are in universities or students in high school, of how to manage their own finances, how to think about investment, how to not live on a day-to-day kind of a paycheck, but actually reserve some amount either for investment or for, in case of emergencies, a car breaks down, for example. This program has been so successful that now we are replicating that model into different programs, and it's now self-sustained. Maryam also ensures that throughout these programs that she delivers to students and job seekers, that there is no waste of paper, no plastic bottles are used, and other sustainable ideas. Moving on to Sumaya Rawahi. Sumaya Rawahi is an entrepreneur leading the Green Universe Enterprise, and I believe they are also sponsors of this program or Oman Sustainability Week. Sumaya came up with a very good concept and a program where she develops students in engineering throughout flying drones. So through those drones, they assess and get data on the solar capacity of a certain area, whether it's in a mountain or in a wadi, and then analyze that data, which helps them then understand the feasibility of having solar panels in that area and how much it would save. Because from area to an area, it could be different. It's not always the same, which this involves also helping those students not just being in Muscat, but they can actually expand in different areas across Oman to help them with that job creation for them. And lastly, I would like to mention Zuena Rashdi. Now, Zuena has a really nice shop called Handicraft, Dar al-Hirafiya. And Zuena and us kind of collaborated in one main gift items when we wanted VIP gifts. And we thought that how can we ensure that it's sustainable, it's not harmful to the environment. And Zuena pitched the idea of the shredded, she collaborated with the central bank and got all of that shredded cash of the old currencies that we had and we never used, and they were replaced by the new currency, and used them to make folders, notebooks, and other items, bookmarks, and we loved the idea. So we purchased it, and we now give that as gifts to our visitors from across the globe who are coming to visit BP in Oman, or any VIPs who are visiting us. Now, these women also face challenges, of course, and I spoke with the 3 of them and found the main concepts, or I only placed the main ones that they all identified as challenges they face. One of them is the funding and payment. So, for example, Maryam was telling me that whenever she delivers a program, she is more interested in the down payment that is given to her to sustain her business and to ensure her work is delivered well, rather than waiting until the KPI is delivered and then the company would pay them. Now, I understand that there are some also challenges about that, because every company wants the service to be delivered first before they make the payment, but there is a challenge for entrepreneurs and SMEs in general. The bureaucracy in decision making. So also I was told by these wonderful ladies that there are times when they get called and asked to prepare a proposal within 2 days. They stay up all night trying to get that proposal ready for the organization that they're meeting, and only to have to wait later on for another 6 months before a decision is made whether that program is going to be endorsed or not. And to them, that is, I wouldn't say a waste of time, of course, but I would say that it's a very tough thing for them. They would work sometimes during Eid breaks. They would work around the clock to ensure that that proposal is ready on time. But then they have to wait for like 6-7 months until they know if that program is accepted or not. Another one is the capabilities and the resources. They feel like they always take the entrepreneurship opens jobs for the fresh graduates and for people who are newly into the business, less experience. But what they would like to see from organizations like us who support them and who develop them, that they would actually maybe be utilized as mentorship, or maybe second someone from their organizations to go and help them with certain things, because they need that guidance, they need that support. And they want to be brought up to international standard, so they are able to compete internationally later on, following not just they are ambitious. They wouldn't want to only stay in Oman. Cultural and social barriers. Now, I think this one is mainly around the networking and pitching certain ideas. You know, this room today or this exhibition today is full of VIPs. Ministers, ambassadors, and their secretaries. But the person who can just go and walk up and say, I own this company, let's talk, would most probably be a male rather than a female. The female would feel a bit intimidated to see these men walking in and going to approach them and pitching her business or talking about herself and what she does. So what can we do to help them? To support women, there are, I think, in my own efforts to see what we can do to help women, I think we should probably work on certain policies in Oman to support these women throughout either access to funding and grants, maybe through mentorship programs, as I said before, maybe to their employees who work with them. Government incentives. So what if there was a government incentive to women who open the businesses or SME programs? Example of policies that support female entrepreneurs and sustainability, such as tax incentive, swap programs for their employees, and of course also networking initiatives that make it able for the female to actually pitch her idea or talk about her business in an unthreatening and something dedicated for them environment. And how can we support women entrepreneurs in sustainability? I think I've covered a lot of it in the policies, but there are some other ideas that we can also support these women in. So, for example, create equal opportunities for funding. Encourage banks, ventures to invest more in women-led sustainable businesses. Foster inclusive network and encourage policy changes. What if we advocate for policies that promote gender equality and sustainable entrepreneurship, such as the incentives, the tax incentive for them? So, and I would like to end it with this, that, you know, women are main drivers in this community. And sustainability is an important part for us. So let's give these women a chance and try to support them throughout whatever we do across our sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raya. Please join us in welcoming our next speaker for today, Mr. Ahmed Mohammed Al-Na'abi, Support and Studies Senior Manager at Dalil Petroleum, will be presenting today Dalil's petroleum extensive laboratory experts and several field testing trials for chemicals to crucial oil from oil fields. Please welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. My name is Ahmed Al-Na'bi from Dalil Petroleum. I'm so glad to sit with you basically for the next 10-15 minutes to go through the chemical enhanced oil recovery experience in Dalil Petroleum. Dalil Petroleum is one of the oil operating companies in Oman. It's considered so far as the third largest in terms of oil production after BDO and Oxy. So I'll try to be brief despite having so many slides in this case. So this is the agenda of my topic. I will start with the background and field overview about Dalil and the need for the EUR. After that, I will come across the EUR screening method. Then I will spend a little bit longer time taking you through the journey of two different EUR methods in Dalil. Both of them as chemical, one of them using surfactant, the other one is using the nanopolymer, before I conclude my presentation. So as you could see, this one basically illustrates what is the field we are talking about here in Dalil. The field is currently under water flood, is a tight carbonate reservoir, light oil, about 40 ABI, and the type of completion is line drive completion, horizontal, is around 100 meter spacing between the wells. You could see, I don't know, I'm supposed to use this one. You could see basically the type of the injector and producers, where the injectors are mainly at the bottom of the reservoir, and then you have the producer on top of that reservoir. The water flood has been there in Dalil since 2004, 2005, so it's there for around 20 years. You can also see from the production plot there at the top right that since Dalil took over in 2002, we've been focusing mainly on drilling horizontal wells and then introducing water flood and then expanding in the water flood side. You can see what the water cut has been increasing. That's also expected once water flood is being introduced. So what are the main challenges we'll be mainly facing once we start water flood? Some of the challenges is field getting more and more matured. Water cut is increasing day after day. Currently, we're talking about an average water cut of around 85%. And then there is a bypassed oil due to the aerial sweepage. We're drilling horizontal wells at around 1,000 meters. Despite its tight carbonate, but heterogeneity is there always as a concern. This is the saturation log, what you could see here at the bottom, after 7 years and 8 years. This is near wellbore. And you can see basically this, we see some saturation at different zones, like still original oil saturations. So sweeping that oil saturation is really a necessity, on top of also producing the unswept oil as well. So how can we really improve to do that? We've been thinking of the two main recovery mechanism, or to maximize it, infill drilling. But infill drilling, due to also tight space of 100 meter spacing, you don't expect it to be really working for you forever. You need to consider the tertiary, which is the EOR in this case, to produce the bypass oil and the residual oil saturation as well. This is again just an overview on the parameters of the Dalil and the rock. So here we're talking about tight reservoir, 3 to 15 millidarcy. ABI gravity of around 38, so it's really light oil. Viscosity is not really viscous. It's similar to even the water flood viscosity. And as we said, then the artificial lift method used in Dalil is mainly ESP and beam pump. Before I start the screening method, this is just one slide to take you through the EUR and the recovery mechanism worldwide. So the recovery mechanism will start with the primary recovery. This could expect you to take you maybe up to 30-40% maximum. Then you need to introduce a secondary recovery. In Dalil cases, water flood, that could take you also to around 50%. Then what's next? So the tertiary recovery, that could really improve you the recovery even more than 50 or 60%. Of course, it's expensive, but this is sort of a necessity. You need to introduce EUR at one stage of the time. This is the top one is an example of surfactant injection. You could see if primary with the oil flooding or the primary solutions, you have lots of bypass oil not yet produced. Once you go to the water flood mechanism, you'll improve, you'll get more oil, but there's still some bypass oil is not yet produced. And then the time to consider one type of the EUR, which is the surfactant here, to hopefully clean the rock more and get that oil produced to surface. Okay, the EUR method screening. Taking you back again, 2004, 2005, we introduced the water flood. After 4 or 5 years from that time, we started looking at what could really work as EUR in future. So the EUR screening method has started in 2009. We looked at what could be the best solution for Dalil. And the main ones, part of the gas injection, chemical injection, or thermal injection. In the result of that exercise, that gas injection, mainly CO2, along with the chemical injection, and which is also mainly surfactant, could really work for Dalil. Gas injection discarded at that time, again, due to the unavailability of the source. So we've been focusing on the chemical EUR injection for Dalil. And the chemical EUR injection, we've been focusing since that time mainly on the surfactant, but later, throughout the years, we came across a new technology called nanopolymer technologies as a conformance. The main focus of the conformance part is to improve the sweep efficiency. So, and this is the EUR project maturation plan. So once you start EUR method screening, which is just shared with you the previous slide, you need to go on to do lab testing and core flooding. And then after that, we'll start probably with a single half and buff trial before you start with continuous injection field trials. If you do technical and commercial evaluation and this is really working for you, then you will start expanding for full field implementation. And then the next one is the field implementation journey. I will start with the surfactant, then I will take you through the nanopolymer, hopefully if you have enough time before I conclude. What is the surfactant main working mechanism? Surfactant main working mechanism, as illustrated above there, is to improve the microscopic oil displacement within the rock. And this could be through or via three mainly working mechanisms. One of them is the wettability alteration. I think for carbonate reservoir, this is the main one, could be the main working mechanism out of these, because more than 90% of the carbonate reservoir in the world, they are mainly oil wet or mixed wet. So you really need to move from oil wet, mixed wet to more into like water wet to be able to produce that oil. So this is what we consider as the main working mechanism. Add to that one is the IFT reduction. It could be ultra-low IFT reduction as well. And the last one, which is another benefit for the solution that Dalil has utilized, is improving the sweep efficiency by visco-emulsion. This is also helping partially for the conformance part using the same solution, which is surfactant in this case. Then after this, the lab experiment that we have conducted to select the optimum surfactant for Dalil. So we need first of all to understand and analyze the rock and fluid properties, compatibility and viscosity testing, IFT and contact angle, again the wettability alteration, phase behavior and imbibition test, and then the core flooding experiment. So in 2010, we've gone through that exercise, 2010, 2011, trying to pick the best one. And based on that one, we have selected the one that can give you sort of a better recovery factor from male imbibition test. So we have selected one solution, it's called in this case at 1% concentration as 12A. And then this is one slide but summarizing all the surfactant experience in Dalil before attempting to do the expansion phase. So after that one, what has been done? So as we mentioned, in 2010 we've done the lab work. We have selected surfactant solutions with a specific concentration. Then in 2011, 1 year later, we have decided to go ahead with half and buff. We have selected one vertical producer from the same Upper Shuaiba reservoir. We pumped the chemicals of around 1.2% concentrations for about 3 days and allowed it to be soaking for about 5 days. And then the end result that we managed to see significant drop in water cut from 85% to 70%, that's around 15%. We actually achieved what we were looking for in terms of oil gain and water cut drop. After that, it took us basically to the second stage. Let's start the first continuous injection, injecting in the injector well to support the producers. So that happened in 2013, where we have selected 2 buttons, 2 injectors supporting 4 producers. But the 4 producers, they were basically into 2 different layers within the same Upper Shuaiba. We call it layer 1, layer 2, or layer A and layer B. We managed also to achieve good results in terms of oil gain. But in terms of which one gave you the highest oil gain, we've noticed one of these layers did not give basically good oil gain comparing to the other one. We've seen majority of the oil gain happen on the top layer, while Dalil development is mainly happening on the bottom layer. So that this basically we had later to go for another pilot, trying to focus only on the main development zone, which is the bottom layer, and try to see the impact. So this is why in 2018 we went for another trial. If you can notice, we've been a little bit fast from 2010 all the way to 2013. Then we stopped to 2018 for 5 years. Main reason behind that one is the oil prices. All of this is also driven by the oil prices. You could anytime basically stop if the oil prices is not really helping you to move ahead. So we relaxed it a bit for 5 years, and we went back again to 2018. We bumped into 1 injector supporting 2 producers within the same Upper Shuaiba D, and we managed basically to achieve the requirement as well, and achieve the result. We're achieving some oil gain as well, with some drop in water cut up to 10%. This is basically some plots to show you basically the impact of the oil gain. The last one, so that took us from 2011 all the way to 2018. We've done all these pilot projects, and then we were ready to go for expansion phase, expanding through one of the matured blocks. So we were ready, simulation was done, estimating of the oil gain was done, a contract was in place. We had that block consists of around 15 injectors, 15 buttons, but we've decided to be a little bit on the safe side. Let's start with a careful approach. So we've selected like a little bit bigger scale pilot of 3 injectors supporting 5 producers. And then once that is done, that's evaluated properly, we'll move ahead with the rest of the 15 injectors. We've done that one. Basically, the injection was carried out for about 3 to 4 months. We've seen very good initial oil gain. I don't know how to use this one. But the circle there, which is shown in the production plot, after a few months of starting the surfactant injection, we've noticed very good drop in water cut in all the 5 supported producers. Very good water cut drop of around 10%. But then that did not sustain for long. That's what I'm talking about, the circles there on the oil, on the water cut, and the oil and the red and the blue in the plot. And then we've been monitoring that one for a little bit longer time. We managed basically to achieve some of the oil gain. It paid off, but it did not come basically as expected, because we're looking basically at a certain UTC as analog with the previous trials. So why we could not basically get the same result? What could be the reasons behind that? When we've done basically the investigation along with the vendor as well, we found out that salinity is the major impact. So salinity increase of the formation water of the produced water year after year has really resulted in that one. Previous trials we were at 100K or less, but this one it went all the way to 160. And from the ambition test, that was one of the main reasons. So we got some learning there. First of all, don't rely on one chemical option. I think we really need to be prepared. Second thing, be ready for higher water salinity. Salinity is expected to really impact the oil gain later in future, which once it's really increasing more and more. What are we currently doing for that? we already doing lab studies, ongoing lab studies to screen through different solutions for Dalil with different vendors as well. And that's hopefully by end of the year or early next year, we'll come up with a selected surfactant replacing this one. The second topic is the same story, but for the nanopolymer. This is the working mechanism. The nanopolymer, it's aiming to improve the macroscopic sweep efficiency. Just remember those saturation logs where we're leaving lots of bypass oil there. This one is not like the conventional polymer where are you basically focusing to increase the viscosity of the injected water, but in fact is focusing mainly to reduce the permeability to water. So you are still after mobility ratio to be reduced below 1, but in this case basically you're targeting the permeability to water to be reduced. So that was the main reason. So it's like a crystals of nanopolymers that swells in water, and then it goes to the easy bath, high permeable zone, and it do some sort of plugging there for the high permeability zone, and then could really divert the flow into a matrix, into a low sort of permeability zones. That is the main working mechanism. Lab experiment, we had to do the lab experiment utilizing the core plugs for Dalil, how tight is the reservoir. We need to be careful in selecting the right size of these nanopolymers. So the size has been selected based on that lab experiment, and then estimated from the recovery, from the core flooding, that this could really help you to improve your recovery up to 17%. And then for this topic, we have conducted 3 trials, in fact, already. The first one was conducted with different company in 2018. Okay. And then after that, another one in 2020. And both of them showed interesting results in terms of doing some conformance. You could see it basically from the pressure, increase of the wellhead pressure from a scale of 0 to something above 500 psi. And then a water cut drop. That's what we are looking after. And then both of these 2 trials considered to be really successful in terms of oil gain. And then we recently have conducted the last one. We are in the final stage of the evaluation for this project, and seems to be also working fine so far. And we'll be monitoring a little bit this one a little bit longer as well, till for the next few months. I will end up, because I have to really cut it short because I'm taking a long time. This is only the last slide. Is the conclusion. So what are the main conclusion for Dalil? In terms of surfactant, we're currently searching the market for a better alternative option. So to pick up that solution, and hopefully to start with some field trials as well. In the nanopolymer, we so far we've seen good results, but there are some limitations as well. This is something really to little bit enhancement for designing the pilot. But we see ourselves, we are ready also to go for a next expansion phase using the nanopolymer. We're thinking of SB, like surfactant polymer, as an option for future, because conformance is really required. B here is the nanopolymer option. Some other EOR method Dalil is looking also at this time is the low tension gas. We've done one trial. Organic oil recovery is to be tested. CO2 injection to be evaluated first, and also low molecular weight polymer to be also evaluated for Dalil. That's it. And sorry to take a little bit long time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. Now please give us a warm welcome to Mr. Mu'in Mohammed from Gulf Energy, who will be presenting enhancing water recycling and waste management in the oil field.
Perfect. All right. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. So it's been a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Opes and Oman Sustainability Week and SPE and the host organization, PDO, for this opportunity to be here and present this short version of my my long presentation. I'm just going to shrink into 10 minutes about waste management, or basically how you can utilize your so-called waste, which is the produced water, and turn this into a potential value, a possibly cash flow positive from this waste. All right, few things about just a bit of introduction. Water scarcity, like when I say produce water, and we are in a region where water is hard to come by, that's something I want to highlight that. And then the key part of the presentation or the message here is going to be zero mineral discharge and a zero liquid discharge. So this is something, a new word. You might have seen it before, but I think it's becoming more and more popular. From a produced water, it used to be zero liquid discharge. So you want to extract all the water, and then you just, whatever the solids are, those goes into the waste. But now with the new approaches, new technologies, new processes, I think the industry is getting ready to recover most of the minerals, if not all. So I'll give you some examples what we have done, and I think this will become a norm in the coming years, that industry will take this water as a resource instead of a waste. Water scarcity. I think we are in a region which is well known that we have a too little water or we have a too much water. When it comes to too little water, like it's only 2% or so of the global renewable water is in the region, in this region. And when I say too much, like PDO actually produces like almost 6 to 8 or maybe more barrels of water per barrel of oil. So it's more of a water producing company than an oil producing company. Oil is there too, but there is a lot of water produced by PDO, and that's not the only company. In the whole region, the average is anywhere between 4 barrels per barrel of oil, which translate into huge numbers. Like could be 170 million barrels of water per day. Produced water, and produced water is a waste. That's why we're going to focus on how we can turn this waste into a value. So there is a plenty of this resource exists, which is today a waste, and to manage this waste, it costs you money. You have to bring it on the surface, separate it, treat it, and do a disposal or put to some use. In some cases, I think PDO has done some good work on Nimmer project, for example, where it's been used to do the reef beds, So a bit of there is a flow diagram you can take when it comes to produced water. It can come in, you can treat, you can extract the fresh water, you can take the highly concentrated mineral-rich water to a next process, which will essentially, from there you can start to extract your different minerals. It depends what's in the water and what minerals are valuable for you or your country or your region, right? So this is not a complicated process. This is a certain flow diagram, but then the processes, you have to use the right processes. These are mostly separation processes and the process industry and some chemistry. That's what you have to utilize to extract those precious minerals, valuable minerals, A bit of an example of when I say to the minerals, today minerals are being extracted from mines, And I don't have to say much. You look at this image, these are like very disastrous environmental challenges which we are leaving behind for the future generations. So if you can just manage that differently, because we do need minerals, the society need minerals, especially now in the AI space, there is a demand for the minerals are even more, the so-called critical minerals, because the energy storage, energy utilization is much higher. So this is something you can offset some of that, not all of that, by taking the produced water and extracting some of these critical minerals from the produced water. Now, these are this is actual work we have done. We have established that. There's a patent pending on this process. Basically, you bring your produced water on the surface, you characterize your produced water. You have to know what's in it, because once you know what's in it, there's a water part, which is something we need. But then there's a mineral part. If you have a TDS of, let's say, 100,000 ppm, which is fairly high TDS, but in some cases, the TDS, total dissolved solids, could be 200, could be 300,000 ppm. So I take the base case of 100,000 ppm, which is about 10%. So there's a 90% water and 10% salt. Theoretically, you can say that. So you can extract so much water, but then those minerals. You characterize your full mineral, like the assay, and then based on that, you can establish your process. In this particular example, we have 3 reactors and 3 different chemistries we are injecting, because that's what the feed had, those minerals which we can extract from that. And then you go, we basically extracted calcium carbonate, 99% purity. We extracted strontium sulfate. Calcium carbonate is like anywhere between $300 to $400 a ton. In some cases, it goes to like a very high value when the purity is very high. But strontium sulfate and magnesium carbonates are like $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000 a ton. So they are really valuable product. And if you can extract the purity, then 100% it will offset your treatment cost and it will be a cash positive business. And plus the fresh water is free. And at the end of this process, if you carry on, there's a potential of recovering lithium, which is, there is enough talk about the lithium because it's not in every water, it's only in some waters. So I'm sure if you look at the spectrum of produced water within the region, you will find some water within Oman which could have 30 to 40 to 50 ppm lithium, and that's considered commercial grade water if you follow this particular process. So this is just a kind of a snapshot of one slide which covers my topic essentially. Basically you're turning your waste into a value. So the value from this could be anywhere between $3 to $5 per barrel of net positive cash flow, just to give you an example. Now, where is this? What part of the world where we can apply this particular process? So this is a global map, and this shows you where this so-called full recovery, zero mineral discharge, zero liquid discharge can be applied. And this region is right in the main spectrum of that. We are right there, like wherever you can see there is obviously North America, South America, and then we have Chile, Bolivia, and all those places. And the Middle East, it's right there. This is the region where you can apply this process. And we have active projects. I'm not going to name the customers or the operators, but there are operators in the region who have taken that approach, and we are working on that. Now, the solubility, the separation of the salts. When you have a so-called produced water, it's a complex brine. It's not just a sodium chloride. It's much more complex than the seawater. But it's known, the so-called phase behavior or thermodynamics of salt separation or a salt crystallization is well known. The work is done between 50 or 100 years ago. So all of that do exist. So you don't have to reinvent this, but you cannot take these solubility parameters and apply that in a complex brine to assume that you can separate pure salts. So for that, you have to establish morely a mix of chemistry and the crystallization or evaporation to start to separate the purity of the salt. But this is possible. This is not a rocket science. Here is an example, which is the actual product, actual water from the region, which we used to generate these different minerals. So this was the feed water, and there is some issues on the lab quality. So this is where I emphasize that make sure you characterize your water in a very strong way, have the right people and right equipment, because if you don't characterize your water, this is your input, this is your feed. If you don't know your feed, what you're going to extract is going to be a very complex answer. You're not going to get the answer you want. So make sure you have the right labs and right people to characterize your feed. I'm calling this produced water or wastewater as a feed now. And then we did the process, and this is just an example from a 10-liter batch. We recovered high purity minerals, and the quantities are there too. If you translate that, this is from a 10-liter batch. If you turn this into a 50,000 barrels per day batch, this will be tons and tons of material, which can be translated into if you do a off-take agreement, it's a real cash flow for the business. I think I'm going to skip this. I'm almost at the end of my time. So these are the conclusions. So Again, following a process like this, which is a zero liquid discharge, zero mineral discharge, you can extract the fresh water, which is the need of this region. I think there's plenty of discussion on that. Even in the keynote speech today, there was a whole water circularity. This fits into the water circularity. And then you go through the process of mineral recovery, which is, I mentioned in this particular water we tested, it was calcium carbonate, magnesium carbonate, and strontium sulfate. And then you can go all the way to the lithium. You can extract bromine, you can extract manganese. These are industry-ready processes. They just need to be implemented in the process where we have the water. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mu'een. Now joining us on stage, Mr. Ala Al-Lawati, Manager HR and General Service at Medco Energy, who will be discussing from potential to power, Himam, and the rise of Omani next-gen leaders. Please come up stage. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure indeed to be standing here on this stage in front of you. My name is Ala Al-Lawati. I am from Medco Energy, looking after human resources and general services. I would like to start with a story which is from a book called The Culture Code. The author is Charles, and the story is basically based on a study. The story is about, it was like a study to evaluate people behavior in the groups. The study was basically a comparison of 12 groups coming from business schools like Stanford, University of California, University in Tokyo, and some other universities and business studies. And the experiment was basically to build a structure with only 4 materials were provided. There were 20 sticks of uncooked spaghettis. There were a rope, there was a sticker, and there was one piece of standard size of marshmallow. In front of these 12 groups, every group by 4 people, there were also a group of kindergarteners, and that is the study is about. Coming to the business school group, they started given the study to do with a limited time. The time was quite limited. And of course, any group of business students would sit down, put a strategy in place, ask questions, make analysis, divide the role, and start the job. And this is what they did from the front, from the surface. They looked to be very systematic, very smart, very well planned, and they hit the road running. On the other hand, the kindergartners were not asking questions. They were not having any strategy. They were not having any options to evaluate. They were just standing next to each other, and they started the work. They were barely talking at all. If you want to describe them, what they are doing is a group of people trying a bunch of things together. And the study kept happening for different timing, different countries, different universities, different groups. And the surprise was, all the 12 times, consistently, the kindergartners were winning. And it was not that they are winning very closely. The average tower size of the kindergartners was 26 inches, whereas the average size of the business school students was less than 10 inches. And this is where the study starts. This is where people wanted to, the psychologist and the person who was doing the study wanted to understand it further. Like I said, looking from the surface, everything looks very nice and smooth, especially for the business school students. However, going deep and trying to analyze what really happened, there's something happened among themselves, which is called, psychologists call that managing their status. In between the lines, they were asking questions like, who's in charge? Who is the senior? Can I ask criticized questions? And they were having a sublime sort of competition among themselves. And after doing all this analysis and evaluating the options and agree and divided the role and it started working, it falls down. And that's it. They are out of time already. Whereas the kids, the kindergartners, they were standing next to each other, shoulder by shoulder. They were focusing on what needed to be done. They were offering support. They were trying to help each other. And this is what allowed them to start from the beginning without too much of planning, but really getting into the job. They were not having any status. They were not thinking about who's senior or what should be talked. They were, if you hear them, they were like, here, not here. This is what was coming from them. But they knew what they wanted to do. They were taking risk. They were fixing things and keep going on. And consistently, they were winning. They were winning by far. So, linking this to what we did as a Himam program, we realized that different people coming with different age group or different generation with different behaviors. And this is what we wanted. So Himam program is a fresh graduate program that we wanted to start it. We started already back in 2022 by taking the first batch, and then in 2024 by taking the second batch. And the program, we wanted to make it special. We wanted to make sure with this program that we are not doing what everyone is doing. We are not mimicking and copying what's happening in the industry or in Oman. The idea is to have the program successful, up and running, making sure that we are going to produce the tomorrow leaders. And if we are having that commitment or responsibility to produce tomorrow leaders, then we better do it right. We started, I'm going to be watching the slide because I don't have a screen in front of me. We started looking at it from different age group point of view. What baby boomers are behaving when it comes to work, how Gen X, how Gen Millennials, and how Gen Z. We are here targeting Gen Z. And we saw there's quite significant changes. There's differences in the way they are perceiving, how they are targeting, what values that they are bringing, how they would like to go on. And also we have statistics which are approximately about Oman. So in baby boomers, we have 6% as Omani population, Gen X 16, Millennials 22, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha is still early because that is the age. The age is from 0 to 12. So it's still early to determine, but based on what we can see, Gen Alpha is very technology driven. So we can see technology is kicking in. If we pay a further look, I'm going to be focusing on Gen X and Gen Millennials and Gen Z in the coming slide. This is how it looks. This is Gen X, where we can really see when we look at the work preference, they prefer flexible working arrangement, career progression, and that is quite minor in terms of the population. Moving on, which seems to be the second highest population, 22%, and the ages from 29 to 44. So I'm 44. I'm here. I'm at the age of it. And I agree with this. We value flexibility. We really pay attention to personal growth and alignment with values. Moving on to Gen Z, and this is the target when we are trying to hire our fresh graduates. We can see they are quite different. What excites them? What excites them is if you give them a role which is in alignment with their purpose. If you really help them to develop their own skills, they look at their own skills and they value flexibility. They not only look at flexibility in terms of working hours and timing, but also place and position and role and contribution and what they are willing to do. So why fresh graduates? I mean, going on, there were advantages given to the country, so we are laying down the future for them. Fit to purpose, coaching is absolutely a free and open area for us to coach when it comes to fresh graduates. Supporting the company and supporting the economy of the country, and as well supporting the company itself. I like the one which is social mobility, fresh minds bring fresh energy. If this energy is well managed, if this energy is given the freedom and the right tools and the right direction, the right coaching, the right leadership, they can do wonders, believe me. When we are seeing that on ground is happening. So yeah, this is a little bit of our campaign. When we did, these are the two campaigns when we did our advertisement. That was back in 2022 and 2024. We partnered with MENA HR. The amount of CVs that hit the system was very high, unexpectedly, 14,000, 15,000, and this is where we went down. We also did a nice approach in terms of filtering out, like 14,000 and 15,000, and in the first batch we were looking to hire only 14. So it went through very serious shortlisting, starting from psychometric assessments all the way to one-way video interviews, and then group dynamics. We were inviting like 100 to 120 every day with the hiring departments to evaluate them, to check about their communication, their skills, their ability to communicate, to learn, to solve problems, etc. And then face-to-face interviews until we landed hiring the number. This is the tool that we use. It's one-way interview. It's like a selfie, taking a video selfie. And there were like 6 questions appearing. They have to record themselves, answer the questions, and then these videos were given to the managers. Very important, our onboarding was with Oman Institute for Energy. We partnered with them. The onboarding was about, like you say, 6 weeks. It's very important to start it right. Corporate induction, HSE, field. I mean, this is very important from the beginning to set the tone. And this is what we have been doing. We have been trying to give the right knowledge, not only about us as a company, but also about the industry, how it works, what are the key values, etc., etc. And this is something that we found it really working very well, which is 70-20-10. I mean, most of learning development people, they understand that 70-20-10, but we really wanted to make it and bring it to action. So how to make sure that the 70% is learning by doing, learning by experience, 20% coaching, mentoring, and 10% by giving the training interventions. How to make sure that the 70% is going to work really successfully is to fill the vacancies, and this is what we have been doing. We did not add more headcount as an additional headcount where we wanted to hire, let's say, 14. It was not additional 14 coming into the company. They were not additional at all. They were actually 14 vacancies were filled by these people, by these fresh graduates. And that is the way, from our experience, that is the way. This is how you will make sure that every department, every manager, every supervisor is going to make use perfectly about the headcount, and they are going to give them actual roles and KPIs to deliver. And this is how the 70% can happen. Based on our experience, again, if those headcounts are additional, then probably they will end up doing very light works. Sometimes we have seen fresh graduates as a trainees, they are just doing filing. I mean, that's the extreme. And this is what you don't want. This is what exactly you don't want. What you want is to really put them on the line and make them make sure that they are really producing and they are part of the team. They were part of the team from the day one. That's for sure. I mean, this is what we have noticed. And then, of course, coaching and mentoring, 20% is very important. We don't undermine that. But then you can see the reflection of the 20% once they are really coming with the ownership, with the ability to contribute to the down and bottom line of the company. Learning interventions, training courses, that goes without saying. That's part of it, of course, but that is not mandatory. And we wanted to make sure that it is not like sometimes it happens that the training is a menu, a restaurant menu. You pick it from the restaurant menu. Oh, I would like to have this training in this country, and you fly off. It's not like that at all. It's very much linked to the competencies and what need to be developed. And then people go and attend those trainings. So yeah, that's a final evaluation, very much straightforward. I think this is some of the snapshot from our trainees, what they are saying, how this program was contributing to their own development. Some of the managers and what they were saying, what I was saying, it's fascinating to see it happening now, and we are producing results, and we have our fresh graduates really working and contributing, where it started with just an idea and a scribble on a piece of paper. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. Wish you a happy day.
Thank you, Mr. Ala. Now, please give us a warm welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Marwa Azawi, Director Middle East at LBST Company, will be presenting Certify and Beyond Unlocking Hydrogen Market Access Across Regions.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and thanks for Opes for organizing this. Today I'll give you an overview about Certify. Before doing that, I would like to introduce myself. This is Dr. Marwa Azawi. I'm the Director and Senior Consultant at LBST. So for those who does not know LBST is a consultancy company with the focus on hydrogen. They have more than 40 years of experience in the field of hydrogen. And we are talking about Certify today because they are the ones who developed the Certify scheme. Certify scheme is recently approved by the European Commission or recognized by the European Commission for RFMBO certification. So why hydrogen? So we have seen the potential of hydrogen in decarbonizing different sectors such as industrial sector, transport sector, building sector, and industrial sectors. That's why we started to see, like many countries, started to, yes, that would be better. Hello? Hello? Yeah. So that's why we started to see many countries worldwide including or developing strategies to include hydrogen in their strategies. And accordingly, to make sure that the hydrogen we are producing is compliant with the requirement and it's green hydrogen, the several governments as well as voluntary schemes started to develop, and we have seen this development in mainly 8 countries. So the focus is from EU, and in EU we see it as legal basis. And this legal basis is the RED II requirement and the associated CDRs. The associated CDRs is the sustainability requirement 1184 in 2023 and 1185, which set the GHG calculation methodology for RFMBO. RFMBO focus not only on hydrogen, but also on derivatives as well, such as methanol or ammonia. Accordingly, voluntary schemes started to develop in the EU, and recently several certification schemes was recognized by the European Commission. In the UK, we also have seen the development of low carbon H2 standard, and revision 3 was published in 2023, and it became operational in 2025. So just recently. The aim of this scheme is to facilitate the trade. We have also seen some requirements from Japan. Japan identified the threshold. They also revised their strategy like they published their strategy in 2017, and they revised their strategy in 2022. And the focus in Japan is on blue hydrogen. In Korea, we have seen last year the publication of clean hydrogen certification scheme, which identify different thresholds, and that threshold can be achieved based on different technologies. And they focus mainly on well to gate, while if we look at Europe, it's well to grave. But this certification scheme was again revised 2 weeks ago. And then we can see other countries also focusing on this development, such as US, California low carbon standard, the GEO scheme in Australia. India published its certification scheme, and it's adopted just end of last month. And there is the Chinese scheme. So these are the development worldwide. But today focus, since I'm talking about certified scheme, and I'll be focusing on certified scheme, I want to give you an overview about the legislation in Europe. So if we look at the legislation in Europe, we have the Renewable Energy Directive and we have the Gas Directive. Under the Renewable Energy Directive is set, or the RFMBO is defined. When the RFMBO is defined, it also set the requirement or the target to utilize the RFMBO in the transport sector as well as in the industrial sector. Accordingly, to make sure this RFMBO is actually green, Europe has defined Commission delegated regulations. These regulations are the sustainability requirement as well as the GHG calculation methodology. So these are 2 requirements that each project developer has to meet in order to be certified according to the European requirements. So it's not only the GHG emission threshold, but it's also the sustainability requirement. What are the sustainability requirements? It's something related to renewable energy source. So there are certain requirements you have to comply with, such as temporal correlation, geographical correlation, and additionality. And recently in the EU, in December 19, if I'm not mistaken, 2024, the European Commission has recognized 3 certification schemes. Those are Certify, ISCC, and RED 2. And those schemes, they can certify the hydrogen or the derivatives, or we call it RFMBO, as green or as RFMBO. Then we can also see in Europe, like the focus of Europe was all the time green. But then recently in 2024, the gas directive defined the low carbon hydrogen. And we also saw the publication of the draft delegated commission, which sets the requirement for the production of low carbon hydrogen, or how to identify the low carbon hydrogen and derivatives. And it also set the methodology for the GHG calculation. And we have also seen like it includes CCUS as part to reduce the emission, not only CCS like in RFMBO methodology. But if we look, there is no certification scheme yet for low carbon fuel methodology. So this is something to be developed in the future for sure. Why certify? So as I mentioned, there are different certification schemes, and these certification schemes are approved by the European Commission. So why do you want to go with the certified scheme? Because certified scheme, the main focus of certified scheme and the development of certified scheme was done mainly for hydrogen. So it acted as market facilitator. And this is in collaboration with the European and international hydrogen stakeholders. It also certifies a strong brand, and they have been recognized by industry, NGOs, and policymakers and investors. And we are strongly connected with the EU policy. So if we look at the timeline, how certified scheme evolved throughout the years, so it started in 2014 with the NGC scheme. That's the book and claim scheme for hydrogen. Then in 2021, they started the development of the RFMBO voluntary scheme. In November 2022, or end of 2022, they started a product which is called pre-certification. So we know there are so many projects at the moment, announced projects worldwide, and all these projects are still in very early stages. Those projects need to make sure they are in compliance with the requirement if they want to export to Europe. They are compliant with the requirements that's set in the Renewable Energy Directive, or the revised Renewable Energy Directive, or what they call it RED 3, as well as the delegated regulation 1185 and 1184. So they started the pre-certification, and they offered the pre-certification to different clients worldwide. And we have seen like one of the projects here in Oman announced last year, if I'm not mistaken, beginning of last year, Port Duqm was pre-certified according to certified scheme. In March 2023, they sent the application to the European Commission to be recognized. And recently, end of 2024, the scheme was finally recognized by the European Commission. And I would like to say, just last month, we have completed the first certification. How does the certification process work? So you need to know it's the economic operator who selects the scheme they want to work with. So for example, the economic operator, let's say the producer of hydrogen, they contact Certify, okay, and they select the certification scheme as Certify. But they have to select also a certification body who will do the audit. And that certification body needs to be recognized by the certification scheme and need to be accredited by accreditation body according to ISO 17065 and 14065. The economic operator also has to make sure that when they select the voluntary scheme has to be approved by the European Commission. And as I mentioned, Certify is recognized by the European Commission. If you noticed earlier, I mentioned the pre-certification process, and I told you like this pre-certification process can happen at early stages of the project. So if you look, when does the pre-certification process start? It starts at the pre-feed stage. So at the pre-feed stage or the feed stage, they come to us, they tell us we want to go for a pre-certification process, and I will tell you why economic operators sometimes need to go for pre-certification in the next slides. Then once they take the FID, they will start construction. Then before commissioning, you will start the initial audit. The initial audit has to be done by a certification body. And then you have to do a second audit, which has to be done by within 6 to 12 months. And every year you have to do re-audit. So it's like similar to any certification process, where every year you have to reconduct the certification. Who is involved in the certified scheme? Who is involved in the pre-certification process or in the certification process? In the pre-certification process, if we look, there are 3 entities involved. So when you want a pre-certification process, for example, you will contact LBSC. LBSC will tell you what they do. Okay, so they will coordinate between you, between Certify, and between the certification body. They will offer you advisory, and they will also do quality control. Certify is the operator of the certified scheme. They also train auditors, and they clarify a specific project or specific topics related to projects. When it comes to the certification bodies, they offer, for the pre-certification phase, they offer a critical review. A critical review according to the scheme requirement. But when it comes to certification phase, they will offer you a certification, or what we call a third-party verification. But you have to make sure that those certification bodies are approved by the scheme, and they are also accredited by ISO 17065 and 14064. During the pre-certification phase, they offer you the critical review report. Certify, there are certain benefits to do pre-certification. What are the benefits for pre-certification? So it identifies the non-compliance. If there are any issues within your project design, it identifies these. The red flag, it gives you red flag, yellow flag, and then it recommends certain changes to your project design to make sure that you will achieve the certification in the future. It also certifies it clarifies different questions between the certification scheme as well as the client. It also gives you confidence that you are in compliance with the European requirement, and it also convinces stakeholders to move forward with the project and to achieve the FID. So if we look like, for example, if you want to secure public funding or such thing, or investment, you need to go for pre-certification to make sure you are in the right track. The pre-certification happens for each stage of the projects, for each economic operator need to be certified. So the entire value chain has to be certified. What is the pre-certification process, and what's the difference between critical review, for example, and pre-certification? Critical review can be conducted by a certification body. And there is a difference for sure between the pre-certification and the critical review. Because pre-certification process starts with the project setup. So for example, at the kickoff meeting, we discuss with the client, we ask them what data they have and what data they have to feed us in order to start the pre-certification process, and we clarify the scope. So what could be the scope of the economic operator? Then we start with the data preparation and consultancy. So for example, we ask the client, do you have project design document? Do you have visibility study? Do you have the GHG calculation? Do you have heat and mass balance? And for example, if the client does not have the GHG calculation, we can conduct the GHG calculation for the client. The third phase of this project, so once we have all these data and we collect all these data, we cleanse the data, we do a mock audit. A mock audit is our critical review, what I call it critical review, is conducted by a certification body. So we ask the client, do you have a preference for a certification body, or should we recommend you a certification body? And then if the client does not have any preference, we select a certification body, we feed them with these data, and then we ask them to do the critical review. Once they complete the critical review and they send us their report, their critical review report, we start to check this report and we identify what are the issues or what are the changes that they have to make in order to meet the certification scheme requirement. And finally, we will start writing the certified report. So the pre-certification process involves not only us as a consultancy company, but it also involves the certification body and it involves the certified scheme. That's all from my side. And I just want to give you an overview about LBST. As I mentioned, LBST is a consultancy company, uniquely for 40 years has focused on hydrogen issues. So they've offered consultancy related to mobility, renewable energy, sustainability, and as well as GHG calculation. And we have worked with the private sector, so as well as with the governmental sector. We help the governmental sector to develop regulation, and we support the private sector in implementing these regulations. That's all from my side today, and if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
It's a quick one. Thanks for the talk. Just wondering, as a new business starting a business in generating hydrogen, when is the best time to contact LBST?
The best time to contact LBST is at early stages. So at the early stages of your project, we can provide you with consultancy, different consultancy based on whatever you need, like techno-economic studies. But if you want to go for a pre-certification, then you have to contact us at the pre-feed stage.
For pre-certification is before starting the development of the product.
Yeah, that's why you need pre-certification. Pre-certification at the design stage to make sure that you are, like when you develop your gaps that you have at the moment and overcome these gaps before you enter the feed stage or the construction stage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Marwa. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Abi. He will be presenting Advancing Digital Maturity, Oman's LNG's 3D Model Transformation Strategy. Please come.
Before I start, I would like to thank the people who have organized this and invited me for this short presentation. Normally, I get nervous and fall asleep, so please keep me awake. Today, before I go into the details of this, I would like to basically invite you to step into a story of Oman LNG, where it's not a fiction, it's a story where we're making efficiency and speed and sustainability a reality. Before I start and delve into the presentation, just a show of hands. How many of you have ever wished to have a global context on what is digital twin and how Oman LNG have in a textbook definition is basically a virtual copy of your asset or plant. And why it's important? Because I just want to share with you this. And 4G and utilities, it will be around 4 billion industry in this year, 2025. So it's very important, not only because of the value, it makes sense. A lot of people are going towards this direction because we are in need for this speed. This is again putting a global context in what is digital twin. If you look at the technology trend in the coming 2 to 5 years, you'll see that both the intelligent assets and the digital twin are very key and important technologies that are actually expected to be here in the coming 2 to 5 years. Just take a note of the 3 types of digital twin for now. There are 3 types of digital twin. It's either foundational or enhanced or complex. It's either awareness or prediction or fully automated models. Yeah. I want to actually share with you a few experiences. These are actually global experiences. What people basically have conducted or have done some sort of digital twin on their plants or their assets. And you will see that this is not really a particular need for a plant rather than different use. In this particular use case, a company basically have turned a digital twin product into a product or a sort of a revenue. And they have actually managed to mitigate about $1 billion risk from their clients by developing digital solution models, or they have delivered the 5 million per annum savings for their clients. So in this case, a company developed the digital twin for their clients to use. And this is basically a new revenue they have made. Another use case with this company as well, where they actually focused mainly on safety and reduced the manpower around that. And they managed to actually increase the execution time by 15 to 90%. Can you imagine? So a third case that I have here for you is this company. It's very well known. And they have managed, coupled with IoT technology, they managed to receive many reports through their IoT into their digital platform, digital twin platform, and that managed to actually resolve 48% of issues before they even occur. Yeah? Okay, so this is optimization. So a different use of digital twin as well at the global context. For Oman LNG, and just before going to Oman LNG's business, everybody actually understands Oman LNG is a big contributor to LNG sector in the country, as well as a very important company to the economy of Oman. We also share this responsibility, and we have targets and objectives that we want to achieve. At a very high level, we have objectives at operational transparency. So operational excellence is always a goal and objective for Oman LNG. Reduce downtime, because that actually means better LNG production. And enhancing safety and compliance, and that's our duty and responsibility. So with these 3 things, we started our digital twin journey. So what did we do and what did we notice? And before I go into the market changes, for Oman LNG, it's very important to remain competitive. The use of these technologies are not really a destination by themselves, rather than a vehicle to achieve business objectives and goals. So a few years back, everybody in the industry have noticed the change in the market. Technologies became cheaper, and utilization of data became a must. The more data, the faster decisions you can make. And all of that was possible because of the revolutions in technology. So Oman LNG is not different than anybody else. We developed our ambitious digital transformation plan, and we had basically set of targets. What's really important here to note that our targets actually included increase of planned work by 25% or increase of throughput of LNG by 1%. All of this we could not have been possible to achieve without getting into solutions like digital twin. So with that, digitalization meant for us is unlocking value with confidence. Moving on, we started a lot of foundational projects. This is actually just to list a few. These ones are very important to note. We started with cloud computing, and that's very important capability that you need to have for digital twin and for AI and for others. We also have managed to get the entire plant connected via Wi-Fi and different technologies. Very importantly, we actually have laid the foundation for a big data solution in the company. So entire data is well managed through big data solutions already in place. Then we started working on digital twin, and this is the subject of today's presentation. Yeah. So as I said earlier, digital twin is a virtual representation of your asset. What's really important, if anybody approaches you about digital twin and start talking about technology and do not or ignore the discussion around data, you might not have a discussion with them because they don't understand what they're talking about. So basically, it starts with data, and this is what Oman LNG did. Looked at the engineering data, operations data, and the maintenance data, and then moved on to the virtualization, where you need a 2D, 3D, and mixed reality technologies in place. And this is basically the time where you need to laser scan your plant, ensure that you have a 3D model, create point cloud, and so on. And then create the models that will require for analytics. Yeah? So with that, I think we had different objectives. We had objective to improve process safety, lower unplanned downtime. Remember I said 25% planning increase, performance and efficiency work, conceptualize visual data, because we would like to see data in real time with quality, with accuracy. Optimize site operations by reducing the amount of time people have to visit the plant for planning, for jobs. And then insight-driven decisions, because this is the next layer, which I'll explain in a minute. With that, I'm sorry, I'll have to go back. Yeah. With that, I think we're targeting 3.2 billion savings per year, which is actually coming from time liberation or direct savings or a potential risks that actually we mitigated. Yeah. So this is basically the maturity ladder that Oman LNG started following when we went through the digital twin journey. First is foundational. We looked at our data, and that's actually the first phase, where we have looked at engineering data warehouse and the asset register at the plant. Again, I'm emphasizing on data, and a few slides later we'll actually explain that why. We also looked at the technical capabilities. We looked at our CMMS, the maintenance solution that we have. And then we moved on to laser scanning and developing our 3D model. That was the first phase. The second phase is basically looking again at use cases. Where are we going to apply the digital twin? So a digital twin is a combination of three major things. Remember we said the three models that you need to create, the data and the accurate data, and then the reporting and the analytics that you need to make, which are the use cases that any organization can use. And in case of Oman LNG, we developed this. Yeah. So basically, for Oman LNG, again, emphasizing better and fast and more effective decision making, and improve the reliability and productivity, real-time optimization of the asset, because you should see that, and improve safety, obviously. These are actually our objective. Yeah, so the main components on the digital twin journey will be people, and in people you need to have a digital literacy. The workforce need to be actually uplifted or upskilled to actually deal with the new technology. Fascination with data, which I will speak about in a minute. Continuous learning, because it's actually a continuous journey. At the level of the process, you need to actually develop your use cases and the application of digital twin at your company or entity. You need to create a governance around the data and the model. Who's responsible for that? And who's going to manage the data? And then you need to create the life cycle management to maintain and sustain the data. The third element is going to be the technology, where you need to create a data lake, which is the big data solution, or the data engineering data warehouse, which are basically the data that you need to capture in the format needed. And then the 3D model and digital twin on top of it. So, fascination with data. The biggest challenge of having a digital twin at any company would be data and working with data. A lot of people will have issues with data, be it issues around believing that they have an issue with the data they have, or resistance toward the change, or I think more likely would be the tasks are actually very big, and slicing it, dicing it in small pieces is going to be a long journey. So this is around fascination of data. Again, with our Oman LNG experience, we worked on documents and cleaned up that. We looked at the analytics in Excel sheets and put it in a system, inconsistent data in silos, where the data sits in multiple systems. We had to clean it up and bring all this data in one unified system. And then move from paper-based to a more digitized environment. With the digital solution, we are actually right now more clean data, better advanced analytics that you could make out of this data for the objectives that we talked about. So, as again I explained, this is actually the silos of data that we used to have, and right now I think we clean this data with a big solution, big data solution, together with a streamlined, following agreed standards with the business on how the data will be captured through the life cycle of this data. Yeah. So these are the different use cases in Oman LNG. We have captured about 46 use cases and applications of digital twin at Oman LNG. And this is actually very specific to LNG production. As I mentioned earlier, some of them are actually in the space of increasing safety and productivity posture of Oman LNG, and so on. Yeah. Okay. Time's up. All right. So what's really important here to note, guys, commitment and creation of governance from top is very important in your journey. Data and having data is very clean data, organized and committed, and you have an entire life cycle managed well at your organization. And the third element, which is the technology. And then you have a funnel through all of these use cases and applications of your data throughout. So this is what we have in Oman LNG right now in terms of technology landscape. We have the big data solution from Cloudera with many components in place, as well as we have a data governance layer where we manage the data through an entire life cycle, feeding this data into Aviva solution, which is basically E3D for the 3D model, as well as digital twin from Aviva, and asset information management again from Aviva. With this, I think this is basically the model that we have. We even turned this model into equipment-based models that we actually use for training. We use for even capturing actual work during maintenance jobs. This is the last slide I have, and I don't know whether I have time for questions. Overtime. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Now bringing forward our speakers, Mr. Ibrahim Saadi, Senior Executive Project at Business Gateways International. He will be speaking on the topic of JSRS, connecting worldwide suppliers to Oman's energy industry.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you very much for the people who organized this event. And really pleasure to take you through our journey and from the topic of the digital transformation following Mr. Al-Araimi on his presentation. Just before we are starting, I have just a few questions to you to know first. How many of you are from manufacturers companies? No one. Okay. So if it's not, that means you are supplying a services or you are interested to have a knowledge about how to get in touch with Oman Energy and Minerals oil and gas sector. So before we are starting, we are Business Gateways, an information technology company located in Oman. We are 13 years operation old. We are an ISO certified companies handling multiple in-country projects in terms of in-country value. And this is our timeline achievement since 2010. So going back, the story behind initiating the joint supplier registration system, it started with the B2B framework called National Business Framework. Again, then it's the idea of JSRS came, and we have implemented the joint supplier registration system supported by Ministry of Energy and Minerals. 2014, and we have implemented multiple national platforms, some of it the national subsidy system, plus the also Qiman platform, RAB platform, plus the Opal Unified Service platform. All this is serving multiple sectors. Well, coming back to the joint supplier registration system, it's a single window supplier registration system, mandatory from Ministry of Energy and Minerals. So all stakeholders who are operating the joint supplier registration system from the oil and gas and also the other sectors are into operating this system. And the JSRS gone live in 2014. Plus, it's expanded also to serve the procurement spend and track the in-country value within Oman Energy and Minerals oil and gas sector. So, why the JSRS and why the joint supply registration system have been initiated? Previously, the suppliers and the product providers and the service providers getting difficulties to get in touch and find out the exact operator or the exact contractor. So the idea of JSRS came to make the connectivity and to enhance and to facilitate this connectivity between the operators and suppliers. Operators, we are talking the operators who are operating the oil and gas sector in Oman, and the suppliers whom serving this sector along with it. So the JSRS will be the solution to support and assist enhancing this connectivity between all the operators and suppliers. Well, this is the major operators who are operating the oil and gas sectors in Oman. And plus, from the other sectors, we have these buyers. And plus, from the main contractors who are utilizing the joint supply registration system, these are the main contractors who are obligated to utilize the contract management system and track their procurement spent within the system. Well, also, the importance of JSRS as a registration and certification system is coming when the operators like PDOs asking and mandating to have a certified company or approved product within the JSRS system. This is the sample of JSRS certificate, where any company who are applying for the certification will be getting after finalizing the certification process. So it will be having their country of region plus the supplier certificate and the validity. Of course, if it's as a local company, it will be have the special status. And if they are an SME, means small medium enterprise, or if they are an international suppliers. Again, the JSRS certification process is not like taking a long time, and our team is going to be facilitating this to you. This is the certification process alone. So since the initiation until getting certified, it's from 2 to 3 weeks, along with validating your product and services, get it approved within the entire oil and gas sector in Oman. This is the checklist where all the companies will be having to be provided to apply for the certification, such as the product and services, their contract experience, plus their in-country value information, such as Omanizations, and plus any relevant contract experience related to their product and services and the licensed activity. Of course, the platform is integrated with the Ministry of Labor, and how the buyer is engaging with the suppliers, they are having the supplier certification plus the propagation system, which they can send the tender feeds, plus they can source the suppliers from the system, plus they can also monitoring the ICV element by staying compliance within the industry. The opportunities into the JSRS system, one of the benefits where it's direct rule through the tenders, which is floating from the operators and the contractors and the buyers, or it's through the proactive route by yourself, like proactive routes, where you can make your partnership route, engage with this company who is registered within the system, get in touch with them, meeting them through the system. Plus, we are also organizing a weekly engagement session for the suppliers, for them to train them how to utilize the system in a professional way. So this is the engagement and the opportunity rules to have it within the JSRS system. Plus, coming back to the contract management system, which is a model to track and monitor the transparency of the in-country value for the obligated contract. This is basically to track the subcontracting within the oil and gas industry in Oman. Plus, it's having an opportunities for all the small, medium enterprise SMEs companies like Riyadh card holders or SMEs companies, plus the LCC, local community contractors. It's to ensure equal opportunities reaching to each of these suppliers from the contractors and the operators. And that will be aligned to feed the Ministry of Energy and Minerals with the audit trail and full track cycle of the in-country value within the oil and gas sector through the JSRS system, the contract management model. This is the high architecture, how the contract management system works. So, once they operate through the JSRS system, utilizing the source supplier from the JSRS through the contract management model, it will be enabling the main contractor or the EPC to subcontract the obligated project or tender for the SMEs, utilizing the GSRS certified suppliers. Along with that, all the audit trail and report and analytics are tracked within the system. So this is the transparency, and the audit trail mechanism works in the contract management system. So once they are initiating the tendering process, starting from the expression of interest until the sealed bid and award mechanism, this is tracked within the contract management model. We have it on the JSRS. Along with that, there is a pre-qualification is happening, also a sealed bid and the shortlisting, plus the tender community. All this digitalized within the contract management model and monitored by the operators. This is the power of contract management model. So, which is the procurement engagement or potential sectors-wise? We have like well services, telecom, from different sectors who are registered within the JSRS and got certified by the JSRS. So, I'm reaching the end of my slides, and we are available here. And also I will be available if there is any concerns to be in touch with us. Feel free. Before I'm ending, I want just to see how many of you have registered with the JSRs. If you know, how many companies registered on the JSRs? Okay, we have 2 hands here. So we wish everybody is getting onboarded on the joint supplier registration system. And many thanks for your patience. Plus, now, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise it.
Just for category codes, there are some products or equipment we can't exact categorize, like wellhead control panels. We can't I can't find the exact category number.
Okay, in this case, what I can suggest you, we have a dedicated support team available within the upcoming 3 days. We are going to ensure assisting you on this. Plus, from our support engagement, we are providing a weekly support webinar. Training system, training within the JSRS, where you can attend these sessions and to get more knowledge how to apply and select your product and services related to your category or till reaching the exact product and service.
Yeah, I mean that the codes need to be updated, because they are new equipment like wellhead control panels. We can't find it in the list.
I got your questions, but just to let you know that the product and service list we are using the United Nations Product Service List, which is UNSPC. This is an international standard list, and it's getting periodically updated. Yes. So this is where we are coming from. Plus, this is linked to your activity. So what I suggest to you, to have a one-to-one meeting with you. Our team is available here, and I will take your business card once we are ending.
Okay, thank you. Another questions about
Please.
What is about other platforms like Tawreed platforms regarding to OQ, CCED have another platforms. These platforms, it couldn't be joined in all of them in GSRS systems, CMS systems. They are tenders I can't find in CMS system.
Okay. Once it's coming in terms of the contract management system, And specifically, they are utilizing that for the obligated contract. Obligated contract, we are talking about the 10%. There is 10% dedicated for example, let's say the small, medium enterprise companies, for localized suppliers. But there is another 90% which requires from your end to apply for a pre-qualification. A pre-qualification means to get your company onboarded for such as other system, as you mentioned, Tawreed with OQ. But in this also, you will be required to be onboarded and certified by the GSR. The time is over. We are here. We'll have
Thank you. Very
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for this talk. Request to all speakers and the audience to have a one-to-one meeting with all the speakers after their presentations are done, since we are fully tight on schedule with the Opes Talks program. I appreciate your understanding. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Mr. Kashif Mushtaq, Regional Business Development and Sustainability Director at Bilfinger Middle East, presenting on net zero approach.
Am I audible at the back? You can hear me? All right, that's great. So, let's start our session with a safety moment, which is the most important thing in our lives and in our professional commitment as well. So, we all hear about net zero in decarbonization, sustainability, carbon neutrality. And we also need to believe that net zero is possible in safety matters also, to avoid safety incidents. So this is the safety moment I wanted to share with you, that it's very much possible that we have zero incident in our premises, in our houses, and also where we collaborate. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event to give me an opportunity to talk about net zero approach, which is one of the biggest challenge in the world right now. And people are thinking about it, people, governments, and organizations are thinking about it, that how we can address this climate change challenge or the goals that we have set in Paris Agreement. So here I want to share with you our net zero approach, how we approach this particular challenge in our company as well, and as we see how the things are developing. So the thing is this, actually, Swati, can I have the... Sorry for that. So these are, the topics that we are going to cover. First of all, just a glance on our company. What are the recent trends and challenges that we can address through this net zero approach? And what exactly is net zero approach in our perspectives, and how it can solve the problems? Then we will share with you one example that we are exercising right now with one of the major company in the world who has global presence, but we cannot disclose the name of it. And then afterwards, we will wrap it up with the question and answers as well. A quick glance on Bilfinger. You must know that, what our company is doing. So you can see into it that we are connected with our clients or our partners throughout the asset value chain itself, and we have got two business lines, and one is engineering and maintenance, other one is technologies. On the right side are some stats related to our company business and the revenue, employees, and number of years we are connected with the world. So the industries that we are targeting is the main industries that we engage ourselves with is the energy industry, which contains the oil and gas as well, and the utilities, then chemicals and petrochemicals, pharma and biopharma, and as well as oil and gas. So these are, some of the main challenges you all will agree that we have if we talk about sustainability, carbon neutrality, or decarbonizations. We have got so many interchangeably terminologies that we can use. So these challenges, how we can address all these at one time, because what happens is this, that if you are focusing on energy efficiency, then it is possible that you might not be able to address the greenhouse gas emissions in a more holistic manner, or the carbon capture itself, or the transition of the fuel. So there are multiple challenges, and it required a holistic overall or overarching approach which can address all these things at a time and placing it in such a position that it optimizes your company, business, and processes in a one direction. So these are few drivers that we have listed over here, which really makes this net zero approach more applicable and more relevant to us. So you can see into it that we have the challenges of sustainability in terms of the goals, in terms of even visions, 2030 vision, 2040 vision, or even the companies who are having 2050 visions. And in this one, they want to become net zero or carbon neutral in their processes and in their products itself. Apart from this one, sustainability or the net zero approach is bringing the cost optimization. So it is reducing the cost by which we are operating, whether it is a capex cost or it is a opex cost. Then compliance. Now we can see new regulations coming up, whether it is local or it is international, and we can see into it that CBAM is going to be implemented very soon, and the products which are exported from Middle East region to Europe, it has to comply with those regulations. And at the end, but not the last one, competitive advantage we have in terms of operating efficiently and sustainability. So all these drivers are being addressed by this net zero approach. So we believe and strongly believe in this thing that it's a life cycle approach. So we start from the inception level, that is the conceptualization of the measures, and we do it in a very systematic and pragmatic manner. The way we do it, gives us an opportunity to address all the possibilities to be addressed at one time, and we can see into it that we are developing the short-term, mid-term, and long-term in such a manner that it is not impacting our economics as well. So through net zero approach, what I'm trying to say is that we can address the ESG requirement as well. So all these variables are addressed through this net zero approach. So in a very quick manner, because of the time constraint, otherwise it's a very wide subject that needs a lot of elaboration. So we start from the process analysis. We do consider the holistic picture of the process that an industry is deploying. We do the analysis of that one. Then afterwards, we do the baseline study and develop a baseline so that we can understand where we are standing, what is the status quo, and where we want to go. Apart from that one, outside the boundary limits, we look into the environment also, and it contains, as I mentioned earlier, the regulatory authority regulations that needs to be implemented. And then afterwards, we look into the energy management, not only through one of these standards, but in a more holistic manner, that how we can optimize the energy consumption of different equipment in that industry, and what carbon dioxide saving we can achieve. After that, definitely, every opportunity comes with its own risk as well. So we do the risk mitigation as well. We look into opportunities in terms of what cost saving it is bringing. And we also look into the things that what steps should be taken first, second, and third. So we are focusing on those steps which are not, employing the CAPEX itself. And in fact, by developing those measures, we are reducing the cost, the OPEX cost, which is already there. And then afterwards, we have a set of net zero roadmap through which we can, go ahead into the design and build and operate and maintenance. So this is how, we are moving on the net zero approach. We have developed the list of items as identified. First of all, we are focusing on the energy efficiency. Then we are focusing on the replacement and, the reduction, replacement and the renewable options. And then afterwards, we are going into big CAPEX projects, which are like carbon capture, like switching of the fuel, and also, the things like developing new fuel mix, energy mix in our energy system. So at the bottom, you can see that's a typical timeline that we feel like it will take. So in the roadmap development, it's around 4 months. Then going into the engineering for 6 to 9 months, and then in execution 1 to 5 years. And this is we are talking on the base of our so far experience in this net zero approach. These are some of the pathways that I can share it with you. So you can see into it that we are working on the energy optimization, the carbon capture, the hydrogen fuel itself, and definitely, the hydropower or hydro generations, nuclear, wind farms, and also the heat optimization. So let me share it with you one practical example where we have achieved some results, and this net zero approach was deployed. And without naming a client, there was an ambition to become net zero or carbon neutral by 2030. Now, in this net zero approach, we are not covering the carbon offset. That is another, ball game, and that needs to be addressed separately. This is the ecosystem which is related to the, abatement cost, where we can do, the improvements. Then carbon offset is more related to hard to abate scenarios. So you can see into it that it was a global, client for us, and 15 sites distributed across the world. And we went through this net zero approach, where we started earlier with the roadmap development, and then afterwards we went into the design and build and operate and maintain, domains. And so far, we are able to achieve 150,000 tons of carbon dioxide reduction per year. And this is still work in progress. We are still going into the long-term projects with them, which are more related towards the carbon capture and the energy transition of switching the fuels itself. Oh. Yep. So these are, very quickly, because, I have been asked to create a storm in a cup of tea. So 15 minutes is not enough to talk about all the measures that can be considered in a net zero approach. Some of them I have highlighted over here. You can see into it that energy efficiency, heat optimization through pinch analysis, the heat pumps, and also, the e-boilers, electrification, which is one of the very important measure that is very much applicable nowadays in Middle East. Then these are some of, the numbers that we had developed with that client where we deployed that net zero approach, and you can see into it that we start our measures from the negative cost. So when we say minus 150, if you focus on the first row, cost per ton carbon dioxide, this means this particular measure has basically not only reduced the carbon emission, but it has brought the cost savings also. So this much cost saving has been achieved on the per ton reduction of carbon dioxide, which indicates the improvement of process optimization and energy efficiency. So in a nutshell, you can see into it that it's a holistic picture, and it requires a lot of experience, not only on the upstream of the asset value chain, but also on the downstream, where you are able to design and build conveniently, and also maintain and operate efficiently. And usually these are the challenges that you are facing, and once the measures are developed, then it seems like it is not able to design and build. Once it is design and build, it becomes very challenging to operate and maintain that one. So we look into the things in this net zero approach looks the thing into a very holistic manner, and keeping in mind the end result while starting the things. So we truly believe that net zero approach is one very effective way to achieve the decarbonization and carbon neutrality in the long run, and contributing towards the Paris Agreement goals and objectives itself. And this net zero approach is also an integrated solution for sustainable transformation. So this is our new promise to the process industries, and we believe that our focus is towards your performance is our business. Thank you for your attention, and quick question and answers if we can have that. Sorry, I don't have mic to give it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kashif. Ali Good from ZL Chemical Group. I have a question. If you can talk just for a minute or two about the carbon tax credit in relation to net zero in Oman or in other countries.
Okay. So as I had mentioned during my presentation, this net zero approach is not covering hard to abate measures, which is carbon credits or carbon offsetting. And as far as Oman is concerned, or let's say Middle East region is concerned, it's very early to talk about these things because still the regulatory authorities are setting up. We recently heard about some voluntary carbon markets being set up over here in Middle East region. So this net zero approach is not related to that one. It is related to the things where we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, where we can increase the efficiency, and where we can switch to the fuels, more lower carbon fuels, and achieve contribute towards the carbon neutrality. So that's completely a separate subject, but definitely we can talk one-to-one on that. All right, thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, good presentation.
Thank you, Kashif, and sorry for cutting short your Q&A series, but anyone else who wants to have a one-to-one interaction with him, please feel free. Up next, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Alexei Andrianov, who's the Director of Sales and Technology and also the subcommittee co-chair at ZLOR Chemicals. And he would be talking about how Sohar is positioned to have the second largest polyacrylamide plant in the world. Dr. Alexei, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's very good to see so many familiar faces and friends and partners and clients and competitors. So welcome to my talk. I will talk about the polyacrylamide manufacturing plant in Sohar, which will with time become second biggest polymer plant in the world. My name is Alexey Andrianov. I am from Zetel Group, and I will start with introducing our group. The group of companies was established 30 years ago in China. Now we have active companies in China, Oman, United States, and Canada. The group has 30 years of experience supplying polyacrylamide for enhanced oil recovery and other applications. Right now, we are having manufacturing plants in Jinzhou, it's a Henan province in China, in Salalah, it's a Dhofar governorate of Oman, in Midland, Texas, and the plant which we will talk about is in Sohar, so Sohar in Oman. Our group has built the first polymer manufacturing plant in Oman. Now we are building the second, and we are supplying to many major oil companies, including Sinopec, CNPC, PDO, KOC, Chevron, etc. Now I would like to talk what gave us the confidence to invest in Oman, because this is quite a big investment and it's a project with a long lifespan of at least 25 years. Our first polymer production plant in Salalah, in Raisut industrial zone in Salalah, gave us the full confidence because we consider it as a highly successful pilot for the polymer production in GCC, in Oman in particular. We started to construct this plant in 2017 and it's fully operational from 2019. So from 2019 we are supplying Marmul EOR project of PDO, a couple of other important projects from this plant. This gave us very good confidence. We were able to produce enough quantities of polyacrylamide, good quality polyacrylamide for Oman, US, other markets in Oman. So now we are going to the next scale and we are building something big in Sohar port zone in Oman. It's big in all senses, starting with the area. The area is 240,000 square meters. And we will have 3 phases. You see the schematic of the plant, which is now under construction. The plant will support enhanced oil recovery projects in Oman internationally, but other industries as well, including water treatment and agriculture. The project consists of 3 phases. So if you take the first third of the buildings from the right, this is what will be ready by 2026 quarter 1. We are planning commissioning in 2026 quarter 1 and starting supply from February 2026. The project is on schedule. We are happy with our progress and you will see the polyacrylamide produced in Sohar already in 2026 in EOR and other markets as well. Besides polyacrylamide, the main product, the plant will also produce MPS monomer, which is important for enhanced oil recovery operations. Slurry friction reducers, which is very important product for the fracking, one of the popular development methods for the mature and unconventional oil fields. It will also be producing the surfactants and various stimulation chemicals. Strategically, the project aligns well with Oman Vision 2040 goals for economic diversification and industrial expansion. Also environmental goals, which I will discuss later. This is executive summary of the project. In total, the total investment to build all 3 phases and to run the plant for 25 years is 770 million. I will talk about other economical parameters in a minute. Now let me stop at the production capacity. As I mentioned, it will be quite big. The plant which we have in Salalah is able to produce 30,000 tons of dry polyacrylamide a year. When 3 phases of this project are finished, we are able to produce 135,000 tons of acrylamide, which is the main component of polyacrylamide. Polyacrylamide is final product used in oil field and in water treatment, and up to 200,000 tons of polyacrylamide a year. The first phase, which will be ready in quarter 1 2026, will see us able to produce 45,000 tons of acrylamide and 60,000 tons of polyacrylamide. The project will create 450 direct jobs. I'll talk about the economical parameters later. So now about the construction status. So this is the status of today. Design is completed. All the approvals are secured. We are now actively building. The equipment for the plant is being fabricated in Oman and other locations. 80% of this equipment is already completed. Most of the equipment is already in Oman. Some of the equipment is on the way. Some is being built as we speak. The roads are under construction. Piling completed tank foundation. You can see here. This is completed. Very active project, even in summer. So overall, to date, 60% of the work is already completed. So we are on the schedule and very happy with this. We're also very happy with the support of Sahar Port and our partners. Now let's talk about economical impact of this project. Again, for us, for Zetel Group, relatively small company, it's a big project. The total capital investment to complete 3 phases is $300 million. Additionally, up to $470 million we will spend for running and maintaining and upgrading the plant in the next 25 years. It is expected that in 25 years, this project can contribute $9 billion to Oman GDP. It will strengthen Oman trade balance with $7.6 billion. The expected corporate tax in this period is $250 million and above. And of course, it's very important to mention in time of pandemic, wars, crises, container ships being stuck in Suez Channel, that in-country production ensures supply chain security and reduces reliance on imports. The good example of this will be our plant in Salalah, existing plant in Salalah, where we produce the finished product polyacrylamide and we deliver it to Marmul and Nimr fields of PDO. This is 3 or 4 hours truck drive. Okay, so in terms of supply chain security, localization is the way to go in our opinion. About social impact, it is expected that 3 phases of this project will give 450 direct jobs and up to 5,000 indirect jobs in Oman, primarily in Sohar, but in other locations as well. There will be diverse employment opportunities across the skilled and unskilled sectors, primarily for people familiar with chemistry, but for other sectors as well. Of course, we are fully committed to workforce training and development. We had a good experience with our staff training in Salalah and Muscat. We will continue this in Sohar. We will collaborate with local academia, primarily with Sultan Qaboos University. This project supports Oman Vision 2040 goal, where 83% of skilled labor is targeted in the private sector. As I mentioned, expected lifespan of this project is 25 years. Now I will talk about environment impact. The facility is designed to use hydrogen-generated electricity when available in Sohar. We are producing polyacrylamide, which is abbreviated by PAM. PAM stands for polyacrylamide. And as many of you know, and especially our colleagues from PDO and Shell, using polyacrylamide in the water flooding to increase oil recovery reduces CO2 emissions by 50%. On top of this, polyacrylamide, and we have a successful project case in the United States, can be used to supplement CO2 flooding in the oil fields. So this can be a very hot topic in the next couple of years. Also, on environment, the polymers, of course, they're used in water treatment facilities as flocculants, as coagulants, and they help to reduce overall water consumption in the oil field, but also in other sectors as well. Biomethods, which potentially can be used in the plant, they will minimize wastewater further, and they will enhance sustainability. When we talk about R&D center, which will be established in Oman, of course, we will focus on energy efficiency and further sustainable solutions. Technological impact of this project will be establishing an R&D center in Oman, which will be actively working on innovations in chemistry, formulations, and polymer production. We are expecting to develop advanced EOR and IOR solutions here in Oman. We will also look at alternative polyacrylamide applications beyond oil and gas, such as agriculture and water treatment. For sure, in frames of this project, we will be investing in green technology and solutions for further carbon footprint reduction. Now, summary. The Tel Sohar project, in our opinion, aligns fully with national economic and sustainability targets of Oman. It supports Oman Vision 2040 in terms of economical diversification, environmental impact. It provides long-term benefits for the country, economy, workforce, and environment. It will position Oman as a key player in global polyacrylamide production and trade. And it will support many upcoming chemical EOR projects in Oman, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, and internationally. Now I would like to play a short video, and after this I will be happy to answer your questions if you have time. Can we start the video now?
Since 2016, ZL has been shaping the future of energy in Oman. With the success of our first polymer manufacturing plant in Salalah into production in May 2019, we set our sights on something bigger, building the largest polymer production facility in the GCC. In October 2023, ZL signed the Sohar Portland Usufruct Agreement. Within a month, soil testing was completed, design began. And by January 2024, production equipment fabrication was underway. August 2024 marked another milestone. Government approvals secured, civil designs completed, and the first shipments landed in Oman. On December 8, 2024, we broke ground in Zohar. Today, steel is rising, foundations are laid, and the future is taking shape. We're not just building a factory, we're building a platform for innovation, efficiency, and sustainable EOR and hydraulic fracturing excellence right here in Oman. To our partners, our team, and the community, thank you for believing in the vision. Together, we're just getting started.
So, do we have time for questions? No. Okay, so I'll be happy to answer your questions now or during these 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's now welcome our next speaker, Mr. Hamid Al-Balushi, is the General Manager, HCE and Standardization at Opel. He will be discussing HCE standardization in the energy sector.
خلاص. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. It's an honor to be in front of you today to speak about the journey of HSE standardization in the energy sector in Oman. I will hopefully focus on the journey where we are with it and how it changed the industry and how it helped actually the organization in terms of cost saving as well as if I go back. So, Hamid Al-Balushi, I'm the GM HSE under standardization at Opal. Opal is the Oman Energy Association. It's an NGO and a non-profit organization. And it is there to enable and support the companies in the energy sector, especially in this area. This is our vision. We are the voice of the industry. So we are in between the government and the private sector. The idea is to support, hear what's happening, listen to the industry, be connected with industry and companies, and raise any issues that are raised at that level. We take it to the government, to the ministers and their secretaries of various government entities to make sure we resolve it in a nice way, in the most optimum way, and that can help the industry, enable the companies to drive their businesses. So we are proud, to be the voice of the industry, and it has changed a lot of companies, brought stability and growth in the businesses. One of the key areas here, we're talking about synergy, how to build synergy within the sector, either at operator companies like operator wind, Shell, PDO, Occidental, BP, Delil Petroleum, and all those companies to make sure that we talk to each other. We don't talk, on different directions. We don't end up in requesting different things from the companies working in the same sector, and we talk to each other. So we are not in conflict, but in synergy. And that drives a lot of improvements. I will give some examples later on. And we also, if we want to focus here in country value, country value is very important, with driving the Omanization, building local capabilities, improving, and supporting local companies. Either, they're going to produce products or going to provide services, and enabling them, having the right training as well. So this is a great area that we really work on. This year actually our theme is ICV. We want to really more focus on it, and we have driven a lot of things. Another thing, that's not in here as well is, the corporate social responsibility, CSR, supporting more of those organizations and the communities that come. So this is the high level. Opal, we have members, and members are companies. So we're not talking about individuals. And those companies, majority are from the oil and gas, companies, service providers, etc., including operating companies, but also some other sectors, including manufacturing, including banking, other financial and legal entities. They are members. So up till end of April, we had 520 active companies that are members of Opal. And it's growing. It keeps growing, as you see in the curve here, in the chart. Early 2019 and earlier we had 200 plus and 300, and now it's 506 until end of last year, and keeps growing because companies see the value of being a part of Opal, being supported by Opal, and the benefit that they get being a part of the industry, and how Opal is actually supporting them when it comes to the businesses, sustainability, addressing issues and challenges they face, communicating on their behalf to the government entities to make sure they are supported. Just an example, the reason for standardization. Initially, we had challenges within the energy sector back in 1998 when initially Opal was established with a different naming at that time. At the time, it had been rebranded for different purposes and for different reasons. So, for example, we had PDO, BP, we had oil companies before the Oman Shell was established later on, and a few others. So what happened is, for a company or service provider to be allowed to drive into the concession areas for businesses, if they have, for example, a vehicle and a driver, they had to get that driver certified by different operating companies, by different training requirement. Same driver might have had 4 driving licenses, which is defensive driving license to operate in the concession area. So imagine the amount of that time and training that he has to go under. And imagine how much cost is paid, how much time is spent for him to be taken away from the field, brought into a training center to be trained 4 times. Same with the vehicles, vehicle certification. Yeah, so roadworthiness assurance, standard requirements. Again, a vehicle has to go to 4 or 5 different inspections, different costs. Again, taken off from the service to be inspected. It's a lot of time taken. So what Opal has done, along with, as I said, synergy is very important. We cannot do it alone. We have to work together as one industry. So we came up with a road safety standard, which is, agreed by all the operating companies. We have 11 operating companies right now, but all of them have agreed to the requirements for the drivers, for the vehicle, for the inspections, HSE safety specifications, technological requirements, and we applied it. And those standards are actually approved by His Excellency, the Minister of Energy and Minerals, and signed by him, along with the CEOs and Managing Director of the operating companies. And this helped a lot, big time actually. Today, if we talk about how much it saved for the economy, we're talking about up to 10 million Omani riyals per year, because the workers, or either the workers and also here the drivers or the vehicles have to do the check one time, one license, and they can't go to any of those companies and work anywhere in the concession areas, only with that one. It liberated a lot of time, for the people and for the workers. On this standardization 2017, we had the road safety standard because it was a hot issue. We had a lot of issues. There were a lot of accidents. There have been fatalities, severe injuries. So it was something that said, wow, actually, we need to do something about it. And it helped because that was the starting. And then we went to the campus standards. Again, if you look into the people, where are the concessionaires? In the middle of nowhere, in the desert conditions. Very hot, very dusty. Most of the workers work in very high-risk operations. If the camp is not suited for them, it doesn't have the worker welfare requirements, it doesn't have the facilities required to have the right mental health, how is it going to impact their safety and safety of the operations? So this was a very important topic as well. So there was campus standard developed, and then over the time we looked at the heat stress because it's very hot. In alignment with the Ministry of Labor, we have a rule now, a law, and that says actually from June 1st until August, we need to stop work during the noon time from 12:30 to 3:30. And especially for the operations that are exposed to the sunlight, to the heat. Unless if there is a written exemption or approval or waiver from the Ministry of Labor. So we work with industry to make sure we have the right backups in place, the right systems, and then all the precautions, all the facilities required to continue the work. For example, rotation, break times, shade, cold water, having the right drinks, making sure that people take enough rest, more focus on those people. So we apply that with the energy sector, along with the ministry, to make sure that people are protected, they are safe, they don't get into the heat strokes, that we don't have serious issues, and we continue with that. So we continue building more like drops management, etc. Until now. Last year we established the worker welfare standard, and worker welfare again is very important. COVID-19 was a wake-up call. COVID-19 brought up the mental health issues, the challenges, what needs to be done. Everyone, whether in the cities or in the middle of nowhere, the remote location, had that issue, had that concern that I'm not feeling well, I'm not feeling comfortable, I don't have access to the right people to speak to and get advice. I'm not getting coached or mentored because I have a serious issue. I cannot speak to anyone but by default, because most of these mental health issues they are internal. It's not easy to speak about it. So we worked on the worker welfare and on the mental side, along with the sector. We have also, developed a bit more standards on illegal drugs and alcohol, because that's a challenge as well, as everywhere in the world. We have industrial hygiene and occupational health, which is, again, very important. If you look at those standards, at least 6 of them really focus on the occupational health, on the wellness and well-being of the people, of the workers, because that's a challenge. Being in the high-risk operations, being in the remote locations, living alone for the families, and we also have expat laborers. Expat laborers generally stay for long, separated from the families. So making sure we have a dialogue with them, and make sure that we really connect with them through the different companies, from the management systems, from dialogue with them directly, and through the different ways we engage them, including from the audits where we go and interview the workers and see how comfortable they are, how they are treated in the field. So all these requirements are built into our standards to make sure workers are safe and well. We also looked at the emergency response. Again, it's very important that we are prepared for emergencies. In oil and gas companies and operations, things can happen, but we have risk management system to ensure we protect, we reduce the risk to alarm. However, due to fault, machinery, failures or human errors, things do happen. And that's why we have also the emergency response standard, which brings the companies together to be prepared and ready to help each other in case of crisis, to ensure they're managed properly and in the shortest possible time by sharing the resources and helping each other. In addition to that, actually, we also had the lifting operations management standard. We do a lot of lifting operations in the oil and gas industry, heavy equipment. Probably you see many of these big trucks having lots of huge pipes on the trucks going out to the field. very, very expensive. Each pipe is more than, maybe 3 times more than the weight of your vehicle, or maybe 10 times more, some of them. So these are very heavy, very complex lifting equipment to be lifted. Ensuring that we do proper lifting operations with the competent personnel, competent supervisors and workforces, and understanding that we have understood the risk associated with it. Ensuring that the cranes and the forklifts, etc., are appropriate, properly inspected with the right specifications is very critical, to assure the safety of the workers and the operations. That's why those standards play a big role and a very important role. And when we talk about those standards, we are talking about mandatory requirements. These are signed by the Minister of Energy and Minerals, and they are signed by all the CEOs and MDs of the operating companies. What it means that there is mandatory standards have to be applied. There is a lot of assurance and auditing happens to make sure these are happening on the work site and they are applied correctly, and they are also checked for the gaps on continuous basis, regular basis, by self-assurance, by the different units, by different companies, contractors, etc. When you talk about, for example, the unified HSE passport, that's a standard. We unified several training requirements. So, all the workers need to do one training as per OPAL, which is an OPAL training, license or the card that can get it. It has a QR code. It's all digital. And it's easy to track, what training you have done, when it's going to expire, when you're going to refresh it, is it once off, or is it, you have to repeat it. It's all over there. It's very clear. And it can be accessed, for example, if someone is not authorized to access a certain site because they don't have the right training, it will flag it when they go to the site. They can easily scan the QR code and to know whether the person has the right training or certification before they enter the site. So just several examples. And something as well we brought in last year, which was fitness to work standard, which is very critical also, because in the past we have seen that workers are okay in Muscat, they get the fitness to work certificate, they go to the field, they have a heart attack next day. And there happened cases, lots of non-accidental death. And when these are investigated, we found that it is not fit to go to work. But they have to go to work for some reason. So this is an area we said, let's, as an energy sector, let's standardize it. What are the requirements for fitness to work? How to make sure that the medical centers approve the fitness to work and certify the person based on actual status of that person, and making sure the mental health is also taken into consideration, because physically, the physical fitness is not always the license to operate. It's also the mental, and which is very difficult because mental is also subjective. It requires a specialist to really analyze, to understand, to make conclusion on. But we brought some of it into this standard also to focus on it. Idea is we're going to certify even the medical centers to make sure that we audit them, make sure they have the right workers, they have the right doctors, to ensure the right doctors will do the right fitness to work assessment for the workforces, similar to the training centers. I'm not sure how I'm doing with the time, but this does not come for free. It's very important for the companies, to operate in a safe manner. And safety doesn't come for free. To work safely, to achieve the safety KPIs, to ensure people are safe, to operate in a sustainable way, in successful way, and efficient way, to meet the net zero targets that everyone has on decarbonization. We need to invest into it, investing money, investing time, management and leadership, dedication, engagement with the workers, etc. And requires the right leadership. And the right leadership is very important. Here, the Senior Leaders Forum. Here you have His Excellency, Engineer Salim Al-Aufi. And we have this meeting in every 3 months, on 4 times at least per year. Okay, almost there. This is a leadership team that supports and enables in standardization. It's not easy. If I go to a middle manager, he says, no, it's cost, I'm not going to do it. So we talk to the top level of the sector, and this is probably the highest level safety steering committee, HSE committee in the country. So we bring everything here at this level, they approve it, they sign it, and they give the direction and also the future strategy, what to do next. To enable that also, we have a HSE steering committee in the industry for the sector to discuss the details and projects and elevate it to the higher level. So this is very critical that we have the dialogue. And here we're talking about, here and also in the previous one, we're talking about all operators. His Excellency, along with Shell, with PDO, with Dalil, with Total Energy, with Occidental, with BP, with Ara Petroleum, and all those companies are part of this. And you see representation from them if the CEO is not there. And the same here in the next one. So we all, I think it's not working. So it's all there to make sure that we do work in a synergy, which is very critical for the success of whatever we do in the sector. And thank you very much, because I've been flagged to be running out of time. Thank you. Shukran. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamid. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mr. Imad Al-Sabbagh, is the CEO at Muscat Gas, who will be presenting a session on empowering Oman's workforce.
Shukran. Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum, and thanks for coming. I'll try to make it short and fast, so at least we'll engage together in this event, and I hope everyone will enjoy the event and get the most benefits available out of it. Thank you again. We are talking today about Muscat Gas. Muscat Gas, it's a leader company for LPG distribution, and it's existing since 1983. It's one of the biggest and largest company which is dealing with LPG starting from 1983 till today, and trying to execute more and more by the business and open more channel and better channel to discover the opportunity available in Oman. As a vision and mission, we are to be the integrated energy solution company of choice in the region. Muscat Gas started as a LPG company, and during the last 5 years, we try to enhance our team, we try to enhance our people to become one of the energy solution in the country and start supporting even in Oman or outside Oman. Our mission is striving to be the forefront of safety, innovation, and sustainability in energy solution while investing in the development of our people and exceeding stakeholders' expectation. This comes from the amazing team we have and the way we try to organize our vision and try reaching our targets. During the last 5 years, Muscat Gas grew up and start having different entity under Muscat Gas. I can present to you the main company is Muscat Gas, and then we have in Oman our industrial arm, which is doing all the engineering facility, all the installation, which is under the Muscat Power Pioneer. We have our arm in Saudi Arabia, which is Muscat Power Solution. Also, we have United Marketing Solution. It's the marketing solution and the marketing arm of Muscat Gas for everything related gas and oil. At the end, we have recently, just like 3 weeks ago, our branch in Tunisia for one of the biggest and largest project outside Oman. We are proud to say that during the last 5 years, we built a strong network, a strong relation with our partners. Those partners are giving us the support to make the sustainable business in Oman, to make the sustainable business in the area, and at the same time to move forward, gaining more opportunity in the country. We are proud to have our Italian Pegoraro, the Borna, Metran, FMT, Ecopel, all the other names like Ion Clear, Amtrol Alpha, Energia, Vending Robotics, Zerova. All those big names are a leader in their aspects, are the leader in their business, and they are coming with us here to Oman to build a sustainable solution to the country. Workforce development and localization. How, as Muscat Gas, we try to enhance the power of the Omani calibers in the country, how we can bring more businesses to the country and be sure it's sustainable for a long time. Muscat Gas aligned with Oman Vision 2040 emphasizes an economic diversification and job creation for Omanis. How we are benefits out of this economic growth, cultural alignment, and sustainability. From economical growth, strengthening the national economy by creating in-country value. Our target, it's not only to give the services or to make the sales and get the profit. Our target and our goal as a management, high management, and the employee themselves, to create a solution to have in-country value and strengthen the in-country value in Oman, and to get a real opportunity for a new comer to the market. Second, creating a new job opportunity to support Omani calibers. We know how much there is a very good potential of Omani calibers. We believe big time how much the Omani youth, they have the knowledge, they have the capability to do. So we are trying to enhance this by creating a new job offers and new positions and let them learn more and give more. Cultural alignment to enhance the workplace harmony and understanding. We try to start in our workplace. We try to build the respect. We try to build the belief. We try to build the trust between the management, between the team. We give the team all the power they needed at the end to prove what they can do and prove what they can deliver. At the end, sustainability, ensure long-term operational stability and community development. One of the biggest and the first deal we signed it for Oman, it's Borna company. Borna are a leader company of membrane factory for gas membrane solution, for decarbonization, and for flare capturing. We had a long discussion. We have a long business talk to convince them to come to the country and open their factory in Oman. So by this way, we are trying to enhance, as we said, the in-country value for the business. This is one of the leader Canadian company, which is not even as a business exists in the Middle East. So by this way, we are having a newcomer, a new manufacturer to be in Oman. From Oman, he will be supporting the whole area by the gas membrane solution. And by this way, we are supporting to create more and more opportunity for the Omani calibers, especially that we are leading this at this time. Pigoraro, also we had a long discussion with our partner from Italy, one of the best vaporizer manufacturer in Europe, and we reached with them to understanding also to start with an assembly line in Oman, and we give all the turning curve and the learning curve to the Omani calibers and build with them the future for Pigoraro as made in Oman, which is also will be signed today after 1 hour in our booth. So who would like to join us for the MOU signing, that will be perfect. Vending robotic machine, it's a gas vending machine for the cylinders. We worked with this like more than 3 or 4 years, and during the last 1.5 or 2 years, we are rebuilding the machine fully from A to Z in Oman by the hand of Omani engineers. And already we sold part of it to Saudi Arabia. We sold this to ADNOC in UAE. And now it's spending more and more. And we are proud to say it's built by Omani engineers. Ion Clear, our latest and biggest partner coming from California, Silicon Valley. They are one of the biggest producer of the water membrane and water solution. And as part of the energy and power, we agreed with them to move all this also to be part of Oman Industrial area and to be part of Oman manufacturer and start building the factory to be in Oman to serve the country and serve the whole area. So out of this, what we are gaining and how we are targeting to make the differences. When we make Borna as a factory, Ion Clear as a factory, Vending Robotic as a factory, Pigoraro as a factory, and there is another 3 or 4 opportunities coming on the way. By this way, we are securing a new job opportunity for the Omani calibers in Oman. We are trying to secure a fund coming from outside, inside to support the Omani economy. We are trying at the same time to create sustainability of manufacturing a very important product, of manufacturing a essential product for the business, which will lead the business later on as made in Oman. And by this way, we know that we are going to create a lot of opportunity. We are talking about hundreds of positions later on. Hopefully, it will be supported by the Omani young ladies and men in the country. As Muscat Gas, we did this before, and we believe that we can do more and more. In 2018, our Omanization rate overall, it was 30% out of the total number of employees in Oman, in Muscat Gas. From 2018 to 2025, we jump up from 30% overall Omanization rate to 60% overall Omanization rate. And in management, from the mid-layer up to high management in Muscat Gas, we jumped up from 40% up to 85%. We believe 100% that Omani can do. They are able to provide. They can prove themselves if you give them the trust, if you give them the opportunity, and if you give them the chance to do what they are going to do. Based on that, we did our homework, and that's been proven by numbers, how in Muscat Gas today, 85% of the whole team are young Omanis leading the company. This is what we are proud about it. This is what we want to share with you about it. This is how we want to show you the way we are dealing with the business to support the Omani workforce and how we will do the localization in the country. Thank you so much and appreciated your attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Imad. Now here is to present.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zaid Sayed Mohammed is the head of sustainability program at Petroject, presenting implementing environmental, social, and governance practices in Oman's petroleum sector.
Thank you so much. Does this work? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's an honor to have this opportunity to be here with you today in such an interesting event in such a fantastic country, Oman. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Zaid Al Said, and I am head of sustainability program Petrojet. Where is my presentation? Hello. Okay. Again, let me introduce myself first. My name is Zaid Al Said, and I am head of sustainability program. And today I am representing my company, Petrojet. And in the upcoming only 15 minutes, and my presentation, I will give you a brief about how to implement ESG, environmental, social governance practices in Omani petroleum companies sector in the upcoming only 15 minutes. This is our content for today. We will start my presentation about a quick introduction about my company, who we are, what we do, and where we are. Then we go quickly have an overview about sustainability history and concept. Then we have a quick look about Oman Sustainability Ambitious Vision 2040. Then we will focus about our main focus for topic for today, which is how to implement ESG into the Oman petroleum sector companies. Then I would like to highlight a show of our sustainability journey in Petrojet. Then, if you allow me, I would like to show you my latest research paper about how to integrate ESG practices into the existing or even the new corporate strategic management process. And finally, I would like to address a conclusion about sustainability implementation roadmap. Okay. Let's start who we are and what we do and where we are. Who we are an EPC contractor founded in Egypt since 1975. We are active in 17 countries across Egypt and outside Egypt in Gulf area, and we recently active in Africa countries areas. And one of our most valuable assets, our human resource, we are now 40,000, more than 40,000 persons. All of them are listed in our payroll. These are areas of operation. Includes diversity between fields in hydrocarbon projects and infrastructure projects. We are active in plant construction, pipe processing, and storage tank farm, process equipment, onshore, and pipe coating as well. And recently we have a strategic objectives to penetrate a new sector for us, which is infrastructure. We have a long history with tunnels and bridges and roads. And of course, we have a local company here in Oman, and we have a long experience and a strong profile in pipelines project in particular. I know we all know about sustainability concept and definitions. We are all expert about such concepts, such definition. But just to refresh our minds about sustainability history. Sustainability history has particularly developed after the Industrial Revolution in 1880s, which has a direct effect to increase the global warming and the temperature of Earth by 1.1 Celsius degree comparing to the pre-industrial level. And if this scenario and this rising of temperature is continued to rising by these rates, it might be exceed 2 Celsius degree compared to the pre-industrial level, which is the consequences will be severe and harmful for all human beings and our Earth. So, what is the solution? In Portland report, which published in 1987, which is defined sustainability as the ability to operate in a way that meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Then the triple bottom line appeared, which is environmental, social, and governance, which is reflect the meaning of sustainability, which is to evaluate countries and corporates or companies on how far they are advanced with sustainability. In Paris Agreement, which is adopted in 2015, which has two main objectives. The first one, to limit the global warming to below 1.5 Celsius degree above the pre-industrial level by 2100. And there are new sounds to raise this number to be 1.75 Celsius degree. And second main objective was to reduce GHG emission and reaching net zero by 2050 or 2060 maximum. And they argue countries, they argue corporates to develop and communicate their climate action plan to mitigate such negative impact of climate change. Just to have a quick look about Oman Sustainability Ambitious Vision 2040, which is aimed to create goals and strategies to achieve a sustainable future while balancing between two main pillars or two main aspects, which is economic growth and environmental stewardship. And there are four main elements for such vision, starting with economic diversification, environmental conservation, renewable energy, and social development. Okay. So now we have three main questions to be answered in my presentation. First one, what should companies or corporates do to support Oman sustainability strategic objectives? Second, how to implement the ESG practices into Oman petroleum sector? And we have to ask ourselves, should the companies or the corporates formulate strategies before the implementation process or vice versa? Okay, to answer this question, in my point of view, we have to integrate the sustainability goals into the existing or even the new strategic management process in our corporates or our companies. When it comes to the strategic management, we have to mention the famous quote of Thomas Edison when he said, "Vision without execution is just a hallucination." Here he mentioned that you have to formulate your strategies, you have to identify your vision, your strategic goals, and without implementation or execution, just vision, you are wasting your time, and this will be just hallucination. Second, Peter Drucker called a famous quote, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." We are here talking about how to adapt and prepare our corporate employees, our corporate internal stakeholders, and even stakeholders about our new culture sustainability. Even or otherwise, they will eat our strategies for breakfast. Michael Porter once said, and Michael Porter is considered the strategic management godfather, he said the company without strategy is willing to try anything. Here we are talking about the importance and the significance of the strategic management science and the importance, again, of strategic goals of each corporate. For strategic management models, I create this model, the next model, by or from several famous models. The first one from Thomas Whelan, strategic management model, and the other one, Fred David. Here to start to formulate our strategic objectives, then implement our strategic objectives within ESG objectives, we have to ask ourselves four main questions. The first one, where we do want to be. Here, we have to identify our vision, mission, values, and goals. If we have our existing vision, mission, values, and goals, it's fine. But we have to update and revisit this vision to be matching with our new approach about sustainability. For example, if our vision to be an international construction, we have to update such a vision to be an sustainable international construction, as well as the values, as well the goals. We have to embed some goals and integrate some strategic goals, or not strategic goals, generic goals about sustainability, such as we have goals about energy efficiency, such as we have goals about biodiversity as a social pillar from ESG. Afterwards, we have to assess our current situation and answer the question, where we are now. In this process, we have to scan our environment internally and externally, and in such a process called the input stage or the collecting data stage. By collecting data from the internal environment and external environment, and we have to collect data about opportunities and threats externally, how to exploit such opportunities between tracks relevant to sustainability and to avoid threats. It might be have a negative impact of our corporates. As well, the internal strategic factors relevant to strengths and weaknesses. So we have a SWOT analysis, a comprehensive or holistic overview about our internal and external strategic factors. Now we are ready for the third question. How do we plan to get there? Now we are ready to formulate our strategy. Just by one of the famous tools for strategic management, strategic formulation, is TOWS matrix. By matching the internal and external strategic factor together, then in this process, in this question, in this step, we have a strategic factors. We have a long-term strategic factors to be implemented in our corporates for the next 2, 3, or 4, or even 5 years. Then we finished the strategic factor formulation. We have to move to another step, which is the implementation. In such a step, we cascading the strategic objectives to annual objectives and distribute all of these annual objectives in the corporate balance scorecard. It's important to put some sort of key KPIs to our interested department to make some sort of evaluation and control of such plan. Please take care that we are in, VUCA World. VUCA World, it's a stand for Four main words: the V for volatility, U uncertainty, C complexity, and D ambiguity. We are in a VUCA world. We have to be adapt with such exchanges outside in our corporates. Such circumstances happen every day and day. So we have to be agile, and we have to embed the agility concept in our corporate to mitigate the VUCA effect. Well, just to recap what I said right now, sustainability strategy process comprising three main phases. Phase number one is formulate a sustainability strategy. We have to identify our goals and identify our current situation. Second, sustainability strategy implementation. We are ready to implement such objectives. We know now our SMART objectives, our SMART annual objectives. Then, while we are implementing our sustainability objectives, we have to evaluate and control them. Okay. Sustainability ESG success implementation model. Last week, I was in a fantastic sustainability event in Egypt, and there was a speaker, a perfect guy, a fantastic guy from Los Angeles, and he presented the next model, and to be honest, I take him permission to present such model. This model called Magnet model. This model comprises 6 letters. Each letter stands for 6 words. First one, M. We have to motivate and inspire our teams. Align culture with sustainability. As Peter Drucker, if you remember, culture eats strategy for breakfast. We have to prepare and available and prepare our employees for the new culture. Goals, we have to identify clear goals, new accountability and responsibility for all our employees and management also, and effective communication. We have to simplify the process to all of employees and team up with partner. If we do that, we are, or you are, will be a magnetic leader. Okay. ESG transformation requires a brave leadership, the one that leads with vision, mission, values, and clear strategic objectives. Now we go through quickly in a couple minutes about our sustainability journey in Petrojet, which is started in 2023 by collecting a team, sustainability committee, comprising a team and a representative and a focal person from different departments in our company, and we call this focal person our sustainability champion. And we started with them started with an awareness campaign, and we answered 3 main questions. The first one, what is a sustainability? Because we have to all, our team and our management and team speak the same language. We have to all on the same page. Second question, what is the negative or positive impact of implementing or not implementing the sustainability in our business? What's in it for us? And the third question, how to implement it. And by the way, we have an agreement with a consultation, with a specialized consultant in environmental and decarbonization called Decarbon Global. And we started to set up our goals based in Egypt Vision 2030. Okay, time's up. 1 minute, please. We started our goals by set up our long-term objectives based on Egypt Vision 2030 and our Ministry of Petroleum strategic objectives. Then we issued the first sustainability report, ESG report, based in GRI standards, and the other one, carbon footprint report, based on greenhouse gas protocol. And we use such reports as a situational assessment. We gather and collect all of our ESG practices, which is scattered in several places, in one place called this report, ESG and carbon footprint report, and use it as a situation analysis. Now in the process of gap analysis phase, and we have implementing our strategic objectives. Quickly, in 1 minute, please. These are my latest research paper about how to integrate and implement the ESG practice into strategic management process. And here I use in my theoretical framework, a mediator variable, which is called digital transformation tools, which is so important to have a professional collecting data and effective implementation of such process. Just I would like to address a conclusion about what I mentioned in my project, in my presentation. First, we have to update the corporate existing vision, mission, statement, and objectives, and core values. Create ultimate goals relevant to the sustainability approach, such as blah, 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 blah. Now we are answering the first question, where do we want to be? Second or third, update the corporate situation analysis through strategic factors, as I mentioned, to collect an updated SWOT analysis. And we have, in this process, we answer the second question, where we are now. Where is our current position? And I highly suggest to start your sustainability journey by issuing the first ESG report and carbon footprint report. Then, simply do some sort of gap analysis to formulate your strategies and strategic objectives. Then you are ready for the process of implementation. And I highly recommend to start your sustainability journey, if you don't start so far your sustainability implementation, with a specialized consultant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zayed. Let's welcome our next speakers, Mr. Mohannad Al-Anawa, Sales Manager, and Mr. Kiran Marhon is the Area Sales Manager at ABB. Both will be presenting sustainable growth by preservations.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohannad Alaoune. I'm a sales manager with ABB Oman. Today, me and my colleague, we are going to present our solution for energy saving or for sustainability. Actually, it's one of our products for such solution. As ABB in Oman, we are believe in Oman Vision 2040 and Oman sustainability. Based on that, we are proposing from our side, we enable a low carbon society, we promote social progresses, and we preserve resources by being in line with integrity and transparency. Oh, this one, just a second. This one was not there. Sorry. One of our products to be in line with this, it's our electrical motors. And why electrical motors are important? 45% of consumed electricity is consumed by electrical motors in building and in industries. And this number is going to be double by 2040. Okay? By using higher efficiency motors, just like using instead of IE1, IE2 motors going to IE4, IE5 motors, we can save globally 10% of the consumed energy just by upgrading the motor. Nothing else, not by using like additional starter VFDs or any other method to save more energy. So, as ABB, we are doing motors now for a very long time. And we are doing this business for decades. So we can understand what the customer need, what the customer like, the process requirement, all of this. Because of that, we are developing several solutions for each application. And one of this, it's a special motor for the cooling tower, which my colleague Kiran will take you through that one. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. I know it's your lunchtime. I'm standing exactly in between of it, but I promise to make it very quick and simple. Right? It's more of illustration, so don't worry. Yeah, let's talk about a solution Who are we? ABB Reliance Baldor is an arm of technology providers within ABB that works exactly in the vision of Oman 2040, which talks about developing a robust ecosystem that delivers innovative products, reduce the effect on the environment. That's what we say. So how we define ourselves is we can do what nobody else can do it. Today we're going to talk about a solution that would exactly engage with the vision of 2040, providing a very value-added proposition. Let's talk about the segment. As my colleague Mohanad said, 45% of the entire world's energy is being consumed by electrical motors, right? Coming to HVAC, 80% of the motors in the HVAC segment, which drives the fans, pumps, and compressors, consume 80% of the energy. And that's the place of the focus. Now you look at this technology. It's an old gearbox technology. You know when it was developed? In the 18th century. In the 19th century, when the automobile industries came into the picture, when things started getting more and more escalated. But still, we're using 200 years old technology, right? Let's talk about what solution and which places and which segments. So some of the industries, you use the word cooling tower, direct drive. Some of they say the fin fans. Some of them says air-cooled condensers, air-cooled heat exchangers. Even as if we're sitting in this particular room, there is some heat generated, right? The heat has been taken out by the HVAC systems. So the solution which we're going to propose matches to this particular segment. Yeah, some of the gearbox, some have been driven through the belt and pulleys. Let's talk about the old traditional technology and the components involved into it. Do you agree? Reliability is revenue, right? So look at the components. You've got the old gearbox, you've got the card shaft, you've got couplings, you've got an old motor outside. Now, look at the number of components that has been involved. Every component, there is filus, cost involved, right? Yeah. And it's painful. It's painful when it comes to reliability and maintaining such kind of devices, such kind of instruments. Let's look at the pain points individually, quickly. Gearboxes, you've got the one seals, you've got the oil. 110 liters of oil onto the gearbox, right standing on the cooling tower, right standing at the height of 50 or 100 meters. Look at the oil damages and the hose damages. You've got the card shaft that's responsible for misalignment, breakages, and damages. Maintenance. Just a simple, quiet example. It happened for me. I went to a customer's place and asked him, how often do you repair, or how often do you maintain your gearbox? And you look at the picture down over there. He says, week, twice, sometimes twice in a day as well. It depends on to the situation and the surrounding conditions. So you understand how amount of filus, how amount of money has been spent on to the maintenance of these old systems. Vibration. Wow, there's a high vibration because of those old components which are there. Noise levels. Safety is an issue back over there. System lofts and efficiency of using the old systems. Do you really feel any impact on the environment by using the system? Yeah. If you can see the picture back, I remember when I went to one of the site, they had 6 cooling towers. Only 6 cooling towers. These cooling towers have got gearboxes, and the gearboxes have to be filled up with oil. When I went back home, I actually saw the oil drums, which is used to put oil into the gearboxes. That's the environment point which I'm just going to talk about. That's the point which I'm just leading it back to the sustainability and the environment development of the vision, Oman's Vision 2040. Let's talk about solution. Lots of problems. What do we have here? Let's remove some parts. Let's reduce some time. Let's develop energy. Let's take a leap forward. You see the photo over here. Where is the gearbox? Where is the card shaft? Where are the couplings? Where is oil? take it off, throw it away. This technology is called as a direct drive technology. And with the implement of the semiconductors and the drive technology, it has been possible for us to deliver the torque what the gearbox would give. We call them the direct drive technology. A small comparison. You've got an old motor, you've got a coupling, you've got a drive, you've got a disc coupling, you've got a high-speed moving end, and you've got a gearbox that is used to rotate the fan. Yeah, we replace it with one single motor. A high-efficient motor, it's a permanent magnet motor. It's an i5 plus machine. And now we use a drive. Well, over here, we promise you a double-digit efficiency figures by using this particular technology. That's the power of this technology. Oh, these are some live photos which you can see it. What do you get? You remove the components. Reliability. You come out of maintenance. Well, in a year, just have 200 grams of grease 2 times in a year. That's it. Not 2 times in a day, not 2 times in a week or something like that. More reliability. And what reliability? Reliability is revenue for the end users, right? Yeah, so this is a comprehensive solution. Using it as it's an i5, as I said, it's an i5 SynRM machine. It's a permanent magnet motor. The efficiency is high. So apart from the maintenance and the reliability related benefits, you also get efficiencies. Yeah. Return on investment, as I said, within a year. Within 1 year. And what you do next is only savings. Only and only savings. Well, we are not new. More than 2,000 units installed. We just got started in Middle East. But I think there's a big industry which we can solve. Apart from the industry, look at the environmental issues which we're going to come across, which are going to solve it. A small video that will talk about the product. It's fun. Guys, some noise. The music is not played. I'm sorry for that. Well, let me talk as the slide move on. So we're just talking about the solution. No more gearbox. Remove the gearbox. Open it and throw it away. Use a direct drive motor. No, just assemble it. Easy assembly. No more coupling alignment. No more installation related issues. Few moving parts because you're removing most of the components around over there. Yeah. Applicable for air-cooled condensers, air-cooled heat exchangers, horizontal, vertical, and so on. Yeah, it's Baldo Reliance, an arm of ABB, as I said. Cooling towers, air-cooled heat exchangers, and air-cooled condensers. I mean, the utility is absolutely amazing. Yeah, we're talking about the green technology. Quieter operations. Yeah, using brain over motors. That's something we call as a smart sensor. Very simple. Thank you. Energy efficiency is an underutilized option. What do you think? Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you both. And now let's welcome our next two speakers. Mr. Mark is the Vice President for the Middle East region at STAT Group, presenting joint presentation with Mr. Abdullah Sawafi, Principal of Pipelines at OQGN, on minimizing fairly and venting methane emissions.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Galt. I'm the VP for Stats in the Middle East, and today I'm excited to showcase a project that we work with Mr. Abdullah Sawafi here of OQGN for an exciting project we completed a few months ago for it. So first we're going to come over a little bit of a project overview. Mr. Abdullah will cover that. I'll cover the 2 phases or 3 phases inclusive of the project and how our technology was used in this project to avoid a shutdown critically for the client. And then we're going to cover off some major challenges by Abdullah and take any questions that you might have on the project as well. Okay?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Use the mic.
Good. Okay. The project is a 48-inch pipeline. The idea of the project is to separate rich gas from lean gas from multiple suppliers. We would require to do a tie-in to a blending area, which is called Gas Network Hub. The idea is we need to do these tie-ins on a live pipelines running in parallel of 48-inch high-pressure gas lines. We're talking about 90 bar pressure, so we consider it high pressure. Shutdown was not allowed at the tie-ins, so we need to have a continuous supply of gas inventory to our consumers. So after a long discussion, it took us around 4 years to analyze all the methods possible to do these tie-ins. We managed to select the remote technoplug, which is supplied by Stats Group. We had to trust them on the technology, and this was the only technology which allows positive isolation without the flaring of gas. So we managed to execute the campaign in 2 weeks instead of 1 month. So the planning was for 1 month. With the work of the entire team, Stats team and OQGN, we managed to finish the entire scope in 2 weeks' time. Now I'll move over this. Sorry, this is the conditions of the pipelines. 48-inch X70 grade with a 90 bar. Natural gas is the medium. The pigging of RTP was 24 kilometers. You can say 25 kilometers to the station exactly. And the second one is 5 kilometers, same specs. Now I'll move on to the next slide with Mark.
Okay, thanks, Abdullah. A little brief overview of Stats as a company. So we were established in 1998 in Scotland, and we're the market leaders in pressurized hot tapping and pipeline isolation. We're now owned by Mitsui & Company, so a very large Japanese-based investment house. Now, what we also have, which is key to the technology, is DMV approval. Now, where the value we bring to the end clients, the operators, is either minimizing or eliminating any downtime on the pipeline, while critical maintenance or modifications are performed. That means the taps are on, the pipeline's flowing as much as possible with it. So in the Middle East, we've been growing at a rate of knots the past 5 years or so, revenue up around 400%. We're now up to around 154 in region as well, with about 500 employees globally. We've got Abu Dhabi, we've got Saudi, we've got Oman, and Doha as well. Okay, so a good footprint across the Gulf as well. So back onto the project, the tool that was used is called our remote technoplug. Okay, so this is a piggable or a scrapable isolation tool. It's deployed into the pipeline with our launcher or receiver. It gets scraped down the pipeline. You set the tool. This will isolate full pipeline pressure, allow the work to be performed. The tool's then unset, removed from the pipeline. We then reuse it onto the next project or client after it's been reconfigured. So the tools are up to 56-inch in this scenario. It's 48-inch high pressure. And also what we have in this is a fail-safe lock mechanism, which I'll show you a bit as well. So what's key to our technology is double block and bleed, or double block and monitor. So what that allows us to do, if you can see from the images here, is 2 seals, a primary and a secondary seal. Our technology, which I will show in an animation, allows you to verify both those seals before you break containment. What's happening behind this tool is welding, it's hot work, it's modifications, it's cutting, all type of critical activity. So verifying both seals independently gives everyone the confidence to before you break containment. Okay. So this is an animation we did for the project, which I'll just walk you through briefly on it. So this is the site in Sewer, 48-inch gas.
This is in Central, sorry. Central.
So this is the tool itself there with the remote techno plug. We've got the plug itself in the middle with 2 seals. That's what's going to isolate from the pipeline. We've got a pigging module, which helps us travel through the pipeline. And then we have a control system in here, which is the brains of the operation. This controls the isolation tool for it. This is supplying hydraulic feed. This is a communication system. This is feedback as well for it. So we're going to take the first plug and we're going to pig this to the set location using pipeline product. So around 25 kilometers, as Abdullah mentioned as well, down the pipeline. Once the first plug is on the way, we'll then load the second plug into the trap as well and do the requisite tests before we can do that. So the plug's now moving through the pipeline and it's being tracked as it goes through to make sure the position as is expected. As it tracks through, it'll ping for non-intrusive magnetic signalers on top of the pipe. That'll indicate the tool's passing. That helps our guys follow the tool all the way to the end. That's the second plug now on the move as well. Now this is a scope with no shutdown, so the actual pigging location or the set location is fully critical. You can see from the diagram here, the first plug comes into the top, and then we're going to slow this plug down using the 16-inch valve and throttle it to get it into position. And then we're going to stall it out and take the second one. So meanwhile, production is rerouted down through the second pipeline here. So no shutdown for the scope. Now we're going to put the RTP1 to the final set location. So that's going to be finely tuned and throttled. Then we're going to actuate the tool. So as you can see here, the locks are going to grip the pipe first, and then the 2 seals are going to then grip the pipe. Okay, so that means the tool is anchored. It's not going to go anywhere. Then what we're going to do is set the seals. As I mentioned, we've got primary and secondary, and in between those 2 seals is the annulus. And then what we're going to do then is depressurize the tail and hold that pressure in. Holding that pressure in will verify that secondary seal, the furthest one on the left. Okay, so that's going to have full pipeline pressure across it. 0 bar behind it, full pipeline pressure, 1.1 times it in between it. We'll then give a command to the tool to vent the annulus, to drain it. So it's going to drain it to behind the tool, and then we're going to lock that in and monitor again. So what that's going to do is verify the primary seal against full pipeline pressure, which is at the other side. Then once that's done, we will give an isolation certificate. That gives the go-ahead for any of the pipeline work that needs to be performed on it. Okay, so in between the 2 plugs, we are then going to go vent it, so we'll be flaring this off. In between it, we'll do a small 2-inch hot tap, and that will allow the gas to be disposed of. So what you're looking at here is a distance of in between the plugs of around 50 or so meters with a 350 kilometer pipeline. So where this fits in with the ESG is you've got a very small area in which it's going to be vented as opposed to a whole pipeline, okay, for venting, for purging, for nitrogen, etc., etc.
If I may, the area which was vented was 90 meters only. Instead of venting the entire pipeline, we vented only 90 meters, the cut sections.
Yeah, 90 meters instead of 350 kilometers. So yeah, huge value add. So the pipe section is now vent and purged. The isolation certificate is now issued. So this is when the work starts. So we're going to put on the cold cut, the clamshell cutters, onto the pipe. They're going to cut this section here. Yeah, nice big heavy lift, as you can see from this one, removing this section from site. And then what the team is going to do is the site team is install new launcher receivers as well for it. So this is splitting the gas for it.
So basically, we welded the new bends, which are connected to the new launchers and receiver to the new plot.
So then you're going to go commission the new launcher receiver. It's in there with a pressure test. You're going to equalize with pipeline pressure, then start reducing it. The plug's now on set to take it home. So you're then going to do the same process with RTB number 2.
One note to add here. This is the first remote techno plug for 48-inch high pressure gas line in OQGN history.
In Oman, yep. Okay, finally the first RTP will be on set and that'll be taken home as well. So what's been achieved? Well, only a small section, 90 meters, is needed vent and purged. There's been a safe isolation with 90 bar work, hot work right behind it. Okay, and most critically for the client as well, it's done safely and the production remains on stream for it. So we then take RTP1, we take that home, and this was repeated at 2 locations over 2 phases. The equipment was redressed, retested, and then taken back to site for it. So the third phase of the project was using a different tool. This had slightly different challenges with it. This line was, again, a long distance, a separate pipeline, but there was no bypasses in the pipeline. So there was an alternative method proposed for this one. This is our patented line stop technology called Bicep. So this is deployed into the pipeline using a hot tap. So in this case, again, 48-inch, 90 bar or so pipeline pressure. Our maximum size on this product line is 153 bar pressure, 900 class, and 56 inch in size as well. And again, this is a double block and bleed isolation tool patented to stats. So how did we achieve the same result with no shutdown? Using this type of method in the top right there. So there was two of the biceps deployed, and the production was rerouted through a temporary bypass in the equipment itself. And that allowed a section in between these biceps to be cut and removed. And then the new launcher receivers coming in. There's no pigging in this particular application. This is deployed through a hot tap and taken back out as well. It's hydraulically operated tool, double block and bleed. And again, it's self-energized, which means it's locked in place for additional safety features when the pipeline pressure is above a certain value for it. So I'll show you a little bit here in a brief animation just how it works. So you're going to weld what we call a split T onto the pipeline. So you weld the top half, bottom half onto the pipeline. You're going to install a valve, a sandwich valve, a slab valve. Then you're going to perform a live hot tap, drilling into the pipeline while the pipeline is pressurized and functioning.
So the hot tap for each location took us around 7 to 9 hours per location.
Yeah, 48-inch on 48-inch size on size tap, a single tap with our technology, yeah. So this is the bicep tool. Once you've tapped in 2 locations, then you're going to mount your bicep tools and you're going to deploy them once the hot tap is finished, and you have them mounted on the valve. So the valve is the safety barrier while things come on and off the pipeline. So you're going to put your biceps, deploy them on. The pipeline's still flowing at this point. Then you're going to hydraulically deploy them back into the pipeline. Okay? And what that's going to do is that's going to reroute the pipeline product, the gas in this case, through the biceps themselves into the launchers, into a temporary bypass. And that's going to provide a local isolation. Again, the distance between the biceps was how long? How far, Abdullah, the distance?
We're talking about 40 to 50 meters.
40, 50 meters, again, of a 350 kilometer section. You're going to isolate the pipeline, drop in the new spool piece. In this case, it was a reroute section, but the same principle applies for it. The biceps are then recovered. The hot tap machine is then reinstalled on it with a completion plug. And then the completion plug is deployed into the split T, into what you call completion plug flange. This terminates the pipeline and allows you to take the valve off afterwards and put a blind flange on it. So you'll do this at both locations, and what you'll be left with after this intervention will be 2 split Ts with a blind flange in it, with completion plugs fitted as well for it. And this is what the pipeline will be left with at the end.
go back. Site activities.
I was forward.
Huh?
I was forward.
Okay. So the challenges here, the key challenges in the RTP were the QHSC considerations, since it's a high pressure gas line. So the tie-ins were on a live pipeline, so we're not allowed to depressurize any pipeline. Consumption to consumer was to be continuous. Flaring was to a minimum, as I said, 90 meters, and the other one was 120 meters flare only. We needed a method for positive isolation, which the remote technoplug technology provide that, and it's proven now in OQGN that we can use RTPs for our future tie-ins if we have to. This is the site during the first and second RTP operation. This is the white pipes are the newly constructed pick traps, and the black new pipes bends are the new bends which are introduced to the main lines, 48-inch.
Thank you very much. End of our presentation. We are exhibiting. We do have a booth at the bottom here. So if you want to come and ask some questions, we'll be happy to discuss. And yeah, thank you to Abdullah, and thank you everyone for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's welcome our next guest, Mr. Anwar. Is a VP Subservice and Petroleum Engineer at Gulf Engineer. Will be presenting the importance of data collection and adoption of AI and IoT.
Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon to everybody. The title of my talk is The Importance of Data Quality for AI and IoT. I don't claim myself an expert in this AI and IoT, but I've done many projects that use this technology, and I will share you what I think. So, digital transformation is no longer an option, it's a necessity, right? It brings operational efficiency, cost reduction, enhancing safety, meeting regulatory requirements, and of course, we need for cyber security, right? So, what are these technology good for? One of the important things is when it is automating repetitive tasks, optimizing process, and enhancing decision making with data-driven insights, right? That's very important. And for operations, you can use it for real-time monitoring of equipment, collecting, analyzing data from sensors, or reducing downtime for unplanned. And my talk is basically focusing on the upstream, where my expertise lies, and the well and surface facility operations. I'm not talking about process facilities or other part of the downstream option. Why data quality is important? I've done many projects where a lot of people in the organization thought when we don't have data or we don't have quality data, AI can make the transformation. And sorry to say that, it's very challenging. You need to have some sort of data hygiene, I call it data hygiene, to use these technologies. So, if you don't have the right data, you are going to train the AI machine learnings with incorrect data, and you can pay a very costly price, incorrect prediction. You can have false alarms, and GIGO is garbage in, garbage out, right? You can compromise your cyber security, and then you can have legal and financial penalties. So what is the challenge for us when we try to apply the AI and IoT? You know, a lot of us work in many organizations, and we always claim that we are integrated. Forget about outside. Internally, we are saying we are integrated. But within the same organization, you can see that data is stored in siloed system, even in the same organization, right? That's a big challenge. Then you have the volume of data and different data sets and data characteristics. Human errors in putting the data manually. So a lot of data comes real time, but a lot of data is still coming through human interface. And integration issues. So within the same organization, whether it's exploration, production, or whatever, they have their own data system, software system, and to integrate that is also already a challenge, right? Forget about bringing outside software and things. So we need proper data governance to establish policies and standards. Data cleaning is not an option. It is regularly required, right? You need to regularly remove your duplicates, correct errors, and making sure that all the missing data is there. Automation, you put data collection and validation process, training of personnel, and then you can use advanced tools to do your AI or machine learning. And it's very important that in the process you do a blind test, right? You already have the historical data, let's say for the last 5 years, for whatever you want to do. You apply 3 years data into the system and ask it to predict the last 2 years, right? If your last 2 years prediction is matching with the actual, then you can test it. And that's why I call blind test. You don't give everything to the system. You give 2/3 of the data or half and ask it to predict. And if it cannot predict, then you have a problem, right? How can it predict something that you know? So this is regularly required when you do this AI initiative in the organization. I have 1 or 2 more slides because I think it's very generic, but unfortunately we cannot take Q&A. So a lot of people say, we don't need humans anymore. In my view, we will always be required. And with 35 years experience in the industry, when I joined the industry, we wanted specialists, what I call subject matter expert that can drill down. Then it came to a place that everybody became generic. I don't need SME. Somehow, the industry couldn't pay for it or whatever. Then you have now somebody who can talk about everything but doesn't know the depth. And in my view, as we apply AI and all these things, we will require back the specialists, and that will be a challenge in the industry because we lost them. Because the basic things will be taken care by AI and machine learning, and you will be left with complex issues that require human, in my view. And that's the interface that is required. So AI will excel when you have automation of repetitive tasks, pattern recognition, scalability, and continuous monitoring. Whereas we will still need humans. We are still essential for this task. You have to define the workflow rules, contextual understanding, ambiguity, and I think the most important thing is the ethical and strategy part of this. That's why the industry is quite worried. There's a lot of international regulation that has to be put, because if you let this run without ethics, then a lot of things can happen. So in my view, you will still need the people in doing this thing, but the competency and the capability of the people will be different. And that will be the challenge in the industry because we are losing people with experience who are subject matter experts. They are more generalists than experts, in my view. I do not know. That's from the upstream point of view. So, this is an AI, so I use ChatGPT and DeepSeek. I found the name of the companies, but I removed. These are large-scale projects that were done by big, major companies. And I think we should thank them because they were the early adopters, leaders, not followers. A lot of people don't want to embark into this initiative because if you do wrong, you can burn millions of dollars. But these are examples where data hygiene, I call it data hygiene, was not there. There are minimum requirements that is required when you embark into this project. the data must be in a minimum quality. If not, you will lose it. And I have an example where we had a field with 40 years of production data. The problem was allocation and the accuracy, and we spent few millions dollars to apply this technology, and we failed to predict. When we did the blind test, we could not get it predict because there's a lot of changes in the subsurface. When you work on the process facility or manufacturing, that's very different, right? Because it's the same thing all the time, repetitive. But when you talk about upstream, there's a lot of uncertainty and risk that is involved where you require human interface. With that, I thank you very much, and that's my presentation. Thank you very much. I think we cannot take Q&A, right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Anwar. Now we'll have Dr. Gary Dyson from Hydro Engineering Director at Hydro. He will be presenting advanced design techniques in pumping technology.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to tell you a story, and it's a story around pumps. And pumps are the thing on this planet that we all have. We have one beating in our chest, and you might not know this, but there are more machines that are pumps on the planet of the Earth than anything else. So pumps are everywhere, and they touch every aspect of our lives. From the water that comes out of your taps, to the gas in your car, to the exploration fields in Oman, where the oil is pumped, everything is touched by a pump. And you would think that pumps now were a sophisticated, developed machine. So I want to tell you the story of pumping technology. I want to tell you where we started, where we are now, and what the future holds for pumping technology. And then I'd like to relate that to the environment and the great work that's been done in Oman with Hydro and PDO on saving carbon emissions, which is our mission. So this is what we used to do. When I started as a pump engineer 40 years ago, 40 years, I can't believe 40 years, gosh, been doing this 40 years. But what we would do experiments. So we would have pumps on test. We put pieces of perspex in them. We put little tufts of cotton on the inside so we could see where the fluid was moving. And we'd look what was happening within the pump. Because a pump's a complicated thing. It's got a rotating bit, it's got a stationary bit, and the interaction between those two pieces is complex and time dependent and changing. So we used to do this. And then we found out that pumps have something called scalability. So you can scale a small pump up to be a big pump, and you can predict what its performance is. So many of the machines were scaled up and down. And then we use theory. We use maths. So we use maths to predict the performance of machines. But all these things have something in common. They're not anything to do with the actual geometry of a new pump. These all look backwards at what a pump was and try and provide conclusions to what a new piece of equipment would do. But then the fantastic advent of computational fluid dynamics came along. Complex computing power allowed us to do a lot more. And I'm going to show you some of these things now. We can do this. We can divide the passages of a pump into tiny, tiny millions of parts. And on those millions of parts, we can project the fundamental fluid flow equations and the interactions. And we can see inside a pump that's moving. We can see complex, really, really difficult flow fields. And not just on one pump, on every pump. If we put every pump through this computational fluid dynamics process, we can actually see and predict what's going on with the geometry. It's an amazing, amazing thing. We can also do this. We can actually animate the stator and the rotor. And not only have we animated it, on this rotating part, what we're doing there is we're imagining we are sat on that rotor and the liquid's going past us. So we can change the frame of reference of the person so we can see the animations of the flow field. Take that to extreme flows. Take it to places where the pumps are not supposed to run, where they shouldn't be operated. And we can still predict computationally what's going on with the centrifugal pump. The fluid dynamics is amazing. We can even predict the vibration response from a centrifugal pump. That means that the pumps out in the field should be tuned and designed so they never vibrate. They should be designed and engineered so vibration is mitigated. And we can do this computationally. And we can, using AI, we can run scenarios to get the most optimized pump for the lowest vibration. We can also do this. We can take a high-speed camera. We can point it at an installed pump, and we can watch in minuscule detail the operating deflected shapes of the piping, the pump, any of the ancillary equipment surrounding that pump. We can watch it move in real time. And the high-speed cameras and films can actually exaggerate the motion so we can really see what's happening. We can do this as well. This is a vertical pump. And what we can do is we can sensor a vertical pump and we can watch the motion as it's operating. So we can pick out and look for natural frequencies. We can look for anything that might be damaging to this pump's reliability or its operation from a structural standpoint. But a pump doesn't exist on its own. There's always something driving it, and it's always within a system. And sometimes that system interaction is where some of the issues evolve. And in this situation, we can see a pump and a motor. And we can see, in this situation, the pump's not the problem. The actual motor is the problem and the motion of the motor. And what these computational models allow us to do is now look at what's happening in the field and then change the structure of those models. So we change the mass or the stiffness to take away a lot of the natural frequency problems. So again, vibration problems should be minimized in all the new equipment. And then there's efficiency. So if you think that the most popular machine on the planet is a pump, we've all got one in our chest, and we've all got one, touching processes. And if we think about the number of pumps out there, thousands, millions and millions of pumps, if we could save just 1 kilowatt per pump, we would save an enormous amount of CO2 emissions and have an enormous impact on the environment. So what we can do now is we can look at what really is driving the loss and the consumption of power within a machine. Using all the techniques we talked about, the computational techniques, and we can say, is the way that the fluid is passing through this machine optimized? Is it efficiently being driven from inlet to outlet? And is it efficiently using the power we're putting into that fluid? We can also look at the mechanical efficiency. How heavy is the rotating element? How much power is it taking to turn it? And then also the construction of the machine internally. How much power is being lost within the mechanisms that exist in the clearances within that machine, and can we minimize those? So using these techniques, it gives us a fascinating insight into how we can try and start to save the kilowatts that are being consumed. And if you think the cost of every kilowatt is not just a dollar cost, it's a cost in CO2. It's a cost in the planet. So optimization of centrifugal pumps is a real bonus for sustainability. And we've been absolutely fortunate to work with PDO. We've partnered with PDO on some amazing energy-saving projects. Last year, we presented at the Pump Symposium in Houston the modification of 6 pumps, just 6 pumps, and to offset the CO2 that we saved on those 6 pumps, you would have had to plant 50,000 trees, or you would have had to take 10,000 cars off the road. PDO is saving $1 million per year just through the modification of pumps to minimize power consumption by making the pumps do what they're supposed to do. Because when you buy a pump, generally, you buy the pump that the OEM sells you. But a lot of times, that's not really the pump you need when you get it in the field. And what you need changes over time. So what we've been able to do, using Hydro's complex engineering skills and the insight and innovation and the bravery of the PDO engineers, we've been able to re-engineer these pumps within the same pump casing with new impellers, new rotors, and we've been able to match the pump directly to correspond with the need, saving millions of dollars. But I want to finish on a controversial point, really. When I look at the pumps I see today, and I think back 40 years to when I was 16 and walked into a pump factory, and I think, do the pumps look any different? Has there been a step change in the way that pumping equipment is manufactured today? And the answer is no. I don't even think that pump reliability has changed and improved over the last 40 years. And I think it's time now for the pump people to step up and help save the planet and help push sustainability into the pump community. And we at Hydro, this is our central mission. We're on a mission to change every pump, particularly starting in oil and gas service, but we want to change every pump so it does what it's supposed to do in the most reliable, efficient way and consumes the minimum amount of kilowatts possible. And by doing this, the cost of changing that pump is paid for in months. So it's compelling. And I asked the question at the end, where is the 10-year pump? Where is the pump that lasts 10 years? It doesn't exist. And it won't exist unless we start tailoring pumps to the solutions that you need, not buying standard equipment from the pump manufacturers. I hope you enjoyed this short presentation on pumping technology. I know there were no jokes in it. I know there's not a laugh to be had in it, but it's a serious topic. So thank you very much for listening to me anyway. Anybody want to ask any questions? But only easy questions, please. Who's got pumps? Has anyone got any pumps? Oh, not my audience. It's always the same. But honestly, the issues are serious. The consumption of power by pumps in general is big. It's probably the biggest consumer of kilowatts on the planet. And so anything we can do to modify and change centrifugal pumps, the dramatic impact you can make to the environment is enormous. Thank you again.
Thank you, Doctor. We will take a break for 5 minutes. Let's welcome our next speaker. Dr. Asim Al-Lawati is a professor of commercial and business administration. He will be discussing entrepreneurship and innovation for sustainable energy, enhancing in-country value through marketing and Omani talents.
أحسنتي شكرا. Well, first of all, hello everybody and very good afternoon. We have different phrases like entrepreneurship, innovation, marketing, ICV. How we can connect them together? Let me just share with you and ask, anyone knows the contribution of SMEs in the GDP of Oman? Till the latest update, it's below 20%. Now we have the oil and gas. It reaches about 70 to 72%. Now, innovation is a matter of ideas. They are novel ideas. We are developing them. But then, how we can create SMEs from these novel ideas, which comes to our mind. Do we have a talents? Yes, we do have talents. We have to focus on a human capital. Is it only whenever a person goes to the educational journey, what after that educational journey? In terms of entrepreneurship and innovation, we have also new phrases are coming called green entrepreneurship and green innovation. We have AI technology, which is coming as well. Now we are in the era of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary as well, which means that these disciplines are having an intersection between them. Starting by that, and about Oman, global energy transformation is being shaped by sustainability goals, and sustainability could be having two directions as a meaning. Is it by going green or to be sustained, to be life? So how is the durability of that project could be sustained? We have a digital technology, we have innovation-driven economies, we have a knowledge economy. We are listening to these phrases. We have the phrase of an innovation economy, we have of a digital economy. How we can embed all these together and to have something new and special to us. Oman reliance on hydrocarbons necessity. Now we need to diversify the economy based on Oman 2040's vision. And here is the room and platform that how we can do it. Shall we do it? For example, whenever we have the students at the HEIs, at the higher education institutions, what is the role of the private sector, the public sector, the educational institutions, as well as the society? We need to create that pipeline, we need to enhance it, and we need to get the fruitful of it. Entrepreneurship, innovation, and marketing. It doesn't mean I have a new company, I have a great idea, I made a new startup, and we have two phrases. Is it SME, is it startup? Okay, we have accelerators, we have incubators. And then later on, it's only locally, let's go abroad. Then in terms of marketing, have we thought about strategic marketing? Have we thought about internationalization? Have we thought about commercialization? Is how to go after the innovation and the innovative idea process and ideation. And then we have created this idea. We have gone to the IP, intellectual property. Then did we do the commercialization? Did we get the investors? Can we go internationally? Yes, we can. But we should have a proper strategic marketing. The ICV in country value absolutely going to be there, and we have the Omani talents and how we can equip them. So how we have the incubation of these ideas, sustaining them, taking the lead with them. This could be as a good examples we have in Oman. We have a group of companies who are taking the small startups and raising up them and taking care of them. Now, with the Vision Oman 2040, we have about the green innovation and the economy diversification. We have about renewable energy. We have a large scale about the production and exporting, not only importing, also exporting. We have about enhancing SMEs and the youth within different industries. It's not only about, let's say, petroleum. It's about petroleum and energy nowadays. Now people are moving to SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So how we can achieve that? And that could be done by looking at the different types of green innovation. One of it, technological innovation. To shift from a resource-based growth to innovation-led economy. The contribution now, we have the AI. Now, it's a data-driven. So how to analyze this data? Data analysis is very important. We're looking at the pupils and how to make them embedded with that kind of a knowledge and skills and competencies to be able and to go for AI and the utilization of AI within the data-driven era. We can measure how much we're consuming in terms of energy, how we can direct the other types of energy as well. Then we can have startups, and this is the switch point, that this is a platform that private sector can build a pipeline or create a pipeline with the HEIs, and you have graduation projects. Why not coming to the education institutions and saying to them, we need you to do 1, 2, 3, for example, themes, work on them. Let us find some new ideas. Let's take these ideas, don't put it on shelves. No, take it to the commercialization stage. It's not enough to do only IP. We are in the era of AI. So within 1-2 years, someone will come and take the idea and make it a new idea as well. So can we create that pipeline? Yes, we need to enhance it. We have private sector, public sector, universities, which are the higher education institutions, and we have the society as well. So we need to embed the society, because that could be done from the home, from the family. Entrepreneurship, innovation, all these are definitions, how that could be done in the energy sector. Catching up the talents. This is an ecosystem, let's say, map. And what is happening in Oman basically by the SME authority, but it is suggested that it could be enhanced and some new pillars could be included, especially with the shift and the change that's happening nowadays in, let's say, different aspects going towards green and sustainability. We have Riyadh, we have SAS Center, we have Oman Technological Fund, we have Oman Incubation, we have Asiad Group. There are some things are coming literally nowadays, and this could be taken consideration. Some of the challenges, it could be lack of sector-specific energy tech accelerators, limited access to green venture capital, weak visibility to the innovation ranking. And by the way, there is a report by the UN which is about technology, it's called Technology and Innovation Report. And they are focusing on, let's say, different aspects that all of us can work on it together. These are some of the projects which are going on as a key innovation projects. There are some barriers in terms of innovation and commercialization. So innovation to market gap, as we mentioned earlier, the lack of commercialization grants, we have the limited of IP, which is really a hot topic. okay, I have introduced this idea, to whom it's going to own later on? Who is the owner of it? The intellectual property. Is it me as a person or the organization? So that's one of the topics. Absence of a strong market intelligence and branding of Omani startups. The future-focused suggestions like launching a national clean tech bootcamp, provide commercialization grants, AI-focused regulatory, develop green innovation as a part of an ICV, brand Omani hydrogen, let's say. And the question is, what is after the hackathon? We do a lot of hackathons, then what's after the hackathon? Shall we keep it like that, or shall we take it forward? So this is one of the questions as well. Measure clean energy investment is Mira Solar. You have launch of Omani Sustainability in 2023. About Oman Green Hydrogen, ICV is embedded. A lot of companies are looking at ICV as well. These are some of the projects. Here are some of the barriers in the green innovation, like access of finance, weak startup industry links, the links between the startups and the private sector, policy gaps, low commercialization culture, AI-driven innovation, as we mentioned, these are some of the examples of it. Green entrepreneurship, and here are some of the examples. Promising green sectors for Oman, like green hydrogen value chain, solar rural SMEs, circular economy startups, energy monitoring platforms. For the sake of time, I'll just move, but if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to discuss it later as well. We have innovation zones proposals. These are some of the proposals, like to establish green innovation hubs. And these hubs will have a test sites. So you have a prototyping. So you can develop that prototyping within the nation. So you can preserve the idea. And you have investment support from different funds. And then later on you can go locally and internationally, as we mentioned. Recommendation for supporting green startup to have a national green tech challenge, R&D, research and development. We need to create that pipeline. The industry are having the practical, and the HEIs are having the knowledge. Why not to embed this more and more and try to have a synergized projects? The role of HEIs, as we mentioned, is to have an integrate green innovation entrepreneurship, and these pillars in the programs build a tech transfer, so you have innovation and technology transfer. Today I have the knowledge, tomorrow I have a technology transfer. I need to transfer it later on to other countries, people, nations, and that's going to be an income, so you have an innovation economy. Co-host innovation labs, student incubations in these areas, empowering Omani youth. These are some of the examples that could be highlighted. Some example like in Neom and Hasdar city, and what are the lessons could be taken in consideration. We have industrial zone, we have as well as free zones, how we can take advantage of it. Shell and Talaqa is a lesson of it, how we can have an example of Oman. Marketing green innovation, about storytelling, including AR, VR, metaverses. About to reach the end, we have a national branding, and there are some suggestions could be taken into consideration later, if possible, to have a branding, how to brand it. Brand is not only about logo, with all my respect. It's not about the colors of the logo, it's beyond that. It's a strategic thinking. Being in the field of marketing, there are a lot of things to be taken into consideration beyond that as well. The summary, it's here is about having policy, investment, and talented. And these are some of the future focused, I'm already finished. These are some of the focused strategic ideas that could be highlighted later on if possible. National Green Up Startup Sandbox. You have Clean Innovation Policy Task Force, Green Entrepreneur in Residence, Oman Clean Tech Fellowship Program, decentralized green innovation labs, and National Green Innovation Index. Thank you very much, and it's so kind to see you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Fahad Al-Rashidi, who is a manager and corporate technical delivery at Petrogas. He will be presenting the strategic roles of service contracts in extending Oman's production plateau.
Assalamu alaikum. It is my pleasure to be with you today, extending my thanks to Petrogas management and also to the organizer of the Opes for the opportunity offered to present what I think is a good case for the innovative strategies how to extend the production plateau for Oman. So as you see from the title, the role of small fields contract in extending Oman production plateau. And actually I'm speaking from experience, as Petrogas is one of the leading surface contractor for the small fields in Oman. Before I touch base on the small field, maybe for some of the audience, some very high and generic information about the Oman oil sector overview. As you know, Oman is the largest non-OPEC producer in the Middle East. We are producing around 1 million for the last few years, hovering around 1 million in terms of daily production. Most of it, as you can see from the production graph, is coming from Block 6, that is around 65% of the production is coming from the Block 6 BDO operated block, and 5 billion of reserves reported by MEM annual report. Again, 60% of it is coming from Block 6. One thing of notable here is that we have maintained the liquid production indeed for the last couple of years, around 1 million, but majority of this is have been achieved because of the gas condensate rich project that have allowed us to sustain the liquid production. Yeah, but maintaining this production for longer period is going to be challenging in my interpretation, and I think many would have agreed to. And the reason for this is, as you could see from the top graph at the corner, that there is a reduction in reported reserves between, if you can see, between 2015. I'm sorry, I cannot point out where I'm saying, but if you can see the decline between 2015 and the reserves annual reported between 2015 and 2022, we lost almost like around 400 million barrel of reserves. And as well as you can see from the bottom graph as well, that in terms of the active producing fields, we have maintained almost a constant or a similar number of field producing oil in Oman. So just to give you a perspective, between 2015 to 2019, Oman has added 100 oil field into the market. So that's probably has contributed to the slight updip of reserves reporting between 2017 and 2019. The question is now, if we are continue to report a similar number of fields, how can we sustain production? Given that most of our produced fields are, the big fields are in a late life field where it is going to be complicated in terms of production, in terms of cost. EOR and geology of Oman is complicating the story. So it will be, I think we have to come up with an innovative strategy to sustain the production of Oman. The fact that 100 well has been added between 2015 and 2023 means that most of these added fields are likely to be small fields. They are not of a significant reporting. I think if you are following the reports of Oman oil and gas sector, probably the major oil discovery that has happened in the recent history of Oman probably is Bisat, and that has fairly been quickly put into production. So the major fields are into late life fields and would require EOR and complicated technologies and advanced technologies to improve production. In 2006, the government has came up with innovative and transformative initiative. They realized that the majors are really focusing in the big assets, rightly so, because most of the production are coming from these big assets. But there is a big value and a big production that can be utilized and monetized by also giving equally focus into the small fields. We do understand that these small fields are not going to be really into the portfolio, like ranking high in the portfolio of the major producers in Oman. These are small assets we are talking about. So when it comes to the significant spending and the significant rewards of EOR technologies in the big assets in Oman, these smaller fields will not be that put into the priority list of these operators. So in 2016, BDO and together with the MEM, they launched the first initiative in Oman that is awarding the first surface contract, which is the Karim small fields, followed by in 2008, Rima small fields was awarded to Petrogas, and we established a company called Petrogas Rima. And in Qarat al-Malh it was awarded in 2016, and recently Dalil has been awarded. That is a JV. Dalil is a JV between Petrogas and CNPC, and has been awarded Lakhwair small field. So what you can see from Oman, big geographical and extended Block 6 and the other bigger fields in Oman, we only have 4 small fields contracts. I think it is not a secret that there are many other small fields within around the bigger or the big fields in Oman that is geographically stretching from north to south central of Oman. There is indeed these assets are within the legal framework, within the IBSA of the so they are in the ownership of those operators. But we also realize that there is a big win-win situation for the current operator and the surface contract provider. So an alignment between MEM objective of accelerating reserves and improving the cost effectiveness of these small fields is expected, because everyone is winning in this case, and it will bring life, of course, to the small fields, as has been demonstrated by the 4 surface contract. But one of the main, I think, which I wanted to highlight is the in-country value. And for Oman, establishing local players like Petrogas Rima, like Qarat al-Malh, these companies have developed the skills through complicated polymer projects in Petrogas case, and cyclic steam injection again in Petrogas for very small assets. They have established a good skills. This skills has resulted in many companies coming and trying to get Petrogas to operate in their countries, and this is provide and improving the skills of the local players. And again, I'm not only talking about Petrogas itself. I think Qarat al-Malh through ARA also now is becoming an international player through their assets in Zanzibar or in Tanzania. Sorry. So this is just to demonstrate how much these surface contract could play a role in establishing a strong and capable operators that can become an international players as well. So just to highlight one of the successes, and I think all are indeed a success story, but given that I'm from Petrogas, I'll just highlight Petrogas' story. We took over these small assets around the Rima fields in 2008, and you can see that the red graph is actually what Petrogas after taking over. So you could see in a few years we multiplied production by 6 times. So this is a clear acceleration of production when it comes to focused operator in small fields, while BDO is focusing in the bigger Rima small fields at that time. When it comes to the number of, yes. So in terms of reserves, Petrogas in 2014 has 11 times higher reserve than what was reported in 2014. So number of reserves is significantly more than what we had before, but also number of fields are more. We started with only 9 fields and 20 producing wells in 2008. In 2024, we have around 360 and around 32 fields. So this shows that it's only the local providers are not only going to produce from the existing assets, but rather invest in a near field exploration. So I think this is a very successful story. We did all of this while achieving Omanization of 99%. I think our HR are very proud of the training that they have done too. And most of our employees started as a fresh graduate. So to be able to bring those youngsters to the market and train them in a way that become now talented and actually regarded as a very talented oil and gas professionals is a success story for Petrogas that we should be all proud of. And indeed it has, we made sure that almost all of these key roles are filled by Omani talented young professionals. Just a conclusion, I think Oman production is sustainable for today, but we will be facing challenges knowing that most of these fields are going to be in the mature phase. Surface contract, there are many opportunities for small fields around the major fields in Oman that can be replicating the same story as the for surface small fields contract in Oman. I think it's again Petrogas company and any other Omani firm that has a local expertise should be able to optimize for production from this field and increasing the in-country value for Oman. The call of action of my presentation is basically a collaboration between government, existing operators, as well as local service providers in order to maximize the benefit of the service contract for our country, and inshallah we'll make this even continued success. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Fahad. Now we'll have our speaker, Mr. Holger Albergers, is a project manager, digitalizer at Canara Energy Solution. He will be discussing the interaction of computer visions and human-centered design in drilling operations.
You got it. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Holger Echbers. I'm presenting on behalf of HMP. Thanks for the introduction. I have about 56 slides to do in 15 minutes, so we need to run. Human-centered design, computer vision. This is the new HMP. HMP just completed the takeover of KCA Deutag in February this year. This is a new footprint of our HMP. Global footprint with manufacturing and engineering facilities all over the world. And the most important one here in Oman with IDTech and Kinera. I'm myself coming from Germany, from the Kinera facility in Germany. Good. Any more information on HMP, takeover, and the like, please feel free, booth 3340. Empower our people, customers, interact, new possibilities in automation and safety and efficiency. I've just mentioned we delivered early this year the last of the 4 ever built new build rigs here in Oman. Highly mobile rigs for PDO, fully automated pipe handling, and we were looking into increasing safety and efficiency with this type of drilling rigs. A driller's cabin with intentional design. The design of the driller's cabin, ergonomic, cyber chair. It has to support fully automated tubular handling systems and drilling performance software, fully integrated. As you see, we talk about touchscreens nowadays, no more switches, buttons, only very, very few screens. That's what it is. Cyberchair controls, I mentioned, widget-based systems for the driller to select, like on mobile phones. You just select the widget you want to operate most and how to operate it, and you just save your user configuration. So next time you appear in the driller's cabin, you have the same controls, the same design as before. Developed for drillers by drillers. And that's the elaboration and the collaboration between staff, operations, engineering, in-country people, and so on and so forth. So we automated repetitive tasks in stand building, in drilling, and so on. Sequential operation is a hot topic in that regard, just to simplify the operation of such a fully automated machine, and remote drilling enabled. This driller, together with a colleague, the assistant driller, is operating up to 7 machines, operating, moving, simultaneous. So he needs to keep an eye on the machinery, on the monitors, and of course the drilling performance. And last but not least, also of the people, visitors, maintenance staff, crew people, all on the rig floor, operating within this area, with all the machines operating. Of course, the rigs are equipped with anti-collision systems and stuff like that. But how do you deal with all the people walking around there? That's the red zone. Everyone who has been on a drilling rig knows what a red zone is. The hazardous area on the rig floor or around a catwalk, where people typically walking in or have to work. This is what we advanced with the FX red zone supervision, and this I will explain in a bit more detail. What is a red zone? What defines a red zone? A hazard, moving machinery, automated roughnecks, automated mud buckets, the top drive is moving up and down, the top drive is rotating, but as well invisible hazards like standpipe pressure and so on. So we said whenever this or any of these machineries are in operation, we declare the rig floor as a red zone. No access for people unless they have to go in. That's the first step. That's the manual red zone. What else we did? We installed AI cameras with deep learning capacity, edge cameras with a high processing power, where we were able to draw the actual red line on a rig floor. We picture this here. This red zone we program once after the installation, so we're defining exactly what is the red zone and which border, so to say, should not be crossed. This is installed on the very first installation based on view and so on. We did install a second camera in order to cover blind spots as well, that we don't oversee any people walking in from different areas. Now, once done, in the middle there's a chessboard. We calibrate both cameras because if we detect a person, we only want to detect that person once. That's why we calibrate in all 3 dimensions the 2 cameras against each other. So we identifying with 2 cameras, one and the same person. And we only identify that person if it's within that bounded area, within the red zone area. What's the benefit of that? Now we know there's a person in the red zone. Should it be there? Is he permitted to be there? Not sure. So the trick is the digital red zone. We are able to detect and define the zone. What is a breach? When and where he is supposed to cross the line. The second is the machine data. Only if the machine is operating, we have a dangerous area. Or if the mud pumps are running, the invisible danger with high pressure. If we combine that with the detection of deep learning camera capabilities, detecting people on the rig floor, only then we get a decent red zone supervision. And that we turn into a simple and easy to understand traffic light mounted on the rig floor. So whenever a staff, a visitor, third party is entering the rig floor, he sees straight away the traffic light. If it's green, he can access the rig floor. Is it red? He shouldn't stay out. If he's entering, the red horn on top will go off. That's the functional description of that system. You will see very soon a video how it's supposed to look in reality, and you may need to focus on the interface on the left-hand side of the video, where you see top left corner the traffic light with a red, steady red or a flashing red, a steady green or a flashing green. You see the activity of the iron roughneck mud bucket, the activity of the block speed, drawworks activity, moving a block up or down, standby pressure, yes, no, top drive, rotating, forward, backward. The statistic I will cover later. So this is a video, and I hope it will play when I print on this. What you will see on the left-hand side, the interface, on the right-hand side, a person entering the red zone while standby pressure is at 185 bar and the top drive is turning at 63 RPMs. He's entering the red zone to clean the driller's cabin windows. No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it's running. So there's a person entering the red zone. The red light is starting to flash, indicating there's a person inside the red zone. He's cleaning the windows. And he's taking a step out. 1 foot is still in the red zone. It's still flashing. And then he's leaving, and the red zone turns into a steady red light again because of the standby pressure and the top drive speed at 61 RPM. That's one tool to protect people from getting hurt and getting people away from dropping zones. So, on top we have statistics. We started to collect and record the data we got from the cameras, the metadata, but as well as the machine data, and we printed that into statistics. This case, top graph is the accumulated time a person was seen inside the red zone while the red zone was red. And the bottom graph is simply the quantity of breaches we saw. As an example, for this specific well, we had 25,000 minutes of breach, a person detected inside the red zone, and about a little bit less than 8,000 breaches over a well. So, this is another interesting example. When we started with this, we installed the system in end of 2023. We commissioned the system and we had the basic functionality at work. And we started to record breaches already. The crew were not aware of it. They thought we still dealing with the technical issues, hardware and so on. But we left it running for a complete well for 4 weeks. And we found with the traffic light on the rig floor off, there were 48 minutes per hour a person inside the red zone. 3 months later, the crew was aware that the system is already live. The traffic light off, but they knew we are recording breaches. That alone cost already 36 minutes per hour, 10 minutes less people in the red zone. Another 2 months later, we switched on the traffic light, and we ended up with 26 minutes per hour a person was in the red zone. That's 41% reduction, only by awareness. That's not all. On top, if we overlay the red zone detections, the top graph is the count of a breach. The bottom graphs is the operational graph, drilling, tripping, bit depths. The agenda is on the top right corner. You clearly see a high breach level while tripping. The green part, drilling, hardly any breaches. So what we've learned, even with the statistics, not only with the real-time decision an employee can take, we also get a lot of statistics and data which we can evaluate. That helps the engineering unbelievable in order to design out new solutions, to find new solutions. And one of these things we found out straight away once we had a look at the statistics, tripping, we need ASAP automated slips and automated elevators. That will take straight away 20% of the breaches off while tripping. And this is what we're still dealing with the amount of data. We are able to focus and reanalyze any activity on the rig floor based on a second. And that's an amount of data compared with the operational data not easy to analyze. But it will help us to make that rig floor even safer. That's supposed to be a video. Can you get it started? Yeah. Thanks. So, computer vision, the cameras we installed in order to detect objects, humans moving, enhances safety. With a human-centered design, we optimize usability. We de-stress the driller in focusing on people. We help him, we give him a tool. Real-time decision-making for employees, staff, but as well for the driller. If he gets a green flashing light, that he's better be careful before starting up in a machine. And collaboration between operations, technology, design is crucial. That's how we change operations. That's the 56 slides. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. A panel discussion will be conducted right now. The subject will be methane emission management. Our panelist will be Hamad Al-Ajmi, Environmental and Social Advisor at BP Oman. Ms. Almi Mohammed, Senior Manager, Carbon Management Division and Petronas. Ms. Qudsiya Al-Busaidi, Carbon GHG Advisor at PDO. Tina, Chief Commercial Officer at Zifro Methane Company. And our moderator will be Mohammed Al-Ajmi, Corporate GHG Advisor at PDO too.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Al-Ajmi, Corporate GHG Advisor at PDO. I will be your moderator for today's panel. First of all, welcome to today's panel on methane management, which is a critical topic close to our heart. And it is part of our collective journey toward net zero emissions by 2040. So, the reason behind methane management or focusing on methane, because this journey entails collective efforts and is not an easy journey. We need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions in the near term. And the key enabler for that is reducing methane emissions. By reducing methane emissions, we can avoid dangerous global warming. So, today's our aim is to explore full landscape of methane management, and we will be looking into innovative technologies being deployed, best practices emerging across the industry, and the challenges that we still face on ground. More importantly, we'll look ahead to what it takes to achieve the near zero methane emissions. So our STEAM panel brings a wealth of experience from across the sector. I'm looking forward to have a dynamic discussion that is practical, insight with forward-looking. So we have 4 panelists today. So I will start introducing them one by one. So the first panelist is Qudsiya Al-Busaidi. So Qudsiya is an experienced environmental professional with over 7 years of experience in GHG and methane emissions management. She led ELDA program in BDO, as well as the drone surveys, which was used to identify gas leaks in BDO facilities. And she is playing a key role in advancing the company's methane mitigation efforts and ensuring compliance with regulatory requirements and alignment with industry best practices. Our second panelist to my left is Hamad Al-Ajmi. So Hamad is an experienced environmental and social advisor at BP, who specializes in coordinating emission reduction projects, forecasting GHG performance, and managing GHG performance. The third panelist is Tina Renee, is the Chief Commercial Officer at the Firo Methane Corp. She oversees both structuring and origination of carbon offsets through the reduction of methane emissions from our orphaned oil and gas wells. She is currently focused on building the business in the Middle East region through project development for emission reductions. Tina formerly helped establish the carbon trade desk for JP Morgan. And by the way, Tina has done the biggest carbon trade for the carbon credits in the industry. Moving to the last panelist, last but not least, Elmi Muhammad Ismail. Elmi is a senior manager in Petronas Upstream Carbon Management Division. She led the development of the upstream net zero carbon emission facilities guiding principles designed to decarbonize common emission sources in the upstream operation, including methane, while maximizing the hydrocarbon value, supporting Petronas 2015 net zero carbon emission agenda. So please welcome our panelists for today's discussion on methane management. Thank you. I'd like to start high level, basically. And I'd like to ask Hamad, so why we should matter about methane? Why methane is so important? Why does methane matter? And how does it fit within your company strategy?
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed. And first of all, thank you very much for having me today. As BP celebrates 100 years of partnership in Oman, we are delighted to be present in the Oman Petroleum and Energy Show. We currently operate Block 61 or Khazan field, which produces up to 1.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day. Methane matters because natural gas is mostly made up of methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. It has a global warming potential that's 28 times higher than that of carbon dioxide. In 2020, BP announced its net zero ambition, because I think to do for the planet and for the business. Our stakeholders and shareholders have been demanding that we conduct our operations more sustainably. And since methane is a potent greenhouse gas, it became a priority as part of this ambition. In the same year, we signed up for OGMP, or the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership Framework, seeking to enhance the transparency and accuracy of our methane emissions reporting. We set a target for ourselves to deploy methane measurement technology on the sources associated with over 95% of our methane emissions, and we achieved that by end of 2023. And 2024, we achieved the OGMP gold status by reconciling our site level and equipment level or source level emissions. And throughout this time, we have been following and updating our GHG emissions reduction roadmap and deploying a variety of carbon reductions projects that help us reduce our methane intensity of our operations.
Thank you, Hamad. That's really insightful. You mentioned about OGMP, and I would like to ask this question to Qudsiya. So you mentioned about OGMP and the gold standard. So Qudsiya, what is OGMP 2.0, and what are the reporting levels within the OGMP framework? Particularly, can you shed some light on the difference between level 4 and level 5, and what is the gold standard reporting, and why it's so important for companies to achieve the gold standard?
Absolutely. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, Mohammed, for the lovely introduction. So OGMP, usually referred to, or the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, is United Nations is an initiative led by United Nations Environmental Protection Agency, UNEP, and it provides a comprehensive framework on how should we report our methane emissions simply. And it aims to, as noted by Hamad, to increase the accuracy and transparency of the reported methane emissions. And that should be specifically across the oil and gas industry. And within that framework, they introduce 5 levels of reporting methane. Level 1 up to level 5. Level 1 is usually the least accurate in terms of reporting your methane emissions. It is based on generic emission factors, and it's the least reliable in terms of data. As you move towards level 4 and level 5, and those we refer to those combination of level 4 and 5 as the gold standard. And what does that actually mean? So specifically, level 4 is source level measurement. In other words, it is reporting your emissions or methane emissions from each equipment within your facility. And on the other hand, level 5 is more of a site level measurement. So that gives you a total methane flux from your facility. And what would you do is compare your level 4 and level 5. And ideally, of course, they should match. And that gives you assurance of the level 4 inventory that you have in place. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Qudsiya. Moving to Tina. So Tina, in your recent public statement, your company is working on reducing methane emissions from orphaned oil and gas wells. And in your recent public statement, you have mentioned the importance of offering your customer high-quality carbon credits. Can you give us a bit more detail regarding what entails a high-quality credit? And why are they so important to reducing methane emissions?
Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you for having us here today. I'm happy to be here from Zero Methane. A high-quality offset is an offset that actually can substitute for an emission reduction that a company would make if it were reducing its emissions. So in the market right now, the biggest topic is how can we ensure high-quality credits? This is important for the supplier and also important for the buyer because there's reputational risk. If they buy something that later they find out was not high quality, then they have all this backlash through the media. There are 5 main criteria that have to be met in order for an offset to be considered high quality. One is additionality. And this is a term you'll hear in the carbon markets a lot. It's discussed all the time if something is additional. And what that means is it has to be additional to business as usual. If you're doing business the same way you normally do, like if you own a solar park, then that's not going to count for an offset. There has to be an actual business change in order to count for an offset. Also, if you're a regulated entity or the business that you're doing is regulated, that will also not count toward an offset. The second criteria is it has to be permanent. It can't be like, okay, well, the reduction works for now. It has to stay in place for X number of years. And I say X number of years because it depends on the project type. It also has to be verified and validated by a third party. So that's the audit process. You bring in a verifying, validating body, and they check all the calculations, they check the boundaries, the baseline, and you have to get sign off through that audit process. There can't be double counting. So we couldn't have a project that also counts for another type of project. You have to trade it or sell it in one market. The last criteria is robust quantification. This is also a real sticking point in the market. We have to make sure that things aren't, that you're not getting too many credits. So actually that's ensured by the double checking from the auditor of your baselines and your emission calculations. The high quality is such a topic that there's been a group formed called the ICVCM, and it's the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets. And they're deciding on what type of offsets will count as high quality. The reason what we're doing we feel is high quality, we're capturing methane, plugging wells, stopping the methane leak at the oil and gas wellhead. And because we're plugging the well, it's permanent and it's additional and it meets all these criteria. The market is in short supply of high quality offsets. So whereas there used to be a race to the bottom for the cheapest offsets, now companies are saying we want high quality offsets. Thanks.
Thank you, Tina. It's really important to have a last resort if we can't reduce our emission further, and the last resort is carbon offsets and NBS or nature-based solutions. That's why we need the carbon credits to offset the company emissions if we don't have any other option besides that. Moving now to another section of our panel, which is methane mitigation implementation and experience. So starting with you, Elmi. Petronas has been leading the way in several joint efforts to cut methane emissions across Southeast Asia. Can you talk about these initiatives and how they have been developed over time?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy to be here. So for Petronas, the awareness about GHG has been there since the HSE folks has been there, right? However, the realization of methane, the first key initiative was in 2021, where Petronas and several other energy sector operators get together and form an Asian Energy Methane Roundtable. And then 2 years after that, we've established the Methane Leadership Program, focusing on capability building and knowledge sharing. It was so successful that the group has now established MLP 2.0, the Methane Leadership Program 2.0. And this time they expand to set substantial reduction targets. They facilitate matching between projects and funding. And they share technologies and all. Yeah. So now the involvement or the participation of leadership program, Methane Leadership Program has expanded, and it is being considered to be replicated by Central Asia and Latin America.
Thank you, Amy. I think you see some potential for replicating this program to other players in the industry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now moving to Pepe, Hamid. How Pepe has leveraged technology and approaches used to mitigate methane emissions how Pepe has leveraged technology to better measure and manage methane emissions from flaring, in particular.
So over 95% of our methane emissions come from the flares in our central processing facility. Measuring emissions from flaring is basically a function of three factors: flow rate, gas composition, and flare efficiency. But measuring emissions from flares is really challenging. Flares are inaccessible by design. Doing any kind of intrusive work on a flare can be hazardous from a health and safety perspective and can also be very expensive because it requires the shutdown of the entire facility. Also, we need measurement that can work during normal operations and during extreme events like severe weather. So we really need to get innovative to work around these challenges. So for the flow rate, we are using ultrasonic flow meters. These are acoustic sensors that are known for their capacity to measure the wide range of flows a flare is subjected to during normal operations and severe events. For the gas composition, we found it unfeasible, although ideal, but unfeasible to install inline gas analyzers. So we pivoted to using process simulations and live operational data to estimate our gas composition. And finally, for the flow rate, for the flare efficiency, we are using a technology provided by Baker Hughes that is called Flare IQ. It takes the inputs from the ultrasonic flow meters, gas analysis, combined with flare size and wind speed data, and predict the destruction removal efficiency of the flare and the combustion efficiency. And that is how we were able to reach OGMP level 4.
Thank you, Hamid. This Flare IQ is a continuous monitoring technology, right? It's monitoring the efficiency and everything continuously, right?
Yes, it is a continuous quantification technology because we got the flow meters, all the time.
Okay, thank you, Hamid. Moving to you, Tina. So can you shed some light on technologies and approaches used to mitigate methane emission from orphaned and abandoned wells in the US?
Yes, absolutely. So we use two devices to measure at the wellhead to find the methane leaks. And the first one is an RMLD. It's a handheld device. And I always forget what RMLD stands for because that's what we always call it, but it's Remote Methane Leak Detector. And it basically gives a yes-no. It's a very small device. It gives a yes-no as to whether there's an actual leak or not. This device is actually more sensitive than an OGI camera. That's why we use it. We're trying to detect even the tiniest leaks. And with this device, you can find even buried leaks under the ground. So it's very sensitive. You can't detect at this level with flyover equipment technology today. You will be able to, but the level we're detecting at, it's not available yet. I think it will be available in the next year or two, but not yet. Secondly, for quantification, we use a high-flow sampler, and it's a big gun-like looking machine. I don't know if anybody's seen Ghostbusters, the movie, but it literally looks like a Ghostbuster machine. And you have to go up to the wellhead, and in order to capture the leak, we've put IP around a tenting mechanism to put over the wellhead, and then that manages weather as well so that it's a stable read on the leak. It's an analyzer device box, and instead of using catalytic feed technology, it uses laser specific to methane. It only measures methane. So we isolate the leak with the tenting, and we can measure down to 0.001 CFM. That's it.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
It's worth mentioning that the high-flow sampler is used to quantify leaks and also some vent sources. And it's one of the accurate technologies to be used for that quantification. And it's part of OGMP level 4 reporting mechanism that you can adopt for measuring leaks. So moving to Qudsiya, how is aligning with OGMP changed or improved video approach to methane emission management in practice across operation reporting or mitigation efforts?
Thank you, Mohammed, for your question. And when it comes to aligning with the OGMP 2.0 requirements, especially in leading our methane journey, it has been a game changer, to say the least. We can look at this from different perspectives. From an operational perspective, it is pushing us away from estimated methane data to more of a direct measured data, and that basically means using the advanced technologies that were just noted, like the high flow sampler, the optical gas imaging, ultrasonic meters to quantify our flow or determine our flow rates. So all of these technologies give us a more reliable data and a more reliable output. And that brings me to the perspective of reporting, in which where you're no longer ticking the box. You actually have a data that stands up for scrutiny. It actually reflects what's happening on the ground compared to an estimate data. And you actually can use that to focus the effort. And this is from a mitigation point of view. You can focus your effort to where it matters the most. So rather than having generic actions, you have more of the strategic data-driven actions to mitigate and abate your methane emission. And that exactly aligns with our decarbonization methane journeys and the expectations from our stakeholders in PDO. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Qudsiya. And this has enabled the video to achieve the code standard, right?
Indeed, indeed.
So moving, also PP has achieved the code standard reporting and methane emissions. So Hamid, how PP has achieved the code standard as well? What technologies you have deployed to realize this goal, the code standard reporting in methane emissions?
In terms of technology, we used an Aspire drone fitted with a CCOPS methane sensor. And the reason for the drone survey is, as Qudsiya explained, in level 5 or the gold status, you need to compare your level 5 with your site level emissions with your source level emissions. And through this drone survey and through analyzing and understanding the results, we were able to reconcile the source level with the site level. Now, reconciliation, one scenario for reconciliation is that your data matches, and that's the scenario Qadsiya spoke about. For us, it was we had a discrepancy, but the discrepancy was quantifiable and understood. And basically, the discrepancy we had was related to fugitives. We reported larger amounts of fugitives that were not detectable by the drone survey. And to address that, we updated our fugitive estimation methodology. Now we use the API leak, no leak method, leveraging the output of our existing leak detection and repair program, LDAR, which covers the entire facility on a monthly basis. So through that, we were able to achieve the gold status.
That's really insightful, Hamid. Thank you. Tina, given your experience at the Zero Methane Corp, how do you see the role of carbon credits helping drive emission reduction efforts worldwide, and particularly in the traditional oil and gas sectors?
Thanks, Mohammed. So traditionally, the oil and gas sector has struggled to find a way to decarbonize. And I think it's great that the sector is really committed to finding ways to reduce emissions now. We certainly need the sector. It's not going to go away. So we have to think about, okay, how can we reduce emissions? By capping and eliminating, abating methane at the wellhead, we're finding that oil and gas companies are really interested in this type of offset because they haven't found options for offsets within their sector. This offset has synergy with the sector. And so a lot of oil and gas companies are interested in this type of offset because it comes directly from their sector and it can help them decarbonize. So we're finding a lot of interest on the demand side out in the trading market for the carbon offsets from the oil and gas sector.
Thank you, Tina. And it's really important to have those carbon credits to help us reduce the emission that we can't abate. Ilmi, as part of MGP, Advanced Global Methane Reductions Initiative, Petronas is collaborating with the Malaysian government to drive down methane emissions across the oil and gas sector. Can you highlight some of the key results achieved so far?
Thank you for the question. So within Petronas, we have a body we call Malaysia Petroleum Management, who are assigned or entrusted in managing the overall petroleum development activities. So MPM, together with Petronas experts within the organizations, have actively established common standards, established permissible limits for emissions, as well as enable project for emission reduction. So, for instance, for example, for Petronas, we have recently eliminated all routine venting from our existing operations by end of 2023. And what's impressive about that is that mainly more than 50% of those routinely vented methane is now routed for sales. So it's not just emission reduction, it is also revenue generation. So those are among our successful collaboration with the government. And as the enabler of these projects, more and more projects that are related to methane reduction are being pursued by not only Petronas, but also other oil and gas operators within Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilmi. That's really insightful, and it's really impressive that you have reduced or you have eliminated the routine venting in your company, and you help also the government in Malaysia to eliminate it from the sector, the oil and gas sector. Qudsiya, given your position in BDO as the largest oil and gas producer in Oman, with scattered production facilities, what are the key challenges that BDO face So what are the key challenges that you face in aligning with OGMP, and how did you overcome to ultimately achieve the gold standard?
Thank you, Mohammed, for your question. Indeed, given the scale and complexity of PDO operation, and to give that a bit of context, PDO operates in a concession area that is quite large. It's around equating to 90,000 square kilometers, and that is representing 1/3 of Oman's area. As you can imagine, the challenge associated with having such large concession area and reporting the methane emission as per the gold standard. However, we remain committed to leading the journey in terms of methane management in Oman and at a global level, of course. So in order to do so, we've, to be honest, started way earlier. So we were a bit ahead of the game in terms of managing our methane emissions way before it was formalized through the OGMP and through these requirements. So we've adopted the leak detection and repair program and the survey, and we raised awareness of our staff. So that was a foundation that we began with. Aligning it with the OGMP, however, scaled it up in a way that is more structured, more transparent, and with a bit more clarity in where we're heading in terms of our methane journey. We've established and adopted a multi-tiered approach in order to quantify our methane emission, and that entailed basically using different technologies or measurement-based technologies, utilizing satellites, drone, helicopters, handheld devices to quantify emissions. So, and that allowed us actually to cover large areas in a very short period of time with less resources to do so.
Thank you, Qudsiya. Given that there are now satellite technologies and the satellite technology is evolving, so how did BDO leverage satellite data to manage methane emissions better way, and how we, as industry, how we can leverage satellite data to manage methane emissions better way, and what are the limitations for satellites?
Thank you for the follow-up question. To answer your question, so indeed, satellites are becoming an increasingly valuable tool in methane management. And we at BDO have started leveraging satellites very early on, starting with GSAT and other satellites out there to quantify and detect our super emitters, methane super emitters. And these will usually be missed as part of the routine LDAR program, for example. However, these come from intermittent, unexpected release events. But you mentioned in your question the limitation, and that's a key factor when it comes to satellite. And we need to keep note of this. So satellites has certain limitations, especially when it comes to atmospheric interferences, cloud coverage, and as well your revisit time. So satellite is representing a snapshot in time rather than a continuous monitoring or a monitoring whenever it's required. So if you're lucky and you have a plume being released at the same time the satellite is passing, something will be detected. Otherwise, it would be missed. And that's mainly the key limitation in satellites. So it can be used, it's a more of a complementing tool rather than a replacement to the ground-based measurements.
Indeed, satellites has limitation, and one of also the other limitation, just to add on that, it can detect methane emissions from offshore platforms and offshore facilities. Moving to you, Hamid. In your OGMB journey, what are the key challenges BP has faced towards alignment with OGMB?
One of the key challenges we have with measuring our methane emissions from the flare is the fact that this technology I mentioned earlier provided by Baker Hughes is very new. So we had to partner with them and test it in a control environment to verify the solution and then be able to use it. Another challenge we see is lack of performance standards. especially for site level measurements like that rely on nascent technologies like drone surveys and satellites imaging. The guidance is very limited on how we should conduct these measurements in a consistent and representative way. And I'm pretty sure at this point in time, each entity is doing something differently, and we are all claiming that we have achieved the gold status, right? I hope that we all do, but our practice isn't consistent, and we need guidance that will make sure that we are all consistent. And finally, state capability is also a challenge. This is a cutting edge and a developing field. So access to expertise and capable vendors can be challenging sometimes.
Indeed, and the technology is evolving in this front as well. So even if we talk about satellite, the technology is evolving and the limitation may be addressed later on in future. So indeed, those are some of the key challenges. Thank you, Hamid. Elmi, on in the leadership program that you have mentioned, what are some of the key lessons from the Asian energy sector methane leadership program and AGMR that could help other companies tackle their own methane emission challenges?
Thank you for the question. So there are mainly three that I'd like to share in terms of lessons learned. Number one is commitment and resources. So when Petronas and other operators form the methane roundtable, it demonstrates commitment from the top leadership of each of the operating companies. And when Petronas join or participate in the OGMP 2.0, Petronas form a focus team to address and quantify according to the OGMP 2.0 standards. So these are number one, commitment and resources. Number two is where the OGMP comes in. We have to have a credible baseline of methane emission. And having OGMP standards allows for a standardized method of measurement, which are not easily disputed by anybody when it is reported accordingly. So Petronas is in its journey to achieve gold standard. We are in year 2 and we have announced our gold standard in pathway. We are looking forward to achieve our gold standard in reporting in the following year. After having a very accurate OGMP measurement, we notice improvement in our reporting. Before OGMP measurement standards, we are probably reporting 30% higher, as what Kudsia mentioned. The level 1 method are on the conservative side. So when we have improved the standards of reporting, we see reduction in our overall reporting. So that's something that's that's an achievement for us. And of course, the last one, but not least, is the projects for emission reduction itself. So we mainly focus and prioritize based on the major sources and projects that are economically justifiable. We can't decouple emission reduction from value maximization, because what you take away from emission is actually potential revenue to be created, right? So we first resolve our methane major sources, like the zero routine venting that I announced earlier, and we are in progress to achieve zero routine flaring by 2030, as we subscribe to the World Bank Zero Routine Flaring Initiative. Other efforts are reducing emission from combustion, also another major sources of emission, methane emission, and methane slippage in the acid gas removal unit permeate streams, right? And we want to get ahead of the game by establishing a guiding principle for net zero carbon emission facilities, which I led earlier. What we do is that we have to incorporate in design the sources of methane commonly found in our upstream operations and design the abatement from the get-go. Because designing it later or retrofitting abatement projects later will not be economical. So those are our steps in decarbonizing or reducing methane emission. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, it's better to reduce methane emissions or to incorporate the methane reduction opportunity in the design stage, because we didn't pay the money, we haven't invested yet, and we can change the design and let's say avoid unnecessary costs later on. Now I have a question for Tina. So Tina, fair amount of ongoing work you have mentioned, particularly with Zafiro, is taking place in North America. What progress are you seeing in other marketplaces like the Middle East?
Thanks, Mohammed. I think it's a really exciting time in the Middle East in ESG, sustainability, carbon reduction, methane reduction. As Elmi said, there's a lot of commitment here. There's commitment to climate. There's financial backing for it. There's private capital coming into this sector. It's really exciting. And I think that the region here, the Middle East, is going to zoom past the US, of course, and zoom past Europe. I think this is really where things are going to happen. In fact, I'm betting on that so much that I moved to the Middle East 2 days ago. I'm still jet lagged. And there's a lot of opportunity right here in Oman for large-scale projects in CCS and rock weatherization. So it's a really exciting time. There are carbon compliance programs being announced on a regular basis now out here. In Oman, I know you're setting up a VCM, a voluntary carbon market, and also Article 6 trading, which is exciting. And Saudi and UAE both announced that they're bringing a compliance program online. So there's a lot of activity in the region. I think it's really happening here. It's an exciting time. Thanks, Mohammed.
Thank you, Tina. And we hope that we see emission reduction from orphan woods here as well if we have any. There's any issues with, I'm not sure if the satellite is seeing anything related to orphan woods here in Oman or in the region as well in the Middle East. Moving to Elmi. So what role do NGOs and research institutions play in supporting methane reduction efforts?
So NGO and research institutes are important by spreading the word and including methane emission academic in their course in the research in the university, for example, to enhance the technology development for methane emission management. Yeah, so these are very important. For example, in Petronas, we work together with Japan Organization of Metal and Energy body, we call it JOGMEC, to establish our own methane emission technology evaluation center, METEC. So we went to US for the METEC in Denver, and what we noticed there is that the situation or the setup of the operations is much different from Southeast Asia. They operate onshore, we operate offshore. We have the disturbances of the water, right, which disturbs the detection of methane. And then our background is the clear blue sky. We don't have trees to reflect back the detection, right? So it is very important for us to have our own technology evaluation center that suits our operation. So these are the importance of research institutes, and our research center are placed in our own university, University Technology Petronas, and Institute of Technology Petronas. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. So I will conclude with one last question, and then we'll open the floor for any question from the audience. So this question is for all panelists. What are the most valuable lessons and biggest takeaways that you would like our audience member to leave with here today. So, Qudsiya, we'll start with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mohammed. And when it comes to lesson learned, and I'll start with the point noted by Elmi, where because we understand, we came to learn that technology and technical solutions aren't enough to drive the methane management journey. What you need is capacity building. You need to train your engineers to lead the way, to understand, because success really depends on how well you deploy that technology. You can have the best technology in the world, but if it's not deployed in the right manner, then it's useless. So it's important to invest early on in training the engineers. In PDO, we've started really early on to train our contractors that are actually conducting these surveys on these detection methodologies, the measurement techniques, and that we've seen as a key enabler, of course. And that brings me to a second point that you've also mentioned. We've seen a massive value out of partnership and collaboration and engaging with other oil and gas operators and exchanging that knowledge. So that enabled us to skip few steps in terms of what technology suits us the best and learn from others. So utilizing forums such as these ones is quite actually helpful in the methane journey, because you can deploy the best practices quite faster compared to other companies. And well, the last point as well is remaining committed to this journey, and that is a very hard one, especially with the fluctuations in the market when it comes to oil and gas. So remaining committed and having that leadership commitment is a key enabler in achieving the gold standard and driving the methane reduction at a global level. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you, Qudsiya. Moving to you, Hamid.
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that our challenges in the sector are shared, and hence the opportunities, our opportunities and our wins can be shared as well. Mohammed, you and your colleagues from PDO have visited us in the office a few weeks ago, and toward the end of that discussion, we all came to the conclusion that we share exactly the same challenges from both technical perspective and regulatory perspective. And I think as oil and gas producers and energy producers, we should get together more and discuss our challenges. And if we are going to approach the decision makers in the country, maybe we should approach them as a united front. And when we are testing and piloting technologies, let's coordinate. For example, if BDO is testing a technology, I want to make sure that BP has access to the results and vice versa.
So basically collaboration between the industry and partnering with other companies toward one common goal, which is, let's say, net zero emissions by 2050.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Moving to you, Tina.
I just want to say I really agree with Hamid that collaboration is so important because we're all trying to reach the same goal. And I want to make a point. Khadija said, train your teams. And I think that's really important when you're training teams, especially in the use of quantification equipment. When I first bought our quantification equipment, we're a small startup, and we didn't have a team. So I went out in the field and I said, I can figure this out. I can learn how to use this. And I took one field guy out with me, and I had on the hard hat and the jeans. And I stepped on a red ant colony, and the red ants climbed up my clothes and attacked me, and I ended up in the hospital. So I said, okay, I'm going to hire a team. So I think there's a lot of value in that.
Very wise call.
And so I'm happy to be here today. But on a serious note, methane abatement credits are highly valued in the market. So I think, therefore, carbon markets can be an important source of finance for reducing methane emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. And you, Elmi?
Thank you. So, to me, the biggest lessons learned are two. One is that quantification and baselining is the beginning is only the beginning. There are many more steps to be taken, and we have to stay consistent. The next important activity is, of course, the abatement, the reduction, the methane emission reduction. And in order to pursue this initiative, we can't decouple that from value, because all of us come from business angle. We can't be doing emission reduction without revenue generation, right? So by coupling them together and justifying or making it economically justifiable or doable is very important. And it is very easy for oil and gas, because the same molecules that we emit and create the greenhouse gas is actually our molecules for revenue. So it's the same, it's two sides of the same coin. It depends on which one do we want to go for. That's the lesson. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Elmi. Now we can open the floor for audience. So any question from the audience? Yes.
But once we are down, I don't.
You can use this one.
Assalamu alaikum. Oh, so it goes back to the other one. So assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon all. Thank you, Mohammed, for moderating the session and for the panelists for their valuable inputs. Actually, I have three questions, starting for the first one. So, and this is for all the panelists. So, what's after achieving the gold standard? What's the next steps? The second one goes for Tina. So, regarding the criteria that you have mentioned, the carbon certification, will it fit the MBS projects with the different protocols? The third one goes also for you, Tina. Since there is a big shorting in the carbon units in the market, why we noticed that there is a big fluctuation in the voluntary market as a price-wise? Thank you.
Thank you. Qudsiya would like to answer the first question.
I would like to take the first question because I might have an unexpected answer. So we've achieved OGMB level 5, right? And through that, what happened is that we realized that we did not emit as much methane as we thought. By deploying methane measurement technologies and doing reconciliation to level 5, we really proved that our methane emissions were lower than what we thought, and we've been near zero for a long time. So what we decided to put our money on reducing carbon dioxide and just maintain good performance on methane. And that's what Qudsiya hinted to. If you have better measurement, this will help you allocate your money in terms of emissions reduction projects.
Thank you, Hamid.
If I can just add a bit on that, yeah. So in a larger view of overall energy mix, right? The original intent, or one of the original intent of methane emission quantification and detection is for gas advocacy. You know, we want to, as an oil and gas, we want to advertise natural gas as a clean energy source, as compared to coal maybe, or other sources, yeah? So in order to do that, some other energy sectors are contesting our methane emission. So hence why, as an oil and gas industry, we get together and we establish the OGMP 2.0 so that we have a credible methane emission number to declare to the overall energy sector. Yeah, so to pursue our gas advocacy agenda as a clean energy source. And then of course the next step of, after you quantify, Now you know how much it is. So how can we then reduce this emission further? Thank you.
Thank you, Almin. Moving now to the second and the third question. So the second question is about how does the criteria fit MPS? And the third question is related to the fluctuation of the prices between the voluntary market and the compliance market. So can you shed some light on this, Tina?
Sure. So the criteria applies no matter what methodology, what registry you're following. These 5 criteria for high quality credits, whether you're using American Carbon Registry or the GCC here in Qatar, or Vera, which is a very popular registry. So there are 5 main registries. There are a lot of new registries coming online, but they all follow these same 5 points. So no matter which registry you're using, you have to meet these 5 points. The second question about pricing between voluntary and compliance discrepancy, I think was the question, or was it why is the voluntary market prices low?
Yes. The fluctuation in prices of carbon between the voluntary and the compliance market, although this is high quality credits. Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't hear the original question. It was hard. There's a little bit of like feedback up here. So thanks for repeating, Mohammed. So we're going to move, I think there's going to be a convergence between the voluntary and the compliance market. And I hope so, because the voluntary market is fine, but there will be so much more action if it becomes a compliance market. Right now, the pricing in the voluntary market is not as strong as it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It was a super robust market. And what has happened is a lot of bad press. And the bad press has been around lower quality credits, which is why we're so focused, not just us where I'm sitting in my company, but us in the voluntary market are really focused on high quality integrity credits so that we can get the prices up, so that there's more trust in the market, and that will bring an influx of finance into the carbon market. Right now, there is a big discrepancy in prices between the compliance market and the voluntary market, but you will see that converging because there's a new compliance market coming online for aviation called Corsia, and this market is going to make the voluntary market go short. So stay tuned, and if you want to put in a trade, I can help you. And not for my company, just with information.
Thank you, Tina. And I would like, at the end, I would like to thank all panelists for being here today and for bringing their insightful experience. And I would like to thank all the audience who attended this session. Round of applause to our panelists, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Our next speaker is Ms. Alia. She is HCE Innovation Strategic at Global Enterprise. She will be presenting transforming HCE training through virtual reality. The control is here. Good luck.
Good evening to one and all. My topic for today is transforming HSE training through VR platform. Today we are witnessing a game-changing leap in the workplace safety. Global enterprises are redefining HSE training through the power of virtual reality. This isn't just an upgrade, but it's a whole new way of learning. By immersing employees in realistic, risk-free scenarios, VR turns safety training from memorizing rules into living the experience. The future of safety isn't just about what we know, but it's about what we practice. And that future begins here. Allow me to introduce myself. Okay. My name is Alia Vishwanath. I'm an HSE innovation strategist for global enterprises, specializing in the integration of immersive technologies, particularly virtual reality, into safety training program within the oil and gas sector. I've had the privilege of presenting VR-driven HSE training solution to OPAL, the Royal Oman of Police, as well as the major operators within the oil and gas industry. I've also managed the successful implementation of our VR and simulator-based road safety project for OQEP, its first of its kind in Oman. It was an honor to lead this pioneer initiative and demonstrate its impact at the national level. At Opes 2025, I will be presenting on how virtual reality is reshaping HSE training, transforming safety culture, enhancing engagement, and delivering measurable improvements in safety outcomes across the industry. I'm excited to be a part of today's session and to share insights into the future of immersive safety training. Let's go through various topics that I'm going to be discussing today. We know a couple of challenges of traditional HSE training, why we need to transform HSE training into VR, the evolution of learning, virtual reality itself, what are the benefits of virtual reality, the various road safety training solutions that we have, the various games that we provide, the simulator, and of course I would like to share a successful story with you all, and as we all aware of the IOGP life-saving rules. So, let's start off with the challenges that we face in traditional HSE training. Let's take a quick moment to reflect on some of the common challenges that we have seen in a traditional HSE training. First is low engagement and poor knowledge retention. Many participants attend training session but walk away remembering very little. It's not just because they don't care, but because they deliver often isn't very immersive enough to memorize the different scenarios that they experience. Limited exposure to real hazardous scenarios. Reading about a risk or watching a video is one thing, but experiencing in a controlled environment is far more impactful. Third comes the cost. Logistics, equipments, and setting up practical simulation requires a lot of resources. Safety risk during drills. When we conduct emergency drills, of course, there are some risks that we face, which is very ironic, but this is part of training of safety. Finally, we face inconsistencies in training quality, often depending on trainers' experience, delivering style, or even the day's energy. This makes it difficult to ensure standardized, high-impact training across the board. These are persistent challenges, and they show us that it is time to evolve, to bring in the tools that engage, standardize, and simulate risk without real danger. And that's where immersive technology, like VR, begins here. Why do we transform HSC training into VR training? One might ask this question. We have all the legacy systems, we have the materials, we have everything. Why do we need to shift to virtual reality? Let's take a moment to imagine you're training someone on how to safely navigate a high-risk site. Would you rather tell them about the risk, or you tell them the experience of it? Safely, of course. It is in a simulated environment where mistakes are learning opportunities and not liabilities. In this, virtual reality allows us to do exactly that. It bridges the gap between theory and experience. Instead of passively watching a video or sitting through slides, trainees are placed inside the scenario. They react, they respond, and most importantly, they will remember. It's not just about making training cool or techie. It's about improving retention, building muscle memory, and encouraging proactive decision-making in all a zero-risk environment. VR offers something traditional methods struggle, which is consistency. No matter where you're training, whether you're training in Muscat or in site, the experience is the same, the quality is the same, and the message is clear. And let's not forget accessibility. One step up. VR training is scalable, repeatable, and can be rolled out across teams without additional logistic headaches. In short, VR transforms safety training from something to attend into something to experience. And that shift makes all this happen. In our industry, mistakes cost lives. VR training lets crew learn from failures without real-world consequences. Let's go back to how we started learning. Again, a quick moment. We started off with classrooms, moving into e-learning, added videos, and so on. But now we are at a point where immersive learning is becoming the new standard. The world has changed, and so have the people we train. We're now dealing with a workforce that's used to interactive app, real-time feedback, and experiential learning, not passive instruction. Think about when was the last time you actually remembered every bulletin point from a PowerPoint. Now compare that to experiencing a scenario, reacting to a simulated hazard, making a decision in the moment, and seeing the outcome. Learning through VR isn't replacing human trainers. It is enhancing them. It supports what we do, reinforces on messages, and gives trainees a chance to practice before they face the real thing. So yes, the tool may be evolved, but the goal is the same: to make learning more effective, more engaging, and more importantly, more impactful. I'm sure we have all of us seen what a VR device is. Imagine your training where you can see, you can hear, and even interact with real-life oil rig dangers without stepping foot on site. That's VR. With a 360-degree view and with the real-time sound effects, crews can experience explosions, equipment failures, or even gas leaks, but of course, safely. Animations reveal the invisible: pressure inside pipes, hidden hazards, even the past incidents. It's a very simple device, doesn't require any cables, no Wi-Fi, just a headset. Train anyone, anywhere, in any languages. For the oil and gas, VR isn't just realistic, it's revolutionary. Let's train smarter, not harder. This is the future of safety. Let's look into some benefits of virtual reality. In safety training, words aren't enough. VR shows it, and that's why it works. So you have no more wordy manuals, only visuals. Interactive training works for everyone. No reading materials required. You have full attention guaranteed. So VR cuts distraction, where you will be fully focused on any scenarios that you are playing with. Emotional impact is equal to better learning. Seeing an accident in VR makes safety personal, which makes it 4 times more memorable. Drivers' real change, about 40% more likely to act after VR versus traditional training. 75% faster training. That means less time, better result. So through VR, let's train smarter. Road safety, VR training solutions. So we have training solutions in 4 categories. We have life-saving rules aware, we have blacktop driving, and we have graded road driving, and also a simulator. Let me give you a quick, brief description about each. Life-saving rules aware. So basically, it's like a hammer game. So it will brush up your fundamental knowledge about not just driving, but the normal LSR rules. So it's a hit and a hit game. So it will ask you questions, and you need to select the answer by hitting it. Next is the blacktop. Blacktop driving is basically, it's a standard road safety driving. So it will give you scenarios related to blacktop driving. So it is available in 4 languages of your choice, and you need to identify what is something wrong in it, and you need to tell what is the correct answer against each scenario. This again can be tried by any employees, not just drivers. Graded road. This is a very interesting topic. Graded road is basically, we have scenarios related to inspection of vehicles before the vehicles go into the graded road or the actual field. Again, you have languages available, English, Arabic, Hindi, and Urdu, and it will give you scenario-based related to graded road experience. We have a 6D motion simulator. So it's a cut-edge tool where we primarily educate and train purpose. It gives a realistic, immersive virtual environment that helps learners understand key concepts in a safe and a controlled setting. The simulator allows trainees to make mistakes without consequences, which is crucial for safety-critical systems. It ensures that gain valuable experience and confidence before stepping into real-world operations. Ultimately, our goal is to replicate lifelike experience so learners can train smarter, safer, and more effectively. I would like to share, I'm proud to share the success story of our ongoing collaboration with OQEP. This journey began in 2023 and is part of a 5-year project, still running strong even today. Our deployment span multiplies into 3 different locations. We have Block 60, one in Musandam, and of course the main head office in Muscat. Thanks to our unwavering support of OQEP road safety team, we have been delivering cutting-edge VR driving training using 6D motion simulator raising safer standards and training efficiencies. We are excited to continue delivering valuable and innovative throughout the remaining projects. This is the IOGP International Standard, where we not only focus on road safety, but also the other 9 life-saving rules which we are aware of: line of fire, hot works, work at heights, confined space, etc. So we have scenarios and games based which we can train our employees in. Allow me to introduce you to the company that has emerged as a major innovator of the industry. They are the biggest players of virtual reality-based safe training. They are the brains behind all these games and scenarios related to HSE training. Now we'll play a short video showcasing Versat of safety training. As a nutshell, this video highlights how Versat has developed 3 groundbreaking VR safety games.
This game includes learnings from thousands of fatal incidents. In the game, you learn how to keep yourself and others safe. Sorry, this is not right. Please try again. Good day. Welcome to this safety game. This game includes learnings from thousands of fatal incidents. In the game, you learn how to keep yourself and others safe. You missed a life-threatening situation. Please try again. Pull the trigger on the right-hand side controller when you spot one. Sorry, this is not correct. Please try again. Welcome to this safety game. This game will help you to understand risky activities in this organization. Each risk is represented by an icon. Each risk icon has a name, a short description, and a few practical actions, all of which you will recognize by playing this game successfully. If you select a wrong icon while playing the game, the right answer will be shown and you will get the opportunity to try again.
I would like to conclude my speech. A big thank you to all of your time and attention today. Your interest and engagement are what drive us to keep innovation in safety training through cutting-edge VR technology. A special thanks to Opes for this incredible opportunity and platform to share our vision with all of you. We are honored to present our solution to such a distinguished audience. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you.
We will be having 5 minutes break and we will come back. Mr. Rahu's session will be moved to tomorrow. For the time being, we will have a 1-hour podcast, sustainability podcast by the Royal Netherlands Embassy. They will be here in a few minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Can I have your attention, please? With you is Zainab Al-Lawati, host of Istidama Bridges, a special program brought to you by the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Oman. This program aims to connect sustainability influencers and leaders from the Netherlands with the Omani audience to share ideas and experiences so together we can shape a more sustainable future. Our podcast will start in a few minutes. To start this podcast, please help me welcome Her Excellency Stella Claude, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, for a short welcome speech. Her Excellency, the stage is yours.
No, thank you, and welcome all with this third edition of the fourth edition, isn't it? The third edition of the podcast with Estimada Bridges. As the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we are proud partner with Estimada Bridges to do a range of podcasts on sustainable topics. Sustainable developments, the SDGs, but today we have a special topic which is related to the Oman Sustainability Week, and that is what we will do a podcast with the CEO of Circle Economy, Ms. Yvonne Bojo. Ms. Bojo has been with Circular Economy since 2020 and is now the CEO since almost 1.5 years. As the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we did a partnership with Circle Economy to bring them to Oman. They did the Circularity Gap report almost 2 years ago, stage 0. And now they are taking that forward together with the Ministry of Economy. So I think it will be really much interested to listen to Mrs. Bojo and to ask also your questions to her. And please be aware that will be a live stream, so you can also follow it on Instagram. Give a warm welcome to Mrs. Yvonne Bojo.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So, Istidama Bridges is a program where we explore ideas, innovations, and sit together with the people leading change towards a sustainable future. In our first episode, through the lens of nature, we talked about the importance of protecting our natural ecosystem. And then at the second episode, Climate at Crisis, we looked at climate change really close, from raising sea levels to melting glaciers, and we also discussed, the causes of that, such as the waste management in mega cities, as well as the global food system. And together today, we would like to explore solutions to these problems. So I'm very happy to welcome Ms. Bojo here with us, CEO of Circle Economy. Welcome to Oman and welcome to Istidama Bridges.
Thank you so much. And warm welcome to everyone in the audience and also on the live feed on Instagram. Thank you so much for this invitation to talk about solutions, because in the end, there's a lot of research, there's a lot of data, but it really is time for us all to make different choices and implement solutions.
Absolutely. And thank you for being here. I think for the audience, whether you are in manufacturing, retail, or services, this conversation will provide you with practical advice in your journey to go circular. Circle Economy Consulting is a leading firm that helps companies transition from linear to circular, and it's born from the Circle Economy Foundation, if I'm correct. And you have such an ambitious goal of doubling global circularity by 2032. So that's such a big goal. Can you tell us first about the foundation, and then why did you need to create a consulting firm beside that, and how together you can achieve this global circularity target?
I think most importantly, it's important to understand the global circularity number. I don't know if anyone's aware in the audience today what the global circularity is. The first time that we as an organization started measuring global circularity, which really means to take stock of all of the material that we extract as a global economy and how much of that is reused in our economy. And the number 7 years ago when we started was 9%. And tomorrow at the World Circular Economy Forum in Sao Paulo, Brazil, we will present the latest number based on our research for the 2025 report. And I can't give you the scoop because we have to wait until tomorrow. But what I can say is for the last 7 years that we've been measuring it, it's always trending down. And even though you see that this event, but events around the world are increasing in popularity, there's more policies around circularity and sustainability across the board, we're still moving backwards when it comes to the actual number of circularity. So yes, it's a challenging mission, and it's even more challenging because we've been going backwards since we've started measuring. Now, a lot of the people are asking, why are we going backwards? And that's not because we're not making an effort. It's not because we're not transitioning to sustainable solutions. And it's not because we're not trying. It's just that our global population continues to grow, which means we need more housing, more schools, more roads, especially in growing economies. So while we're still growing as a global population and still wanting to grow our well-being, material usage goes up at a rate that is faster than what we're transitioning to a circular or a sustainable state. So yes, we're making an effort, but it's not enough. And this is where really not just the public, but also the private sector, the financial institutions, academia, and the startup community need to come together for a holistic approach of the systemic change needed. And for us as a foundation, we are a nonprofit organization helping the public and the private sector. And for us, business consultancy is really helping businesses transform their product design, their product development, to really understand how they can implement these solutions. And sometimes the private sector does not want to be open about that, so it's very much closed door sessions to help them, and that's also a need where we saw we can help.
So basically we need to go at a scale and at a faster space to cope with all our increasing demands. Let's ground our audience first. What is circularity? How do you define it in the business context? And how does it differ from your traditional sustainability initiatives?
It's a big question. And I think in general, circularity is linked to recycling. I think most people would say circularity is recycling. That's why we look at waste management. But we cannot recycle our way out of this because we're stuck in a linear system where we take virgin material, we create something, whether it's this microphone, this stage, our clothing, and then we discard it at the end of the use. And when we look at the linear economy as a business model, that's where we take virgin material, we create something, and then we throw it away. In a linear economy, recycling is the last resort. So before we do anything else, before we do landfill or incineration, we recycle. But that's the last solution. When we go back up the R ladder, as we call it, it actually is about redesigning the product in the first place. And the R of refuse is the first one. So refuse buying new stuff if you don't need it. Refuse that single-use plastic and try to find different solutions. So it's really about a intrinsically motivated personal choice. So yes, companies need to transition and the public sector needs to create the right policies. We need to get our economics right from a financial perspective, but it is about your choice as an individual. Where you spend your time, where you spend your money, where you spend your energy, that's what's really going to truly drive this transition at scale.
That's interesting. We are in a culture now that we are just fast consumers. We consume everything and discard it. So it's just taking and then using and wasting it. So it's just like one-way street, the way we deal with Earth, unfortunately. Also, just a remark, like maybe 20, 30 years ago, things were built to stay, right? But we're going backwards. We're building things for a day or two. So definitely designing out waste, we need to rethink that. So let's talk about the real work.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So it's not just about designing out waste. It's really about what does success look like? Right now, when we become more affluent, It is successful to have a new dress every time. It's successful to have a new phone every year. It's successful to have multiple cars, a bigger house, a yacht. That's the metric for success in our society today.
It's monetary.
Yes, it is, and it's materialistic, and in that sense, it's human nature to desire more and the fear of missing out because my neighbor has something that I don't have. So it's a very, very foundational issue that we have as humans that incites greed, incites jealousy. If we were just happy with enough, that already makes a huge difference. Then the overproduction of fast consumer goods would change. The overproduction of food, the food weight, everything would change. But it really starts with our inherent nature.
Okay, then I have to go philosophical here. How do we achieve inner happiness then with what we have? How do we stay satisfied?
I think what you call the fast consumerism is often instant happiness. We have a bad day and it gives us pleasure to eat something, or it gives us pleasure to buy something. And that's only possible if you have the money to spend. There are still millions of people that have less than we have. So where is it that you get your happiness and your pleasure? It becomes a very philosophical discussion. So it's a philosophical issue, but it's also the way that we teach our children what happiness is about and what you should be doing in life. In general, I think it's good to have a business that thrives and a business that is generating a good product for their clients, but it is not right to generate revenue and profit at the cost of everything else. There needs to be a balance.
There needs to be a balance. So when you work with companies that they're interested in starting their circular economy, for example, what do you find like the most misconception that they have about circularity?
There's nothing I can do. Someone else needs to solve it.
Okay.
And that's whether it's policy. Well, I'll wait until there's policy, or I'll wait till my consumer or my customer wants it, or I'll wait until my shareholders change something. It's very much pointing at every single other player in your value chain, in your supply chain, waiting on each other. And I think that waiting game is causing delay across the board. But my simple answer would be we really need bold leadership. We need people that would actually stand up, choose to do it because they believe in it, because they believe things need to change, and not because policy is dictating them to do that, or because they need to comply to some law. It's because you inherently know that things need to change. And that bold leadership will actually transform supply chains, will transform product design. But it's not going to happen overnight. And I think often enough, the most crucial conversation is not in the boardroom, but it's at your breakfast table with your children. It's at the breakfast table where you're challenged by the ones you love to start caring about something.
Okay, we will be very lucky if we have ethical companies with bold leadership who really believe in, protecting the environment and circularity. But let's say we don't have many of them, right? We still have so many companies that probably will look at the business case of going circular. So is there a business case?
To go circular?
To go circular?
I think there's enough examples in different sectors that prove that it is definitely possible. I think it makes it increasingly difficult as long as we don't get the economics right. If we're still subsidizing one part of the industry and we're not subsidizing the other part of the industry, being linear and circular, it's not fair game. It's not a level playing field. And I think that's where policies can happen, can make a difference. But instead of owning a bicycle, if you have a bicycle subscription, or if you don't own a car, but you can hail a ride. So there's different ways of looking at what are you really trying to provide. And I think that's where things also start changing, that there's subscription models, that there's the right to repair, extended producer responsibilities. Those things will force you to change, and then automatically it becomes a viable business. On the other hand, if you're a resource-intensive company, at some point, it will become inevitable that you need to change your ways because that material might become so expensive that your business model doesn't work anymore.
Absolutely. Maybe COVID was a good example of that.
For sure.
Of needing to reuse everything that
resource
you have
scarcity.
and resource scarcity, exactly.
And also border security, food security, job creation. The circularity is not a silver spoon. It's not something that will change the world magically, but there's a lot of circular solutions that will provide more resilience for your business, will provide jobs for your nation. So there's a lot more to it.
Yeah. So there is a business case. Perhaps companies are not considering all the factors for building that business case. And usually with sustainability initiatives, we have a problem of calculating the return of investment. Like we don't calculate it right, and that's why the business case for sustainability initiatives are always like not optimistic, and you wouldn't choose that. So are you able to help companies, or how do you help companies calculate the return of investment for going circular?
I think it starts with setting goals. If you look at Oman, just staying close to home, with the ESG reporting, there's one part, and now also with the Zero Emissions Center, there's also another angle to report on, which is your emissions. Now, it's very possible that your 2026 business plan has a certain bottom line, but that it doesn't comply to your own emissions strategy. So now you have to also take that into account, which is another line on your profit and loss balance, because it's an investment. And I think that's where, as an organization, you need to take it as an investment, as you would do R&D, is you are transitioning to a new state. And yes, you have to make ends meet at the end, delivered towards your board, to your investors, to your customers, but it has to be part of the equation. And if it doesn't work, then you also need to reconsider maybe other parts of your business model.
Okay, so you really need to rethink your business model. Great. So before we go into that, let's look at the industry. Which sectors do you find are leading the circularity, and which ones are a bit lagging or they're not really going circular?
We've identified 4 primary systems that have the biggest impact on the current state of the world economy, being the built environment, because it's so resource intensive. When you're building buildings, it takes a lot of virgin material. Okay. The second is mobility, because of its footprint, obviously, but also consumables, so anything we wear or anything that we use. And then there's the food and agri system. So those are the 4 primary systems that need to transition. But they all require different solutions. Okay. Now, if you would dive deeper into which one has the most traction, it's generally the ones that are most visible. So if we talk about plastics, there's a lot of attention going into plastics use, which is not a sector or an industry, but it's one use case, if you will. Okay. And then there's a lot of attention going to clothing, to apparel, to ensure that we use recycled fabrics. But that does not take away the overproduction. So it's not enough to focus on one angle or one element. You really have to look at the global value chain of textiles, for example, to also take into account the footprint of transporting the goods, right? You might be growing cotton there, but then you're flying it or shipping it there for it to become a yarn, and then you're shipping it somewhere else to become a garment, and they're shipping it somewhere else to sell, and then you're shipping it somewhere else to your consumer. All those shipping lines or transportation lines need to be taken into account, but also the role of informal workers, making sure that we leave no one behind. So it's a complicated analysis to pinpoint what to solve. And there's attention going into different industries, also depending on the country, depending on the lens that the country is using. Do we need to focus on everything at the same time? We, as Circular Economy, don't think we do. That's why the Circularity Gap Report that we publish for the world, we transformed that methodology to also be applicable on a national level to pinpoint per nation what is your focal point? What do you need to really address first to make the biggest impact? And that's why we're very happy with the support of the Dutch Embassy that we were able to do the Phase Zero analysis last year. And now with the Ministry of Economy, together with BIA, working on the analysis for Oman so that Oman can also develop their roadmap towards a circular state, pinpointing exactly the sectors that are most relevant.
Amazing. That will be a big milestone for Oman, definitely. Yvonne, you talked about the sectors that have a lot of potential to go into circularity. But right now, at this moment, what are the numbers? Like, which sectors are actually doing it?
Again, every sector is very different per region. So what we did is we actually captured 3 categories for nations. So we have the build, shift, and grow economies, because the need for growing economies to build schools and hospitals and housing is very different than a shift nation where everything has been built, where the growth of the population might be slower. So there's no one size fits all. So for example, in European countries where we are saying those are shift nations, when you're repurposing buildings, you need to look at the stock that you already have and repurposing that building material. Whereas in other nations where you're actually building for the first time, the solution might be in bio-based materials. So also the solutions are quite different, but what we see in general, and that's also a study that was done by Chatham House, is the rapid development of policies across the world. There are more policies than ever, obviously, but there's thousands of policies in the making which will be launched in the next 5 to 10 years that will really also change the rules of the game, and that will also accelerate the transition.
Well, we talked about rethinking business models, and we have like concepts such as product as a service or extended producer responsibility. So how do you incorporate that in your existing business model?
For example, there's a bicycle producer in the Netherlands called Swap Fiets. Fiets is bike.
And we know there are a lot of bicycles in the Netherlands.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And this company is actually providing you the ride on a bicycle rather than for you to own a bicycle. So you have a subscription-based model. So rather than selling you the hardware, they're selling you the service. Like you said, it's really hardware as a service. And I think those are the types of things that can be considered. There are steel companies out there that will provide steel, but they won't transfer the ownership of that steel to you. They're saying, this is the steel, you use it in whatever shape or form you want. At the end of the use, we'll take the steel back. And then we can repurpose it. And the same goes for mobility. There's car subscriptions now. Rather than hailing a ride and not owning a car, it's you have a subscription to a car, you drive it for as long as you want, but it also comes with an open platform that other people in your neighborhood could actually use your car when you're not using it to optimize the use of the vehicle. Instead of you using it for 20 minutes to go to the office and back, and for it to be idle for 23 hours a day, you can now optimize its use. So it's optimizing the usage. That's really the circular economy is about using material for as long as possible, for as frequently as possible, at the highest possible value. Because once we throw it away, it becomes trash and it becomes worthless, which is very incorrect. That's why valorizing waste and making it a resource is a mind shift.
But this a service and not a product, it's a bit difficult, let's say, in a culture or societies that are used to individual ownership. It's kind of a shift of thinking and a shift of culture. And I'm assuming that it provides benefits to the consumer to switch to sharing a bike rather than owning it. Otherwise, they wouldn't go for that option, right?
Well, I think when you own something, you also have the responsibility to care for something. You have to maintain it. And if that responsibility, if that's no longer is yours, that you don't have to take care of things, that is just a far more convenient way of having the same ride, I think that's where consumers might make different choices. In the end, I think as humans, we're also always looking for convenience, like what makes my life easier. And if it becomes harder and it's more expensive, then I don't think we're inclined to do anything.
Exactly. For the extended producer responsibility, so it kind of makes producer responsible to collect, the products after its life cycle and then recycle it. And this is a great way of, financing recycling. But there are concerns whether these costs are shifted to the consumer. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that is a risk. I think it's a risk that it might shift to the consumer. I think it's because some companies might not be viable if they do take that responsibility. I think it's a natural way it's a natural cause and effect. something's changing and it's going to hurt somewhere. And I think then it's up to the consumer to say, do we still want to buy that product? Because now it becomes more expensive for me, or it becomes more of a hassle for me. And at that point, maybe that's also where the R of refuse comes in. Now, what also happens is when we become more involved in the impact of our choices, I think that's when we will also try to consider making different choices.
Interesting. Okay, so let's say I'm a company that wants to go circular, and I would come to you. I would come to Circle Economy Consulting. So can you walk us through the process of that, of the engagement to the assessment?
So it really starts with understanding your need. So to give you some examples, some companies will approach us saying, we want to do something with circularity. We don't really know what it is. So then the first engagement might be a strategic workshop to raise awareness of the senior team, just to highlight what it is, what policies are out there, what compliance might be coming down the line, just to raise the general awareness. Right now, there's a greenhouse gas protocol which was developed over 20 years ago by the WBCSD. And they now realize that there's not a single metric globally that people can refer to. So now in development as we speak is the Global Circularity Protocol. Okay. So it's also important for businesses to understand what that might mean. So this is where we will bring that to that organization. Another example might be that they're aware of circularity. They want to do it, but they don't know where to start. Okay. So for example, a retail organization might approach us and say, we have different product lines, where do we start? And we would then start with a material analysis to understand what materials are going into their product lines and what could become more circular by making different choices. Okay. So that's where we actually do an analysis of the material flow and highlight the different solutions. Another option might be that there needs to be general training of their production lines. So that's where we go in and actually train the trainer. We don't train everyone ourselves, but we really want to transfer that knowledge. And then we train the trainer and ensure that the workforce is more aware of circularity. And last but not least, we also try to look at what are the different examples in the industry so that we can connect the dots. Because as a nonprofit, our one and only mission is, as you mentioned, to raise the global circularity. So for us, it's also really about connecting the dots with other solution makers, other industries, to see if we can actually have cross-pollinations of different solutions so that we can bring people together. And that's also where we believe that convening the different stakeholders, that's where the magic happens.
Okay, so let's have a positive story here. Can you share with us an example of company that successfully transformed or transitioned to circular?
I think in general, it's a longer process. So it's not something that people would actually engage on today and then be done in a year. And I think that the transformation that we see within companies is something that would take time because they want to transition their product development, their product design. But we do see the success in the collaboration between the private and the public sector. So once we measure the circularity of a nation, we don't just deliver a report, but during that process, we convene industry leaders, the academia, and the policymakers to work together in a safe space to ensure that there's a common understanding of what circularity is, on what solutions are needed and how to move forward. And that's where we actually see, for example, in Scotland, but also in Ireland and in Denmark, that 2-3 years after we've done our analysis and delivered the insights, that policies are changing, that companies are changing their production lines. And that's where the data analysis, the data-driven approach makes things tangible.
Okay, interesting. And as you said, it's a different business model of a different way of thinking about the business operation. That's why it takes time to teach the staff and to change your operation so you can be successful in going circular. Looking ahead, what trends do you see in the circular economy adoption on a global scale?
I think globally we see that the conversations around circularity are increasing. But we also do see that defining the starting point is quite challenging, and that sometimes it ends up in a very generic policy brief. And that then informs the circularity roadmap, where we believe that if it's more a data-driven approach, the efforts going into the circular solution implementation are far more effective. They have a higher result. And the trends that we're seeing right now is that there's more adoption of circular solutions when it comes to product design, different types of material usage, and also the perception of waste into resources. So instead of doing mining, can we do urban mining? Can we create eco parks where the output of one company becomes the input of another company? We see the trend increase of circularity becoming more of a topic in academia, that is being taught more in schools and in universities. We also see that circularity is now more linked to the economy rather than just sustainability, because it's a systemic shift and there are positive outcomes for regenerative economy. We see positive trends for job creations. So it's good that it's not just seen as a solution for climate and sustainability, but really about transforming this economy to a new economy.
It's a resource that has value. I often heard that, waste is just, there's no such thing as waste. It's just the right materials or resources at the wrong places, maybe with the wrong hands. So it's something that is useful for the country, and it provides opportunities for employment, for utilizing your local resources. And you've been here in Oman for a couple of days or maybe more, and you looked at our waste sector and Oman circularity. Any remarks or observations so far?
How do I stay unbiased? Because I've been quite impressed. I was here 2 years ago for the first time, and I see the steps that are made as a nation and in the collaborative approach. And I think that is exemplary for how to connect the different players to ensure that you're moving as one. And it's not to say that it's an easy journey, but to make sure that the policymakers, the industry leaders, and the financial institutions are working together to recognize the problem, to share a common language, to agree on common indicators and goals is a huge step. And what I see also at the awards last night, but also at the opening this morning, is that Oman has made such strides in a short period of time that I also see a role for Oman to take more of a leadership role, leading by example for maybe the GCC region or even the MENA region, to really showcase the problems that you've had here, how you challenged them, how you overcame them, and how that can inspire others. And I think also looking at the whole energy transition, that's one side of the same coin. The other side is implementing circular solutions to look at the footprint of material use. And I also see a genuine push and a genuine desire to become more circular. And I think that's exactly where we need people to be to make different decisions and different choices.
Okay, great. So such optimistic remarks of Oman's current status in circularity and waste management. I would like to invite the audience, if you have any questions. We have the mic around here, so you can. Okay, we have someone here at the front.
So also had a question. The lady in the front, yes.
Thank you so much, Ivana, for a very insightful session. I have a question about the mindset. I know there are many amazing examples coming from Netherlands and European countries in terms of how they are applying circular economy and how they are also engaging broader communities to be within that. My question is what did Netherlands did in terms of that? Like how we can encourage people to use these business models and be part of the solution. Because a while ago I was proposing for my sister that I park my car and it's parked for 8 hours during work time. So I had an idea of, can I rent my car during that time? She said, Aisha, you're crazy. So how we can change this mindset? Is it like the policies? Is it I don't know what type of ecosystems we can do it as a country level to encourage people to use circularities like in different models? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and the European countries, the EU in general, has been said to be the leader in circularity, is seen by different countries as leading when it comes to legislation and policies and even innovation. And I wouldn't say it's true or untrue, but I do think that every region also needs to look at solutions that are relevant for them, because not everything that happens in Europe would be immediately applicable to different regions. But to take it as inspiration, as information, and taking the lessons learned for sure, but also really trying to find your own way and see what's fit for purpose for your economy and for your region and for your people, I think is really important. And as to the mindset change, that's always going to be a difficult one. Like, if it doesn't hurt, you're not going to change. Whether you want to stop smoking or whether you want to stop eating meats and become a vegetarian, it's an intrinsic motivation. And I think the first step is raising awareness. And some of the videos that were shown at the opening today, one of them is about a grandson asking his grandfather why his car needs gasoline and why isn't it driving on a battery like his toy car. I believe that some of the pivotal moments will happen at the dinner or the breakfast table, where your children are asking you questions that you may or may not have asked yourself, because they just have a different lens. They're coming from a different generation. They're growing up with different information that will make us make different choices. So that motivation might as well also start at home, when you start caring about things differently.
And I like the idea of renting the car during work hour. Maybe that's something we should work on. We have a question here.
Thank you first about this session. I would like 2 points or question. What to get? What suggestion? What you are suggestion to do to get more recycle or use solar energy, or to get better, because solar energy in Oman or others costly. Other things or second things. What Netherlands process in this matter or subject, which is about how to make istidama or stability for your Netherlands, what they do, like they made a rule, or how they get more to recycle, or like these steps. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. To your first point, I think it's because it is the right choice to make. But that also takes a very different approach from your shareholders and your investors. That's why it really is a joint effort across the board, which is not easy, because it does take a huge amount of investment. And the impact investors today are very different than, for example, investors in startups that are more looking at, we invest in 50, 48 might fail, 2 become unicorns and have great exit. So it's very much about the fast returns. And I think when it comes to impact and renewable energy, it's a very different model. And we also need to wean off one and build the other at the same time. We can't overnight go from no more fossil fuels to renewable energy. It's something that we need to transition. And that, I think that happens in every big disruption in human history. It's either catastrophe and we have to do something else, or it's a choice and then it's a gradual process. And I think that's where we need to be ahead of the game and not wait for the catastrophe to happen, but really already start that transition ourselves. As to your second point for the Netherlands, yes, there are national policies, but there's also a very strong either city level or regional push towards circularity. And one specific example that I'm very proud of is a province in the northern part of the Netherlands called Friesland. And they started on their circular journey 10 years ago, bottom up. So there were companies in that province that said, we need to change our ways. What we're doing right now is hurting our environment. It's not sustainable. We need to change. And we believe that circular economy has the solutions that we need to implement. So it's not circular solutions is the end game. That's not their objective. They're saying we care about our environment, we care about our resources, we need to do this differently, and we believe that the circular economy has solutions that we want to implement. And now fast forward to 2025, 10 years later, they're still very actively involved with the companies in that province, the local government, the local banks, and the national government to transform their province. And they're really, really ahead of the curve. And that attracts investors. It also attracts startups and innovation. And for them, it's really important to be seen as a leader so that they can inspire provinces in different parts of the world. So they're now setting up a global movement with different regions and different provinces so that they can share their learnings. And I think that's almost driven by like personal motivation and not even by policy. They really did bottom-up approach, grassroots movement that informed policymakers. They just turned it around.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this inspiring, can you hear me, session. I'm just going to ask this question because the bottom line between sometime going from corporate side of circular economy to the individual people who's sitting at home. So what is the action you can do as an individual? Today, I think everyone has been here, maybe could be working for corporate and working for companies or non-profit, but I'm saying what I can do as a person sitting at home or something I want to teach to my brothers, my mothers, my father or something like I can make this change without being in a meeting with a corporate or maybe management or policy, just something I can do at home. This is my question.
Thank you for your question because that is really, really difficult. Because often enough we say the policymaker needs to make new policy. The companies need to change. I'm just a consumer. What can I do? So it's a very good question and it's hard to answer because we often feel that our individual choice doesn't make a difference. Like, okay, I refuse this straw. What's the difference? I refuse to buy a car. What's the difference? So we always try to, maybe not try, but we always think that our choice is very small. But not to name any names, I'm not going to name and shame our brand, but as consumers, you and I make a company successful. Right? Because if we all buy this brand, or we all eat this food, or we all fly with this airline, we make them successful. And I think we often forget that as consumers, not as employees, but as consumers, we have great power. Right? Because some companies are very, very successful because we buy their products. And we like to be seen with that brand, or we like to be seen with that product. So for us to also take responsibility to say, well, I don't want to buy that brand. I don't want to fly that airline, or I don't want to fly at all. That is a very impactful choice. And especially if you really believe in it, and you tell your mother and your brother and your cousins why you're doing it, you will see a mind shift. And a personal story. So I joined Circular Economy Foundation in 2020. Because for the longest time, I'd only built startups, technology startups. I started working when I was very young, and I'd always done startups. And I joined Circular Economy not because I wanted to join Circular Economy. I joined because I went on an internal search of what do I need to do. So I have 25 years of experience in work. What do I have to show for it? What did I do in the world? How did I make a difference? And I didn't feel like I was living a purposeful life. And when I did search for, well, what companies make a difference and how can I contribute, I came across Circular Economy Foundation and I chose to work for their mission. So for me, it's not a job. Now it's my life mission. It's my life mission to transform the world towards at least 17% circularity. And that's a choice that you can make and your brother can make and your friends can make because we sleep for 8 hours, ideally. We sleep for 8 hours. We spend 8 hours at work, generally, and then we commute a little bit. So, work takes at least 10, 11 hours a day. Where do you spend your time? If you have a choice. Not everyone has a choice. Some people just need to make a living and they work wherever they can. But if you can make a choice where you want to spend your smarts, your energy, your time, your dedication, that's also a personal choice you can make. And even leaders of industries, highly placed individuals, if their shareholders or their team do not believe in transforming towards a sustainable future, you should also take your presidency elsewhere. And I really challenge everyone to make different choices if you are able to. If you're in a position of choice, make a very conscious choice, because at the end of your life, you will look back. And that's your life.
I'd also like to go back at what you said about being a materialistic society. We're made to think that buying these things makes us happy. So maybe this is the time to rethink, will a new phone, a brand new phone, will a new piece of cloth really makes us happy? Or this is what companies are making us believe, that our wants are our needs. So it's really a personal choice, starts from a personal choice and thinking about our purchase decisions. Any other questions? We have one there at the back.
Thank you for your talk so far. I was wondering, in the Netherlands, we have some political pushback on prioritizing climate neutral measurements, circular economy. How do you convince the political leaders that eventually will make the policy that it is needed to change at this moment? And as well, their supporters, because in the Netherlands, there's a big pushback on people not believing climate change is the most important problem to solve right now, and they think there's other issues which are important too, which have way more prioritization than climate change, fighting climate change. Thank you.
Very valid question, especially seeing not just in the Netherlands, but in the world, all of the geopolitical movements and everything that's happened in different regions of the world recently. We believe that a circular economy is a systemic shift. It's changing the linear economy as we know it today towards a circular economy. Yes, it's been linked to climate change and sustainability because it solves those problems, but we believe that it's not the reason to do it. The reason to do it is really to look at our material flows and looking at the safe boundaries of our planet that makes it a livable planet for us. We truly believe that the planet's billion years old. It'll survive, but it's our own survival. And the systemic change that's needed might now be slowed down because policymakers are prioritizing defense or prioritizing other areas. You can only spend your money once. So understandably, that might change throughout time. And I think that's also something that we as an organization cannot influence. Our influence is very limited. So one of the things that I continuously say is we want to support the willing. We want to enable the willing. We don't want to pull on, whether it's the private or the public sector, the unwilling. Because in the end, there are enough people who want to change. They just don't know how. But if you're unwilling, then Circle Economy Foundation with 70 people, we're not going to make a difference. So we only want to help organizations and nations that really want to transition. And that's why I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here in Oman, because Oman really wants to change and they're driving this. So that's why I'm here. And there are other nations out there that want to. And if the Netherlands, who's already worked towards sustainability and circularity for the last, I would say, 10, 15 years, is now prioritizing other things, I think that also is inevitable. It'll come in waves, and at some point, I'm pretty sure it'll pick up. There are still provinces and cities that are working towards this. When the national governments are not prioritizing it, there are still pockets of movements that will continue.
Do we have any other question? Yeah? Okay, so let's have a question from our own, and then can we please check our live stream comments as well? Go ahead.
So what role do policies and regulations have to do with adopting circular economies, specifically when it comes to product as a service models? So for me, for example, me as a consumer, I don't have as much control over the product as the producer. So how do I make sure that I'm not scammed when it comes to that?
How do we make sure you're not scammed? That's a good question. Because scammers will always be out there, right? They'll tell you they're using recycled material when they're not. They'll tell you it's sourced locally, it's not.
Greenwashing.
Yeah. you can't avoid it. I think maybe some due diligence on your end, some awareness about what you're really buying, what you're getting into is needed for us to not blindly believe everything we see. I have this little card at home that says, don't believe everything you think. But it really is unfortunate that today we cannot trust the brand or the supplier or the producer. Sometimes you just have to be more diligent and look into what we're actually buying. But I do think that in general, there's enough information out there to make those choices. And if you do feel scammed, then for sure, I think social media also helps you to inform many others to avoid them.
And when it comes to renting instead of buying something, how would that be priced fairly? So should I be renting it for like 10 years for it to be the same value as buying it? I don't know if that makes sense. And it makes sense.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
So in product as a service, you rent something instead of buying it, right? So how do you put a value to it? How do I make sure that the value is equal to both the consumer and the producer?
I think that is definitely something that a producer needs to also take into account in their business model. So for example, if they would produce a bike and sell it at 100 euros, but then as a service it might be 20 euros a month, then it doesn't make any sense because no one's going to buy it, because 5 months later they would have bought the whole bike rather than renting it. And I think that's something that is also the business model will prove whether or not it has traction, because consumers are buying it or not, or business to business is actually engaging in business. So I think that naturally happens because we can all calculate. So I think when it comes to some of the business models that are failing is because it's too expensive. Unfortunately, some of the recycling plants in the Netherlands, for example, have failed because they couldn't deliver the yield needed to make the business model work. And that's not because what they're doing is wrong, it's because the economics aren't right. So we're subsidizing this, but we're not subsidizing that, and that's why they can never win. So we have to create a level playing field when it comes to policies, but also the investors need to start investing differently to enable this transition to actually happen.
Unfortunately, our podcast has come to its end. So let's conclude with final remarks or advice that you would give local companies who wish to go circular.
I think that looking at Oman and your history, and apologies, I'm not an expert, so this is just based on my limited knowledge of the Sultanate of Oman, that transitioning towards the future and embracing new industries, looking at how you can source locally, how you can develop resilience within your own borders, creating jobs for Omani, I think that's where the priority should lie, to really be powerful and resilient and affluent as a nation, redefining those principles. Like you said, like what makes you happy? What does success look like? And I think that starts very much close at home. And I think business owners in Oman, also with the awards ceremony last night, are already showing tremendous ability to innovate. And I think it's really powerful to take those innovations and also inspire neighboring countries or other countries in other parts of the world that have a similar economic makeup, that might also have a port or might heavily rely on energy sourcing. So I think that's where connecting with others out there and leading by example is the best thing you can do.
Thank you, Yvonne, for your insights and your time. I really hope that this conversation helped you rethink of circularity not just as a buzzword, but a practical, scalable strategy that businesses can use to thrive sustainably. Thank you all for listening, whether here in person or on our live stream. We will be sharing, inshallah, clips of the podcast on our social media at Istidama Events. So please follow us, share it with who you think is interested, and stay tuned for our upcoming episodes and events. Let me conclude with wishing you a very productive days at Oman Sustainability Week. Thank you all, and thank you again for being here with us.